Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, this tutorial actually marks the beginning of a new series that we're going to begin on my channel. So we're going to go ahead and build a simple, we're going to go ahead on a series and build a simple API using Python. You're going to simply learn about how to deploy to Heroku. You're going to learn about GitHub Actions, and you're going to learn about how to use how to perform CI/CD, like continuous integration and continuous development using FastAPI. So yeah, that's what we're going to be using, and you're going to be using MongoDB for the database, so you don't have to do any complicated SQL setup and all of that complicated stuff. We're going to keep it very simple, and it's going to be a very interesting project. So let me just show you what the project is, what the project can do once you're done building it. So if you're done once building it, you have something just like this right on the screen. Let me show you the different functionality that we have. So users can be able to create posts, delete posts, update posts, and stuff like that. Retrieve posts, people can get authenticate themselves and get bearer token, can request for password resets, and then an email will be sent to them, and they'll click on the email, get a token, and then be able to change their passwords. Users will be able to register and all of that. So let me just show you the first step. So we need to go ahead and create a user. So that's the first step. So I'm going to click on try this, and I'm going to click on try. So once I have this, I'm going to provide in my email here. So I'm going to provide in my name, and I'm going to say just Prince, and then I'm going to delete that do part, and then my email, I'm just going to use my email. So here at this is going to be gmail.com, and then my password, I'm just going to use secret instead of secret_code. So it's going to be secret right here. So it's going to be my password, right? So my username, my email, and then my password. So I'm going to click on execute, and this is going to go ahead and send the request back to the back end, and I'm simply going to get an email be sent to my email address. So you can see I get back everything was okay. So we get back a status code of 200. We got back our ID, our name, our email. So an email has been sent to our inbox. So let's go ahead and actually check that out. So once I'm in my inbox, you can see I got the email here: registration successful. Hi Prince, welcome to our community. Your registration has been successful. Enjoy our services. So you can see the registration has went through and everything has been successful right here. So that's that's the email that you get sent after you register. So let's go ahead and see other functionalities of the site. So now once we are registered and we know our password and all that information, let's go ahead and try to authenticate ourselves and basically log in. So I'm just going to click on try, and it's going to I'm going to need to pass in my username, which is going to be Prince, and my password is going to be secret, right? So I'm just going to pass in those two and simply click on execute. So once I click on execute, this is going to go ahead and I'm going to send me a bearer token. So you can see this JWT token, JSON web tokens that you can use on the front end to keep information about the user being authenticated or not authenticated. And this JWT token is also sent with every request that require authentication and all stuff like that. So you can see we have that information right here, and the user is authenticated. So once we have that done, let me just show the other parts. So we can also get the user detail. Now we need to be logged in to get which detail, because if you want to get the user's detail, then you have to know which user's details you want to get. So I need to go ahead and log in. So I'm providing my username as Prince, and then my password as secret, and I can click on authorize. So it's going to go ahead and log me in, and once I'm logged in here, I can just simply go ahead and do a lot of stuff. So I can just go ahead and click on try and execute. So it's going to return to me my information, like my ID, my name, and then the email that I used to register for this website, right, for this application. So I can also go ahead and create email posts and stuff like that. So once I authenticated, let's go ahead and try to get a post. So we're going to limit the post to 4, and you're going to sort them by the date in which they are created. So I'm going to execute this, and right now we don't have any posts, so we get back an empty list. So how do you actually create a post? And we can create a post by here. So let's click on this, try it out, and then you can simply just call this one fast blog title. So I'm going to say fast blog title, and this one here is going to be also fast blog content right here. So once I have that, I can just simply click on execute, and you can get back the status code of 200, and the to do has been the blog post has been created. The body of the blog post, the title, the ID, the author's name, the author's ID, and then the date it was created at. We have all that information being stored. So once we have that done, I can simply go ahead and let me just create another one. So it's going to be called second and this is also going to be called second right here. So second, and I'm just going to go ahead and click execute, and you also have that one created. So if I go back here and click on execute this, it's going to return to me all the 2 posts since the limit is 4 and you haven't reached the limit. So I just keep 1, and this is going the limit to be 1. You're just going to get back only 1 post, which is going to be the first one since you're ordering by the date that it was created. Rather, the post is going to be the second one since you're ordering by the date it was created, right? So we have from the latest post to the least latest post. Okay, yeah, so that's basically it. And we can also go ahead, let me grab this post ID here, and you can also use this post ID for other routes. So let me just minimize this too, so I can also go ahead and try to use it here. So I can get a specific post, but which post do I want to get? I need to provide the ID of that post. So I can just execute this, and it's going to return to me the second post only because that's the ID of the second post, right? So you can get a specific post, you can get all the posts, you can create a post, and you can also update a post. So let's try to update our post here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on try out. So make sure that you're authenticated. So once I have that, I'm going to paste this in here, and then I'm going to say this is going to be second post, blog title updated. So let's say updated, and this is going to be okay. I'm going to say second here as well, second, and then I'm going to say here updated. So here, and we say updated. So once I have that, I'm going to click on execute, and once I click on execute, I'm going to see the post has been updated. You can see the updated has been added there. So even if I go in here and try to execute this, I'm supposed to see the post has been updated right here, right? So you can see a second blog title updated, second blog content updated. So it has been updated. And one thing you also know, you cannot delete posts that were created by other people, or you can't even update posts that are created by other people. You can only update posts that you created, and you can only delete posts that you created, right? So I'm just going to paste in this. Since we are the people who created this post, then you're able to delete that post. So I can just go ahead and pass in the post ID, the blog post ID, and then simply click on execute, and it's going to go ahead and return to us a 402, which means content not found, means you have successfully deleted it. So if I go back here and try to execute this, I should get back only 1, which is the first post, right? This first blog post. Yeah, so that's basically it. And also we can go ahead and request for a password reset, and an email will be sent and all that information. So I'm just going to click on try, and I need to provide in here my email that I used to register for this account, and it's going to be the following. So I'm going to say and then it's going to be at gmail.com. So once I have my email in there, I'm simply going to go ahead and click on execute, and it's going to send a request for a request to the backend, and the backend is going to send me an email containing a token that I can use to reset my email. So I get a message back saying that email has been sent with instructions to reset your password. So I'm just going to go into my email and show you my inbox and show you that email. So inside of my inbox, I can see I get the email back, password reset, and then hi Prince, password request granted, password reset, reset password granted. Use the link below to reset your password. If you didn't make this request, kindly ignore this email and nothing will happen. Thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to click this, and this has a token to it that you're going to grab. So you can see this is the link right here. It has a token, and I want to grab that token pass, which is the token that is used to track this user. So I'm going to copy this token, and then I'm simply going to go back in here, and I'm going to use that token to change my password. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this, and then open this up, go inside of token, click on try this, go inside of token, and then paste my token inside of there, and then put my new password. And I'm going to call this one updated secret, right? So updated secret, and I'm simply going to go ahead and execute this, and this is going to go ahead and change my password. So my password has been changed, and we got back this information right here. So I'm also storing API key, because you can use API key to provide your users with different access to different services and stuff like that, but you can control basically what you want to return to the front end. So yeah, that's basically it. So once we have that password changed, I have logged out of the other parts. So let me just try to log in again, and let me try to log in. So I'm going to use my old password. So I'm going to put my username, and then I'm going to use my old password, which is secret, and let's see if this is going to work. And this doesn't work, right? Because the password is wrong. So we have just said updated, so I'm going to say updated, just like that. So once I've added the updated part, I'm just going to click okay. So I got this wrong, so it's going to be updated secret, just like that. I think it's this one. So once I have that, I'm just going to click on authorize. So I'm getting this wrong, so let me see what I used down here. So I said update secret, not updated. So my bad. So I'm going to go in here and then say update secret. So I'm going to say this, and then this is going to be update secret. So this is going to be update secret, just like that. So once I have that, I can go ahead and click on authorize, and this is going to get me logged in. So once I'm logged in, I can have access to all the facilities, right? So the old password doesn't work and the new password works, and that's how you can reset your password. So that's basically the application that you're going to be building using FastAPI MongoDB, and they're going to do all GitHub actions and all the deploying it to Heroku. So let's get started to it. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually set up my global our Python development environment, and we use that environment to test these things out. So okay, so I'm going to go inside of my browser, and this way you have the application currently running. So I'm going to simply going to close this for now. Once I have this closed by hitting Control-C, I'm just going to navigate backwards and onto my desktop, and I'm going to deactivate my environment right now. So once I have that, I'm going to make a directory on my desktop. I'm going to call it blog API, right? So I'm going to have that directory, and I'm going to change that directory. And instead of that directory, that's why we're going to go ahead and create a Python virtual environment to keep our project dependencies separate from our global Python environment dependencies. So I'm going to say change directory, and this is going to be blog API. So just auto complete that. So once I'm in there, I'm going to go ahead and create a Python virtual environment, and to do that, I'm simply going to say python 3 -m vnv and then vnv. So this is going to go ahead and create for me a Python virtual environment, and this command is only going to work for guys who are using Linux and MacBooks. So if you're using Windows, this is not going to work for you, sadly, and I don't have a Windows machine to show you how to do this on Windows. So you can just go ahead and Google the command to create a virtual environment on Windows. It's quite very simple. So once the virtual environment is created, I can do an ls, and you can see we have a folder called vnv, which is the name that we gave to our virtual environment right here. So I'm going to go ahead and activate that virtual environment, and I'm going to do this, and then to activate it. So when the virtual environment is activated, you can see the name of the virtual environment in parentheses in front of the line. That shows that our virtual environment is activated. So once our virtual environment is activated, again, this command is not going to work for guys who are on Windows. So go ahead and Google the command for activating your virtual environment on Windows. But if you're on a MacBook, on a Linux machine, or on a Linux machine, command is going to work for you. So once I have that done, that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to go into my here. I'm going to go into Google and then just search for FastAPI, and you bring it to the official documentation of FastAPI. So FastAPI is a very good backend tool, and it's used by different organizations from Microsoft, podcasts, and all the other stuff, Netflix, Uber. All these guys are using this framework. Okay, so once I have this done, I'm just going to go ahead and create a simple project, right? So first of all, we also need to do is just install FastAPI, and this is a command to do that. So I'm just going to copy this command and go inside of my terminal. So instead of my terminal, I'm just going to go ahead and paste that in there. So while we wait for this to get installed, I'm just going to close up my VS Code because I was using it for something else. I'm just going to close it up for now and wait for this to get installed. So let me also go and see what we need to install. We also need to install the ASGI server, which is going to be a UVCon. So we're going to be using the UVCon to run our backend. So the backend is run based using a server called UVCon. So we need to install that as well. So I'm going to simply copy that, go in here, and then simply paste that command here to install UVCon as well. And yeah, once that is done, we can simply go ahead and see what they said next. So for an example, we can just create a simple example, and we're going to simply create a main.py file, and then instead of the main.py file, we're going to have all this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's go ahead and see if install is done. So let's just give it a few minutes, and okay, it's already done. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my VS Code. Feel free to use any editor that you're comfortable using. I'm going to just open up my VS Code and use VS Code. So once my VS Code is open up, I can just simply go ahead and going to create a folder in here. I'm going to call this folder, I'm going to call it API. So I'm just going to call this folder a simple API, or for now, let's just call it main.py file. And in the future videos, I'll show how to set up your actual project dependency. So I actually made a mistake. I'm just going to get rid of this. So once I got rid of that, I'm simply going to go ahead and create a file, and I'm going to call this file simply sorry, not here. I'm going to create it in the root directory. So make sure that it's in your root directory and not inside of your VNV folder. Okay, so I'm going to create in the root directory. I'm going to simply call it main.py, and instead of main.py, I'm just going to paste the code that we copied from the FastAPI official documentation. I'm going to remove this part because I don't need this part for now. So once we have this done, let's go ahead and see how we can run our code. So I'm just going to do an ls, so you can see our main.py file is right there. So I'm going to say uvicon, and then main, and then I'm going to say colon app, and then it's going to be hyphen reload. So the reload flag will help you to reload your code when to reload the app whenever you make changes and stuff like that. It will automatically reload and start the application again instead of it crashing. And this is how we main, and then colon app is the instance of the FastAPI class that we have right here. Is an instance of the FastAPI class. So if you name this a different name, then you have to use the name also here. Okay, so once I have that command, I'm simply going to go ahead and press enter, and this should go ahead and start for us the FastAPI server running on localhost at port 8000. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply copy this right here. I'm going to copy this, so copy it and simply go inside of my browser. And inside of my browser, I'm just going to go ahead and simply I'm going to close this off and simply paste it in here. So I'm just going to paste it in here, and simply press enter. So once I press enter, I can go ahead and see I get hello world back. So this is what we get back after pressing in that link right here. So it just returns to us hello world, and this is what is returned by this function right here, and just returns a simple hello world. So you can see that right here, and you can also go ahead and look at the documentation, the Swagger UI part, because our FastAPI gives you a Swagger UI by default. You don't have to do anything to get this Swagger UI, and you get it by default, meaning that you don't have to use things like Postman or any other API testing tools to test it. You can just test it right here in the browser, and this is one of the beauties of FastAPI. So I'm just going to click this on this side here, and this is going to drop down. I can click on try this out and execute, and once I done that, I can see I get the message back of hello and the status code of 200. So yeah, that's everything works as expected, right? So that's basically how you can set up a simple FastAPI API basically. And from what you have saved, what you have done in the back from the back end, you can see we have the post here. So we have the post that we have created, and also we have the user information. If I click on user, you can see the user information as well. So these are stored in the MongoDB database, and you're going to go over how to set up MongoDB, how to register a user, and you're going to do all that in the next tutorial. So Hello YouTube, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with our series on building a backend for a blog application. The folder in here, I'm going to call this folder API, and inside this folder, I'm going to simply go ahead and move my main.py file that we created last time inside of that folder. And once that's done, I'm simply going to go ahead and create an underscore init file inside of this folder. So I'm going to say underscore init __.py file. Okay, so there's going to be an init file inside of this folder. So once I have that done, I'm also going to go ahead and create another folder, and this is going to be called routes. Okay, and this is going to be called the routes folder, and this way we're going to keep all our routes and stuff like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually test this out and make sure everything works. But before we do that, instead of my routes folder, I'm going to create an underscore init __.py folder file inside of the routes itself. So once we have the init file created, underscore init file created inside of our routes folder, that's where we're going to keep all our routes and stuff like that. So we're going to keep it right here inside of our routes, and then we're going to import it inside of main and simply use it right there. So let's go actually create a simple route for the users, because we're going to do with the users registration. So I'm going to call this users.py, and instead of users.py, I'm just going to go ahead and import FastAPI router. So I'm going to say from FastAPI, right, I want to go ahead and import the API router. So API router. So once I have that created, imported, I'm going to go ahead and create a router object. So I'm going to say API router, and this is just going to be a router like this, and you're simply going to pass in the tags of this router. So I'm going to say tags, and this is going to be a list of tags. Okay, so the tags I'll show you just in a second what are the tags. So I'm going to say user routes, and just like that, I'm going to call it user routes. And instead of this user routes, I'm simply going to create a simple return just to say hello world, just to make sure everything works. So it's going to be very similar to this right here. So in fact, I can simply copy this right here and then move it inside of here, and then simply paste it. But one thing we need to do, we don't have app, so we need to, instead of app, we need to say router, and I can say this one just get, and this is just going to be we can just change this to be message msg, and this is going to be hello world. Okay, hello world, just like that. So once we have this done, we need to go ahead and import it and use it inside of our main, right? So instead of our main, we don't need all of this, so I'm just going to delete all of this. We don't need this typing for now, so I'm going to also get rid of this. So this all I need. I'm still going to go ahead and say app.include include router, and I'm simply going to go ahead and use that router. So I'm going to import it and use it right here. So I'm going to say from .router import, I'm going to go ahead and import users, just like that. And in here I'm simply going to say users dot this is going to be users dot router. Okay, so this is going to be from routes, not routers. So from routes import users, and then I'm going to say users dot router, and you're going to include that router. So that's all we need to do to include that information. So once we have this done, let's go ahead and actually test it to make sure everything works. So I'm going to go inside of my terminal, and inside of my terminal I'm just going to clear this and make this okay. So I hope you guys can see. Once I have this done, I'm simply going to go ahead and say uvcon, so uvcon, and then api.main. Okay, and I'm going to refer to the app instance, and I explained this to you in the last tutorial. So once we have this done, I'm simply going to run the API, and this is going to start a development server running on localhost at port 8000. So I can simply just copy this URL or localhost at port 8000 and simply go and ahead and paste it inside of my browser. So here I am inside of my browser, and inside of my browser I'm just going to have a localhost at port 8000, and I can simply just press enter to get access to that page. And once it's loaded, we are going to go ahead and go to the documentation sector. So to go to the document part, you just have to say /docs, and it's going to take you to the Swagger UI. So I'm going to simply say /docs just like this, and I'm simply going to press enter, and this is going to take me to the Swagger UI section where I can see all the Swagger UI of that FastAPI provider. So if I just expand on this, I can see this right there. So I can simply click on try it out and then execute this. So you're just going to get a message back saying hello world, and that is coming from the users module, the users.py file right here. So we have everything set up, so I'm just going to go ahead and close this init files since we don't need them for now. So once we have all of that done, I also need to go ahead now and set up my database so that I can get the users information and then save the users information inside of our database. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go inside of my browser, and I'm going to go to MongoDB Atlas. So you can just go up here and then you can click on try for free. If you already have an account, you can just click on sign up like I already do. So I'm going to click on sign up, and once this page is loaded up, I can go ahead and actually sign up. So once the page is loaded here, I'm just going to go ahead and click on login with Google, and it's going to log in with my Google email account, so I don't have to remember my email and stuff like that. So that's one of the advantage of using login with Google. And once this is loaded, and when this is loaded right here, I'm simply going to click on this part here to go back to the very root of our project of my account, and in there I'm going to go ahead and create a new database, and inside of that database you're going to create a simple cluster, and inside of that cluster you can create a database, and you can have different collections, and the collections can be used to store different information. So let's just wait for this page to load up. So once the page is loaded up right here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new project instead of here. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply I'm just going to say add new project. So just click on add new project right here. So I'm going to give this project a name right here. So I'm going to call it let's say blog API. So blog API, just like that, and I'm just going to click on next. So once I have that done, I'm going to go ahead and I need to fill in this part. So the users, I'm going to leave it to be default, and I'm going to click on create the project. So the default user is going to be my email, and this is just me. So once this project is created, you can simply go ahead and create a collection, but first of all we need to set up a couple of things to get this running. So I need to go ahead and create a database. So I'm just going to click on this and create a database, and this is how you can create a database on Mongo. So you have these different options. You have the serverless, you have the dedicated, and you also have the free option, which is the shared. So I'm going to go with the free option because I'm not going to pay for any database services from MongoDB. I'm just going to use the free version. So I'm going to go ahead and create a free cluster. So create that. So you can read about all of this, and you can choose all the stuff that you want. So they ask me for a bridge. Yeah, I think this once, and then verify. Yes, once I have that, I can just go ahead and wait for that to get loaded. So once this is loaded, we are brought to this page right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and close this. So we can say the username, we can just say Prince, which is my username, and then I can auto generate some password. So I can generate some random passwords, or you can even generate your own, use your own password if you want. So once you're done, you can just go ahead and create that user. So I'm going to create user right here, and that user should be created. So once the user is created, I can also pass in the IP address. I'm going to use 0.0.0.0, which is going to be for all the ports, right? I don't want to have any restriction on which IP address can access this. So I'm going to say blog API. That's going to be the description. I'm going to simply add that entry, and once it's done, I'm going to finish and close. So I'm going to go to database, and once we have that done, our database now is set up. So this may take some time to create this. You can say a new cluster takes between 1 to 3 minutes to provide. So just wait, and once this is done, we can go ahead and begin to code. So once we have the database created, and it took some time to create it, so I just gave some time, and now the database is set up. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on connect, and then we can grab the URL for this. But for now, we'll just leave this. We'll come back just in a second, and we'll come back to this just in a second. So I'm just going to go ahead and close this up. So we'll come back to this just in a second, but for now, what we need to do, we need to install a couple of libraries. So I'm just going to go to pypi.org, and we need to install a couple of libraries. The first we need to install Mongo, PyMongo. Okay, so we need to install PyMongo. So you can just go to the official documentation, or simply just type in, pause the video and type in this command, or you can go to pypi.org, and then you can simply search for PyMongo in here. So I'm going to go ahead and install. First of all, we need to install the PyMongo installation. So I'm going to copy that, go into my terminal, and instead of my terminal, I'm just going to stop my development cell for now, and then simply clear the terminal and simply paste the command that I've copied, and then simply run it. Make sure your virtual environment is activated so that this can be installed inside of your virtual environment. So once it's done, that is done installing, we also need to install PyMongo SRV in order to work with Mongo SRV URLs. So I'm also going to copy this right here, and I'm going to go inside of my terminal, and once this is done, I'm simply going to press this to install this as well. So just give it some time to install. And yeah, we also need to go ahead and install a couple more. We need to install .env module in order to work with this database, because we're going to be using a .env file, because I don't want to open up my secrets for everyone to see. So I'm going to go into .env. So I'm going to search here for python.env. So I'm going to say Python is going to be a Python .env file, and I'm going to simply search for that. So you can just go to this website of pypi.org and then type in this. So I'm going to simply go ahead and click on the very first one, and .python env just simply help us to manage our environment, help us to work with env files basically, and that's what you're going to simply do, because I'm going to keep my other information such as the MongoDB URL inside of an env file, because I don't want to push this to any GitHub repository or anything like that. So once this is done, I'm simply going to go ahead and simply paste that there and simply install .env as well. So yeah, that's all the things we need for now, and we can go ahead and begin to actually so I already have this already installed, so I can just go ahead and actually clear the terminal. So once I have this installed, I can go back to VS Code, and instead of my VS Code here, I'm going to go ahead and simply create a new file. So I'm going to, instead of my API, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this one schemas. Okay, so schemas.py. So schemas.py, so we're going to keep our database schema and do our database configuration. I'm also going to go ahead and create a .env file, so I'm going to say .env. Okay, so a full stop and then env. So this we're going to keep our database connections. So I'm going to say MongoDB underscore URL. So this is going to be the URL for MongoDB database. So I'm going to go back into my database right here, into our MongoDB database right here. Click on connect, and now you're going to say connect to application, and simply select Python. So select Python and not Node, and the Python version you can say 3.6 and above, because I'm using Python 3.8. So I'm simply going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to go inside of my VS Code and simply paste it here. So you need to change a couple of things. The first thing you need to pass in here is your password. So I'm going to go ahead and pass in my password, and my password rather. Yeah, so let me just go back. Yeah, I need to pass in my password and then the name of my database which I just created, right? So our name of our database is called blog API, and then we need to pass in our password. So I'm just going to go back in here and just click on close, and I'm going to go back to the database access, and then I'm going to simply grab my password. So I have this user right here which has superpower, so super privileges. So I'm going to go ahead and say edit password. I'm going to generate a new password. I'm going to simply copy it, and I'm going to go ahead and update the user. So once I have the newly copied password, I'm going to go into my env file and simply paste the password in here. So I'm going to paste that password in here. So that's all we need, and you can see our database is called blog API that we have right here. So once I have that set up, I can go back into my code right here, and we can go ahead and actually use pymongo to create to create a connection with MongoDB. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say import motor. This is going to be motor. We also need to install the motor library, so let's go ahead and actually search this and also install it. So I'm just going to go to pypy.org, and then I'm going to go ahead and search for that as well. So I'm going to say we need to install motor, right? So motor, and then let's search for that right here. So once I have this, I'm going to click on the first one, and this is what we used to work with MongoDB, so you can read about the motor and what is all used for. So it supports asynchronous programming, and that's what we want here. So we need to go ahead and simply copy this and simply install it. So I'm going to copy this and go ahead and install it. So I'm going to go in here and simply paste that command and install motor. So once this is done installing, I'm going to go in and say motor underscore async IO. So I'm going to say async IO. So let's just wait for this to get installed so that error can go away. So once we have that done, I'm going to say from motor import async IO. So once I have that done, I'm also going to go ahead and import a couple of things. So I'm going to go ahead and import from .env. I'm going to go ahead and import load env. So load env can enable us to load our Python virtual environment. So I'm just going to go here and say load env. So once I have that, I'm going to say load underscore env, env. So once I have that, I'm just going to go ahead and call that function there. So it's going to load all our project dependencies inside of the environment. So once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and create a client which is going to connect to you're going to say asynchronous IO motor client. So we're going to say this one right here, asynchronous IO motor client, and in here we need to provide our environment, our URL to connect to our database, right? So I'm going to go ahead and I don't need all of this. I'm just going to delete this. So I'm going to say import. I'm going to import OS. So I'm going to be using the OS library to actually read the environment variables that have been loaded by this function right here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually specify our URL for our database, which is going to be what we stored inside of our env right here. So I call it MongoDB URL. So I'm going to go here and say instead of my schema, I'm going to say os.load os.get env, just like that, and simply passing the name of that environment variable, which is called MongoDB URL, which is what we use right here. So this is going to connect me to my MongoDB database, and I can simply go ahead and say db, and I'm going to create a collection. I'm going to simply say client I'm going to call this one blog underscore API, just like that. So it's going to create for us a simple collection or database. Instead of going to create a simple collection, and inside of that collection we can have multiple documents and stuff like that. So once we have that set up, that's all we need to have to connect to set up our MongoDB database. So the first thing I'm also going to go ahead and do is actually write our schemas. So to write our schemas, one thing we need to go over is one important thing you need to understand is that MongoDB uses BSON. So it's going to use MongoDB uses BSON, okay, and FastAPI uses JSON, okay, and FastAPI uses JSON. So for us to be able to work with the IDs and stuff like that, so we need to actually convert the BSON right into a JSON. For that, we need to have a Python. We need to encode the IDs and stuff like that using a Python object ID. So I'm going to go ahead and actually import it here. So I'm going to say I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to say from BSON, I'm going to go ahead and import. I'm going to go ahead and import the following. So I'm going to say object ID right here. So once I have that, this is going to be a capital O, so object ID. So from BSON, I'm going to go ahead and import the object ID. So object ID, just like that. So once we have that imported, yeah, we can begin to actually write the code down here to encode the BSON into JSON that the FastAPI can understand, and vice versa. So I'm going to create a class, and this class is going to be called PyObject. So I'm going to say PyObject, and PyObject ID. So I'm just going to call it PyObject ID, and it's going to be taking the PyObject ID. So once I have that done, I'm going to have a class method here. So I'm going to say class method. So class method, and inside of this class method you're going to have a function, okay, and then we say underscore get underscore validator, validators, and then I'm going to say underscore underscore underscore, and this is going to take in the self keyword. So self sorry, we're going to actually take in the class, and the class, and instead of this function you're going to simply yield yield something. So we're going to yield, and you're going to simply say class dot validator class dot validate. Okay, validate. Okay, let me just see if VS Code is blocking this. So I'm going to say validate, just like that. So I'm going to say class dot validate, and this is going to be needs to be a small letter v and not capital letter V. So underscore get validators, and then underscore underscore, and this is going to take in a class, and it's going to simply yield class dot validators. And in here we're going to have another class method, and this is actually going to be the validator that we define up there. So I'm going to simply say have a function. I'm going to call it validate, and this is going to take in the following. Going to take in the class, and it's going to take in a variable called v, and you're simply going to do the following. You're going to simply say if not object id dot is underscore valid, right? If object id dot is not dot is valid, what is valid? The object id. So we're going to pass in v there, and then we're simply going to say raise a value error. So value error. We're going to raise a value error, and you're going to say that invalid object id. So we're going to simply have a string here, and it's going to say invalid invalid object id just like that. And also we're going to simply go ahead and return. You're going to simply return object id of the v that we got. Okay, so if it's invalid, we're simply going to raise the an error saying that the object id is invalid. Also, you're simply going to go ahead and return the object id by passing in the v, okay, which is an argument that we took here. So I'm also going to have another class method right here. So class method, and this class method is going to have a function, and it's going to be underscore modify underscore schema. So modify schema. So modify schema underscore underscore, and you're going to take in class, and then you're also going to take in field underscore schema. So underscore schema. So field schema, and that's all we need. And then under this method right here, you're going to have the following. So we're going to say field underscore schema dot update. So field schema dot update, and I'm going to go ahead and update the following. So I'm going to say type, and the type is going to be string. So I'm going to provide in here a string containing the word string inside. So once I have that done, yeah, that's all we need for our Pi object encoder. So this is going to help us to do the conversion between Bison and JSON, okay, because MongoDB works with Bison, and then FastAPI needs to work with JSON. So that is going to help us with that conversion. So once I have that done, I'm also going to go ahead and create the users schema. So this user schema is what you're going to be using to work with the user model, right? Because the user can register and all of that, right? So we need to use the base model that we have from Pydantic. So we're going to say from Pydantic, you're going to go ahead and import the base model. So I'm going to go up here. So I'm going to say from Pydantic, I'm going to import the base model, just like that. So once you have the base model imported, you can just use it right here. So we need to actually install we install a couple of things for Pydantic, but we'll just do that just in a second. So once you have here, I'm going to simply inherit from the base model that we have, and in here I'm going to have a user is going to have the following, right? A user schema is going to have the following. A user is going to have an ID, and this is going to say this is going to be Pi object. So this is going to be Pi object, that class that we created, and I'm going to pass in simply Pi object, right? And this is going to be of type Pi object, which is this class that we define up here, and this is going to be a field. So we need to import the field from Pydantic again. So from Pydantic, I'm going to go ahead and import field right here. So I'm going to say field, and the field is going to have a default factory, and the default factory is going to be the class that we created. So I'm going to go ahead and say default factory, and the default factory is going to be the Pi object class that we created, Pi object ID class. And then you're also going to have an alias. So alias, and first, if you ever use MongoDB, you probably know that all the IDs are underscore and then ID, right? So I'm going to give you that alias there. So once we have that done, I'm also going to go ahead and specify a user can have a name, or you can say a username, but I'm going to use a name. In this case, it's going to be of type str, and it's going to be field, just like that, field. And then in here I'm going to simply use 3 dots dot, and then that's all. And I'm going to have an email. So an email, and the email is going to be of type string. It actually needs to be a Pydantic email. For us to be able to use Pydantic emails, we need to install it first. So let's go in the terminal, and we need to go ahead and install it. So I'm just going to go inside of my terminal right here. and instead of my terminal, I'm simply going to go ahead and type in the following. So I'm going to say pip pip. I can just use pip install, and I'm going to simply say pydantic, and I'm simply going to say square brackets and then email, just like that, to install the email validators for pydantic. So once this is done installing, we can go back here. So you just have to wait for it. I'll check up on it just in a second. So in here, I'm going to go ahead and import it from here. So I'm going to also import the email that I have, the email str. So I'm going to import the email string right here, and down here I'm going to go ahead and it's going to say it's going to be email string and not just any string. So email string, and then I'm going to say fields field, and I'm going to say dot, and that's all we need for that. So once we have the email said, I'm also going to have a user also can have a password, right? So the password is going to be of type string, and the default we're going to simply say equals to field and then dot. Okay, so once we have that done, that's all I need. And I'm also going to provide in a class, meta class. This is going to be a config class, so we're going to call it config, and this is going to have the following. So when you say allowed this is going to be allowed underscore population. So it's going to be allowed population underscore by underscore field and then underscore name, and this is going to be equals to the following. So it's going to be equals to true. We're going to simply say true. So this is going to be allowed population and by field, and it's going to be equals to true. So make sure that you get that right. So I hope I didn't make any errors typing that out. And then we're also going to go ahead and specify the arbitrary. So this is going to be arbitrary, and this is going to be arbitrary underscore types underscore allowed. So arbitrary types allowed, and this is going to be equals to also true as well. So once I have that done, I'm also going to go ahead and say JSON underscore encoder, and the encoders. So JSON encoders is going to be a dictionary, and then we're going to say object ID, and then it's going to be of type str. That's all. And then you're going to say schema underscore extra, and the schema extra is going to be equals to the following. So the schema extra is going to be having the following, right? So we're going to give you an example of how this field is going to look like when you show it in the Swagger UI, and this is something that I'll explain to you just in a second when we get there. So in here I'm going to go have a name. So we're going to have a name, so a person can have a name, right? And I'm going to show this in the Swagger UI, and this is going to be, maybe we can say John Doe. So by default it will be pre-filled with this John Doe information. Okay, so the email by default it will be pre-filled before the user changes it. It will be pre-filled with let's say John Doe at let's say at example.com, just like that. And then we can have the password of the user, so it will be a string as well. So password, and the password is just going to be let's say some random password, or let's say secret underscore code, just like that. This is going to be an example so the user can know how to fill the response. That's basically it. And once we have that done, yeah, so this is going to go ahead and actually create a user schema for us, and we can use this user schema inside of our users to register a user. So instead of our users.py, instead of our routes and our routes, we can simply go ahead and use this to actually register a user. So instead of the routes, we can just go ahead and actually import it here. So I'm just going to say from import from it's going to be called schemas import. I'm going to call user, the user schema that we created. So instead of the user schema that we created, we can just go ahead and use it to create the different stuff that we want. So before we can do this, I want to go ahead and import a couple of things. So I'm going to say from FastAPI dot encoders. I'm going to go ahead and import JSON enable underscore encoder. So underscore encoder. That's all I need to do. So from FastAPI, let me just get that right. So this is going to be from FastAPI.encoder import the JSONable encoder. So once I have that done, I can also go ahead and import. Yeah, we can actually write the code first. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this right here, and I'm going to have a post route. So route.post, just like this, and this post is just going to go to / you can call this one registration. So once we have that, you can just simply say the following. So this is going to have a response description. We can pass in a response description, like the response description, and this can be let's say register user. So register a user, just like that. And we can also provide a response model, but you haven't created the response model, and we'll deal with that just in a second. So I'm also going to have I'm going to be using an async function, so async, and it's going to be def, and I can call this one simply register or registration, so registration, and that's all we need. So inside of this registration, we need to take in the user information, right? So we're going to take in the user underscore info, and the user info is going to be of type the user schema that we have right here. So that's all we need for to get that done. So I'm going to take in a user. We're going to expect the user to pass in some information, and the information should follow what is described inside of this schema right here. So a person should have an ID. This ID will provide ourselves. So a person basically need a name, an email, and a password, right? We're not going to pass in the ID to the front end. So once the user provides that information, we can actually go ahead and actually register the user. So I'm going to first process the user info, and it's going to be JSONable, okay, JSONable encoder, and JSONable encoder is going to go ahead and pass in the user underscore info, okay, to process that. So once we have that check created, you're going to go ahead and check if there is any duplicates in our data set. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go and check for duplicates. So I'm going to say check for duplicate, like if a user name already exists or if an email already exists. So I'm going to say user name underscore found, and this is going to be equals to I'm going to await this process. So I'm going to say await, and I'm going to go ahead and actually import db, okay, so from our schema. So I'm going to go ahead and actually import db as well. So I'm going to say I'm going to go here and say db, and you're going to search a collection called users, okay, users, and then you're simply going to go ahead and say users dot find underscore one, and we're going to find one in which the name is going to be equals to the user underscore info, the user info dot username. Or you can just the dictionary, so you can just use the square notation to get the name, okay. So we're going to find whether the username already exists, okay, and also we're going to go ahead and actually find if the email already exists. So we don't want any duplicate email or user names. So I'm going to say await, and you're going to simply say await db, and you're going to go ahead into the users, and then you're going to say dot find underscore one, and you're going to pass in a dictionary here, and this is going to be the following, right? So we're going to say we're going to start if the email already exists. So we're going to say an email, and it's going to be user underscore info, and you're going to get the email, so email. So if this email already exists, then, or the username already exists, then we'll tell the user that they already exist. So if user username found, right? If username is found, what I'm going to do, we're going to simply raise a HTTP exception. So I need to go ahead and actually import this HTTP exception from FastAPI. So from FastAPI, I need to go ahead and import that. So I'm going to delete this. I don't need this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and import the HTTP exception right here. So I actually don't need this. Let me just delete this right here. Sometimes VS Code just importing, sometimes it's really annoying. So once I have that, I'm going to delete this, and it's going to be HTTP exception. So we're going to raise that HTTP exception error right here, and you're going to go ahead and pass in the following. So we're going to go ahead and say the status code. So I'm going to say status underscore code, and you're going to say you can pass in any status code that we want, and you can also import this from it's FastAPI. So I'm going to say status import status right here. You're going to simply go ahead and use it right here. So I'm going to say status status dot this is going to be a 409, a conflict. So I'm going to say HTTP, and you're going to go ahead, let me just search for the 409, which is right here, a conflict, okay. And then you can also pass in the detail, and you can, what detail is what the user sees, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say detail, detail, and the detail is going to be the following. So the detail is going to be let's say that username is already taken. Please choose it. Let's just say username is already taken, and that is more than enough. So once we have that done, we're also going to check if the email found. So if the email is found, so email underscore found, right? And we're going to simply raise again a HTTP exception. We're going to raise a HTTP exception, and I'm going to pass in the status code, and status underscore code, and the status code is going to be HTTP 409, right? HTTP, and then actually it's going to be status dot HTTP, and then we're going to say 409. So I'm going to look for the 409 conflict. Actually, this is actually supposed to be HTTP and then 409. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the 409 section. So this is the so once we have that specified, I can also go ahead and specify the detail that I want. So I'm going to go ahead and tap this and say detail, and the detail is going to be the following, right? And then you guys can say the email already taken. So email is already taken. So email is here. I'm going to say email is already taken, and that is all that we need. So in case the username already exists or the email exists, we'll let the user know and not register them. So once we have that, I'm going to go ahead and actually go ahead and save the user information. So I'm going to say user underscore info, right? User info, and we're going to go ahead and actually pass in a password field. So password, and the password field is going to be equals to a hash password. So how do you hash passwords in FastAPI? So to hash passwords, you can just go and search how to hash passwords in FastAPI, and I'm going to go open up my browser. So once my browser is open up, I'm going to go to the FastAPI official documentation. And in here, I'm just going to go ahead and search for password hash. Okay, let's search for password hash. Search for password hash. So it's going to be password. So you can just click in here, and then you can just check on the how to hash password. So it's actually very simple. And as we do this, we'll be going to the FastAPI documentation, so you guys can also learn the skills on how to use the official documentation of FastAPI. So once we have that, I can just scroll down and I can see the place where we can actually hash the password. So I'm just going to go here. This is a password hashing part. So I'm going to install passlib, and from there we can use that one to hash our different passwords. Okay, so that's what we're going to go ahead and do right here. So you can just scroll down and try to read all this information. So we're going to be using the passlib, so I'm going to go ahead and actually install the passlib right here. So I'm going to go in here. Let me just check what I used when I was creating this project, so that you guys you can be in sync and not use any other different library, because there are a couple of libraries that we have here. I think there is password hash, and then there is also this one. Okay, I think I'm just going to go ahead with the password hash one. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and use this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and install this right here. So I'm going to simply copy this right here, copy this, and go inside of my terminal, and I'm simply going to go ahead and paste this right here and run this command. So it's going to install for us the password lib. So once we have that installed, let's read on what we need to do. So we need to go ahead and actually import this and create a context and all of that information. Okay, so I'm just going to go into my VS Code, and instead of my VS Code, I'm going to go ahead and create instead of my FastAPI, I'm going to go ahead and create another file, and I'm going to call this one utils.py. So we're going to keep all our Python utilities and other help function. So instead of there, I'm just going to go ahead and say from passlib from passlib.context, I'm going to go ahead and import the crypt concept. So once I have that import, I'm going to go ahead and say password concept, and this is going to be equals to concept password. Let me just say password underscore context, and this is going to be equals to the following. So it's going to be called it's going to be an instance of the crypt context that we just imported. And then you're going to go ahead and specify which scheme we want to use. So I'm going to say schemes, and the scheme is going to be equals to, we're going to be using a B script for this. So I'm going to say B script. And if you ever use Flask in Python, you ever come across B script whenever you try to encrypt password, right? So I'm going to say depreciated, and depreciated. And depreciated, you're going to say it equals to be auto. Okay, just like that. So depreciated and not deprecated and not depreciated. So it's going to be deprecated, and deprecated is going to be by default auto. So once I have that done, I can simply go ahead and down here, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to have two functions. One is going to be actually to verify, and another one is going to be actually get the password hash. So let's check if this is done installing. Yeah, it's done installing. And if I go back to Python official documentation, FastAPI documentation, you can see these are the two functions we need right here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually grab these two functions and go ahead into my code and simply paste them in here. So we're going to have one of them to actually hash the password, and one of them to actually get the hash of that password. So in this case, we need to get the hash of that password. So I'm simply going to go ahead and going to copy this, and instead of my users.py file, I'm going to go ahead and import this. So I'm going to say from utils. I'm going to go, actually this is going to be from utils. I'm going to go ahead and actually import this right here. So once I have this, I'm going to go ahead and actually hash that password. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. So hash the password, and this is going to be the following. So you need to pass in the user's password that you want to hash, and in this case it's very simple to do. So you need to go ahead and pass in the user's password. So this is going to be the following. So we're going to say users info, and then you're simply going to pass in that password of that user. So user underscore info, and then you want to get the password of that specific user, right? So user info, and then you want to grab the password. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the password. So great, so that's all we need, and we're going to hash the user's password because we don't want to save the plain password instead of our database. And you can also create an API key for the user if you want, in case you want to use it for other stuff, right? So you can use that if you want. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually pass in here, and then I'm going to say hash user password. Okay, so once we have that, we can also create an API key here if you want for the user, and this API key can be used for other things. Okay, so let's say create API key just here, and I'm going to using something to create this API key. So I'm going to say user underscore info, and this is going to say API key, and this is going to be the following. So this is going to be equals to we're going to import secrets. So I'm going to go up here and going to import secrets. So import secrets, just like that. So once I have secrets import, I can just go ahead and say secrets dot token hex, and then I'm going to simply pass in a value of 20 or 30. Let's actually leave it, make it 30. It's going to generate for us this a random password that you can use for that user. So now let's go actually save the user. So I'm going to say new underscore user, new user, and the new user is going to be equals to the following. So we're going to await this process for it to be done. We're going to say await, and I'm going to say db, and we're going to say users, right, the users collection that we created, and then you're simply going to say dot insert insert underscore 1. Okay, and what do we want to insert? We want to insert the user underscore info. So that's all we want to insert. After that, we insert this into a database. We're going to just get the created user. So now the user is going to be created. So created underscore user, and the created user is going to be equals to the phone. So we're going to say await. We're going to await this process. I'm going to say db, and we're going to get the users, and then the users, you're going to simply say dot find underscore 1, and you want to find one based on what factor. So we're going to say underscore id, and the id is going to be equals to the new user dot inserted id. So we're going to simply go ahead and say here the new underscore user dot inserted underscore id. So even whenever you insert a new user, it's going to have it's going to be returned to this object that has this variable to it called inserted id. Okay, so that's all we want to get from there, and that is going to go ahead and actually create that the return to us the user information. So we can actually go ahead and actually send the email to the user because you have created the user, right? And then after that, we can return something to the front end. So you can just go ahead and say return created underscore user. But now we want to actually control what gets returned to the front end, and not all the users information, right? We don't want to return the user's password and all that information. So instead of a schema, we can actually go ahead and actually try that out here. So instead of a schema, we can create a schema that define what the user what gets returned to the user into the front end. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually create that. So I'm going to go ahead and simply copy everything here. So I'm going to copy everything here. So once we have user response, we're going to control what the user basically what response the user gets back, right? And basically we want the ID, the name, and we don't want the password field. So I'm going to remove the password. We don't want the password here. I'm going to get rid of that too. And yeah, that's basically what we simply want to return the user: the name of the user, the email of the user, and yeah, everything else stays as the same. So once we have the user response created, I'm going to simply go ahead and import it. So I'm going to copy this and go inside of my users, and I'm going to simply import it right here. So paste it here to import it, and then in here you can go ahead and specify the response model. So I'm going to say response underscore model, and the response model is going to be the user's response model. So basically what FastAPI is going to do is going to make sure that the user, whatever gets returned to the front end, matches the schema that we define right here, which is going to be the name, the email, and then the ID of that specific user. So that's basically what it is that we want to return to the front end. So we also need to go ahead and actually send the email, but we'll do just in a second. So actually let's go ahead and test this out to make sure everything works. So instead of our main file, we make sure that we have this included, this route included. So that's all we need, and I'm going to go back in here and clear the terminal, and I'm still going to do uvcon, and I'm going to say API dot main, and then up, and then hyphen reload flag. Okay, just to load our application whenever we have it saved. So we just wait for this to start up. Okay, so I set it up and I got an error right here. I made an error. So it's called schemes, and I think you guys maybe probably spotted this when I was typing it out. So I'm going to go inside of my utils, and this is going to be schemes right here. So schemes, and let's see if that changes and if you have any more errors. So application has started. So we can now go inside of our browser. I can just go to our browser localhost at port 8000, which is already running right here. So I can just go ahead here and simply do a simple refresh. So I'm going to simply refresh the page. So once the page is refreshed, you can see we have that there. So you can just click on this and you can see what we need. So we can actually try this out. Click on try out, and you can provide in your email, your username and stuff like that. So let's say johndoe@gmail.com, and then our password is just going to be that password. So let's click on execute and let's see what happens. So this actually should talk to our database and then have the information saved in there. So you can see we have a response of 200, which means the user has been saved and everything works fine. So if I go into my databases right here, so I'm going to go to database and then search for my database. I should see that collection right there. So let's go to browse collection. And instead of browse collection, I should be able to see that user information being inserted here. So let's just wait for this to load. So once it's loaded up, you can see we have the users collection right here, and if it's inside the users collection, you can see we have that user created. So John Doe, the email, the password has been hashed, and also we have the API key of that specific user. So that's how you can simply do a simple user registration. So that's basically it for how we can register a user, hash the password, and all of that functionality. So hello guys, welcome back to the third video in our building API with FastAPI series. So in this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and actually deal with sending the emails. So last tutorial, we were able to register users, and the user information was saved inside of our MongoDB database right here. So in this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and actually write the functionality to be able to send the user an email once the user has been able to register. So for us to be able to do this, we're going to be using this library called FastAPI mail, and I'm just going to go ahead in the installation. So you can just go ahead and search for FastAPI mail. I'm also if you want the link to this description, I can just let it give it to in the comment section. You just let me know. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually copy this, which is a pip install FastAPI-mail. So I'm just going to copy that and simply go inside of my terminal and paste that there. So make sure your virtual environment is activated before running this code, because before running this command, because we don't want this to clutter our global Python environment dependencies. And by the way, all our other dependencies are already in the virtual environment. So once we have that done, let's actually see what we need to do. Let's click on get started and actually read the documentation a bit. So yeah, we need to provide a couple of configuration, which is all these settings right here, in order to be able to send that email. So to do this, I don't want to keep my information on any server or push it to any repository. So I've written via an env file and I've passed in all that. So you need providing the email user, the password, the mail password, the mail from, the mail port, the mail server, and the mail from name. Okay, so I'm going to leave all this inside of my virtual environment and I'm going to fill it in. After that, I'll continue recording. Also, one thing you have to do is that also allow less secure apps on your email that you're going to use here, because if you don't allow less secure apps, then it wouldn't work. So allow less secure apps for this to work. So go to your email settings and then go to I think security or apps and stuff like that, and click on allow less secure apps, because you need that for this to work. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and fill this and then resume, because I don't want you guys to see my information. Yeah guys, I'm back. So you can see that has already installed, and also we need to install Python multipath for this to work. So you just need to say pip install Python multipath. Okay, so install that. Sometimes it skips to install it, so just go ahead and actually install Python multipath, and that should be done. So once we have all that done and all that set up, we can go ahead and actually begin to code. So it actually says Python install. Let me get it right. Install. There's a double L here, and then simply press enter, and that should install for us the Python multipath, and that should handle some stuff. So instead of my VS Code, I'm just going to go back inside of my VS Code, and in my root directory, I'm going to go ahead in my API directory. I'm going to go ahead and create this, and we could call it send mail. Okay, we can just call it send email. So send mail, so on email.py. Just like that. So once we have that, I'm going to go ahead and import a couple of things. So I'm going to go ahead and import OS. I'm also going to go ahead and import from FastAPI. So I'm going to say OS, Now that you have that imported, I'm just going to go ahead and create something here. I'm also going to import the .env. So from .env, I'm going to import load env. So load env, and I'm going to say load env and call it here load .env. So just that, and I'm going to call this function right here. So once I have that specified, I can just go ahead and perform the following action. So I'm going to say class, and this class is going to be called, I'm going to call it envs, right, our environment variable. So I'm going to simply say mail underscore mail username, and the mail username is going to be os. Let me just say os dot get env. So os dot get env, and I'm simply going to get the env of the mail username. So mail underscore username right here, and this is going to be from my environment variables folder. So my env folder, I can show it sadly because it has my information in there. So I'm going to say password, and this is going to be os.get env, and this is going to be mail underscore password. Okay, so the mail password, and then I'm going to also have the following. So I'm going to say mail underscore from, and this is going to be os.get env, and this is going to be mail underscore from, and then you're also going to have the mail port. So mail underscore port, the port in which to send the email, and it's going to be os.get env, and then this is going to be mail underscore mail port, and the mail port for Google is actually, I think is 587, or you can just actually Google that. I think it's 587. Yeah, I think it's 587. You can just Google that and find out. So the mail port should be 587. The from should be your email. The pass should be your password. The username should be your Gmail account. Okay, so the username should be your Gmail account, and this should be filled inside of your env folder. Okay, so the Gmail should be the username should be your email account. The password should be your password. The from should be your Gmail account. The port should be 587. Okay, and then you also need to go ahead and specify the mail server, and the mail server for Google mail server, and the mail server for Google is going to be the mail server for Google is mostly smtp.gmail.com. okay, so mail underscore server. So in your VNV, you have to say mail server equals to smtp.gmail.com. okay, so this is going to be an SMTP server. So I'm going to say also say ahead and say mail underscore from underscore name, right, and this is going to be the following. So I'm going to use again, you can use your email here. I just use my email. Okay, so just use your email, and that should be fine. So mail, and this mail from underscore name. So instead of your env file, say mail from name, and this should be your email address as well. Okay, so once I have that done, I'm going to go ahead and say config, create a config variable. So config, and all this detail is inside of the official documentation for the FastAPI send mail. So you can see all that information right here. So you can actually go ahead and read all that information from there. Okay, that's where I got all the information from. So once I have that done, I'm going to say connection. So I actually need to import something from FastAPI mail. Okay, so I actually need to go here and say from FastAPI hyphen mail. I'm going to say import. I'm going to go ahead and import the following. So this FastAPI underscore mail. I'm going to go ahead and import. I'm going to import the following. So I'm going to go ahead and import FastAPI mail. I'm also going to go ahead and import message scheme, and I'm also going to go ahead and import connection config. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say connection config. So I'm going to say connection config, and connection config is going to be the following. So I'm going to go ahead and say the mail underscore username, mail underscore username, and the mail username is going to be our class dot mail underscore username. So mail username, just like that. So this is going to be actually envs. Okay, so just make sure I have it in envs. Okay, and here there's no. Okay, just like that. And then I also need to go ahead and specify the mail underscore password. So the mail password is going to be our env. So I'm going to say envs dot mail password. Okay, just get the mail password, and I'm also going to go ahead and specify the mail. This is going to be the mail from mail from, and this is going to be envs dot mail from, just like that, from dot mail from, just like that. And then I'm also going to go ahead and specify the following. So this is going to be mail port. So mail underscore port, and the mail port is going to be envs dot mail port. So mail port, this one right here. And then I'm also going to say the mail underscore server. So the mail server is going to be envs.mail server. So get the mail server for me, and then I'm also going to say the mail mail underscore from name. So from name, and this is going to be envs dot mail from name. So mail from name, just like that. And yeah, that's basically what we need. And we can also specify other settings. So we can say mail underscore stls, use tls, and you're going to say this is going to be true, but because we want to use a tls. And then you're also going to go ahead and specify the mail SSL, just for some security. Mail SSL, and mail SSL you're going to say it's going to be true. You're going to use mail SSL. So actually it's going to be some false, because you're using TLC, so you don't need an SSL. Okay, so we're going to say user underscore credentials Actually, I use underscore credentials, and this is going to be we can just say use credential is going to be true, just like that. And you can say also template, and the templates folder, which directory you can find the template. So the template folder is going to be the following. So it's going to be a string. You're going to say API. So API / you're going to call it templates. So we're going to create a folder called templates, and inside of our templates folder, that's where we're going to keep all our template, because we're going to be using HTML to send this. Okay, so I'm going to create a folder in here, and I'm simply going to call that folder templates. Okay, so I'm going to call it templates right here. So I'm going to call it templates, and that's what you're going to refer to here. So API / templates. Okay, so you have to use this part, right? So once we have that done, I'm going to go ahead, actually this is how we actually send the email itself. So I'm going to have a synchronous function here. So I'm going to say async, and it's going to be def, and it's going to be send underscore registration underscore email. So send underscore registration email. So registration mail. Okay, let's call it registration mail. And what we need the subject, and it's going to be of type str. We also go ahead and say the email to. So email underscore to, and this is going to be an str. So str, we can also use this email string from Pydantic, and then we're going to say the body, and the body is going to be of type a dictionary. Okay, so we're going to say dict. Right. So yeah, that's all we need. And once we have that, we can go ahead and send the email. So we're going to create a message, and the message is going to be a message, and it's going to be the message scheme that we have, the message schema. And then we're going to pass in the following. So we're going to say subject, and the subject is going to be the subject that we want, which is going to be the subject we got from the arguments. And then you also want the recipients can be a list of just email to, because we are going to send to only just one person, right, one recipient. And then also we're going to specify the template body, and the template body is just going to be a body that we have there. And then I'm also going to go ahead and specify the subtype, and the subtype is just going to be HTML, because we're going to be setting a HTML template. So that's all we need. After that, we can just go ahead and say fm equals to FastAPI mail equals to the FastAPI mail instance, just like that. And then we can just go ahead and specify the config. So we need to initialize this with the config that we have, and the config is what we have set up right here. So once we have that done, I can simply go ahead and simply say await. We are going to await this process, and it's going to say fm.send send message, and the message is going to be the message that we created. So message is going to be message, and we can also go ahead and specify the template name. So template name, and the template name is just going to be email.html. So we're going to say email.html, and email.html is going to be the email file that is going to, so we're going to keep in our HTML file. So I'm going to go in here and then just create that. So I'm going to call it email.html file. And instead of this, you're going to go ahead and actually fill the HTML content in here. Just to save time, I'm not going to go ahead and go through all the HTML stuff with us in this tutorial. So I'm just going to go put it on my GitHub page. You guys can find it there. So I'm just going to go to my GitHub page, which is the project the repository, and it's online, it's available. So I'm going to go into my templates, and instead of my templates, I'm going to copy that template and simply use it. So if you guys want access to this repository, let me know in the comment section below. I'll drop the link for you guys. So once it's loaded, I'm going to go into my email section, and I'm going to simply grab the code from here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the code from here. So copy that, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste it in here. So one thing let me explain to you that is that FastAPI mail uses a Jinja 2 template. So I just wrote the HTML in here, and you can see I have some name, which is this one right here. I have some gender to title and all of that stuff, right? So I have some gender to stuff here, and the name is going to be also the email. So whenever I send the message out, you're going to pass in the title, and also going to pass in the name, which we can access from here. We're going to pass all of this inside of the body. So let me just go and go ahead and show you how we can use this. So I'm just going to copy this right here. So I'm going to copy this and go back into my users. So I'm going to say from .send email. I'm going to go ahead and import that. Okay, so yes, so we need to send the email. So I'm going to simply paste it here, and you can await on this process. So await, can await on that process to get completed, and then you simply go ahead and send the email to that specific person. So await this process, and we need to call this function. So we need to call this function, and one of the things we need to provide is the subject, right? So we need to provide in the subject, and the subject can be equals to the following. So the subject, you can just say registration. Just delete this, and we're just going to say, I think we have an issue here. It says that any registration mail is not defined. So registration. Okay, let me just go in here and see remember what I called it. I think I called it yeah. So I'm going to copy this and simply go inside of my users, and then from .send email, I'm just going to go ahead and import it here. So once I have that imported, I can just go ahead and use it here, then call that function. So I need to go ahead and provide in the following. So I'm going to say registration successful. Okay, registration successful. That's going to be the title. You also need to go ahead and provide in the email that you want to send this to, and this is going to be equals to the user underscore info, user info, and you're going to get the email address of that specific user. So I'm just going to clear this up, and also you need to go ahead and pass in the dictionary, which is the body, right? So I'm going to pass in the dictionary, and the first one is going to be the title. So title, and the title is just going to be registration successful. So this actually needs to be a string, so I'm going to put this inside of double quotes. So once we have that done, that's all I need, and I'm also going to pass in the name of that person. So I'm going to comma, and then I'm going to pass in another name, and this name is going to be user underscore info. I'm going to get the name, right? So name right there. So that's all we need. So inside of our Ginger 2 template, you're going to access the title and the name, and that's what you're going to be accessing this using title and the name part right here. Yeah, so that's all we need to make this to work. So yeah, that's all we need, and to make sure everything is okay. Yeah, so that's all we need. So let's actually go ahead and try this out. For some reason it says that cannot find this. Let me actually go ahead and delete this to do part, and it says that send email is not defined. So let me just go ahead and do a quick fix and see what suggestions I get. Let me just delete all of this, and I'm going to say send mail, from send mail import this one right here. Yeah, that should be done. I don't know what I did previously, so I'm going to say from the .send mail, I'm going to go ahead and import this right here and use it here. So I need to pass in the subject, the email to, and then the body, and the body is a dictionary that contains these keys that we can use inside of our template right here. So that's all we need. So let's go ahead and try to register a user again, and let's see how that works. So I'm going to go inside of my my front end here. Let me just actually make sure that my server is running. So I'm going to go in here, clear this up, and then simply start my development server again. So I'm going to make that run, and once that's running, we can access it inside of the browser. So I got an email here. It says that value is not a valid email address. So I got an error. So connection config mail from is not a valid email address. So let me actually just figure out my sort out my email. So I'm going to go into my env file and see what email I used. So I'm just not going to show you this part. Yeah, so I figured out the error that I didn't actually write my email properly. So I figured it out, and I started the application again. So let's go into the front end and test this out. So I'm just going to go in here and just simply click on refresh, and let's refresh the UI and see what we have. So we should still have the same route, which is this route right here. So let's just click on try, and let's try to register another. So let me just say John Doe, and this is going to be 1 because it must be different, right? In the email, I'm going to say 1 at Gmail. Okay, let me actually use my test mail. So let me just go in here and try to get the temp email. So I'm going to say temp temp mail. So if I can use a temp mail, so temp mail are just parts where you can get emails and use it for free without actually having to have an actual email address. So I'm going to using a temp mail to try to test out this functionality. You're going to simply go ahead and going to say test user. Let me just delete this and simply say test user. So I'm going to simply say here test user, and we're going to get the email of that user and use it here. So I'm going to go into my temp mail and I'm going to grab a simple test mail. So yeah, give me this email. I'm going to simply going to copy this email and simply use that right here. So I'm going to delete all the email that I got, so I'm going to paste it right here. So once I have this, I can just click on execute this, and this is going to get executed. So we got back an internal server error. So let's see what the error basically is. So let's go ahead here and try to see. So name check exception raise connection to smtp.gmail port. So let me just, I think I made an error with the port, so let me just search that out. So let me just go smtp.gmail. So in here I can just search for it here. So yeah guys, I actually found out the error. I actually said SMPT instead of SMTP, so I'm sorry for that error. So I went ahead and solved that error inside of my config files. So here we can go ahead and actually try this out one more time. So I actually need to actually get a new email because that email will have already been used. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that email and get a new email address. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a new email address, and I'll use that new email address to create the account, and an email should be sent into this inbox right here. So let's just get this code here. I'm just going to go ahead and paste that new and paste it in here. So paste it in here. So once I have that done, I can simply click paste it in here. So once I have that done, I can simply click on execute. So it tells me the username already exists, so I need to actually change the username already exists. So I need to actually change the username right here. So I'm going to skip one, and then I can just click on execute, and that shows that it actually checks the username, and if the username already exists, we get the username already exists. So we can get back the username as the user has been created, and there is the username of that person. So we can actually go back into our email right here, and let's see if you get an email. So I got back an email from my email address, which is this coding shack, and if I open it up, I can see I have that that email being sent here. So you can see registration successful. Hi user, welcome to the community. Your user registrations. Yeah, so that's how we can tell to a person using. So make sure that it is SMTP and not SMPT. Okay, sorry for that error, and also make sure and not SMPT. Okay, sorry for that error, and also make sure that you follow everything that I have mentioned in this tutorial. So yeah, that's basically how you can send an email to a person, and you have done the user registration and sending the registration emails to that user, right? So everything is done, and everything works as we expect it to. So that's all for this tutorial. If you guys enjoyed it, hello YouTube, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with our series on creating a simple CRUD API and deploying it to the web using FastAPI, MongoDB. We're also going to be using Docker containers. We're going to be deploying it to Heroku, and also going to be laying a bit of CI/CD using GitHub Actions. So in this tutorial, we're going to continue with what you have done last time. So in the last time, we have been able to write the user registration, and we've been able to send registration emails to those to their respective users. So in this tutorial, we're going to continue to allow users to log in since they've been able to register. So if I go back to the database and I click on browse, I'm going to see a list of all the users that have already registered for application. So viewing this list, you can see that the users have registered. So now the users should be able to log in. So this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and create the login part of the program. So this is all the code for all the users. So now we're going to go ahead and create the login part. So let's get ahead and do that. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to go ahead into my VS Code. So make sure you can feel free to use any editor that you're comfortable with. I'm going to be using VS Code for this. So this is the this is my env file. Let me just move out. Let me just close this env file. Right now I hid my password because I'm going to we're going to use this in a second. So let me just close this up for now. Let me just go into my routes, and inside of my routes, I'm going to go ahead and create a template, and this template is going to be called out. Okay, so I'm going to create another file here, and I'm going to call this file simply out.py. And in out.py, that's we're going to keep the login, the ability for the user to be able to log in. So we need to, for the users to be able to log in, we need to import a couple of things. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually we need to get the user's information, like the username and the password, and then we check if the user exists in our database, and if the password of the user is correct. If both conditions are true, then you'll be able to log in that specific user. Okay, so I'm just simply going to go ahead and import a couple of things. So I'm going to say from FastAPI. From FastAPI, I'm going to go ahead and import a couple of things. So these are those are comments, so remember. So I'm going to say from FastAPI, I'm going to go ahead and import the following. So I'm going to have API router, just like we have been doing so far. API router. Router, just like this. So once I have API router imported, I'm also going to import a couple of things. So it depends. You're going to use this all of this just in a second. You're going to also import status, so I can return HTTP status. You're also going to import the HTTP exception. So once I have those things imported, I'm going to go ahead and simply write the basic functionality. So I'm going to go here and simply say router, and router is going to be called API router. And once I have this API router, I can simply go ahead and pass in the following. So I'm going to say the prefix. So in the last row we didn't go ahead and actually say the prefix, so we can also use the prefix if you want, and this is just going to be /login, so that's going to be our prefix. And I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say simply go ahead and say tags. So the tags are going to be the different tags for this. Okay, so I'm going to say tags, and the tag is going to be a list, and I'm simply going to simply say authentication. So you can just say authentication. You can use basically anything you want, but I'm just going to keep it simple and leave it as authentication. So once I have all those done, I'm simply going to go ahead and create a simple route here. So I'm going to say at router, this is going to be router dot, it's going to be a post request, so post, and this we're going to leave this to be blank, and then you're simply going to go ahead and simply say the following. So at router post, and then you're going to specify the the response model. You can specify the response model, the status code and stuff, but let's go ahead and specify the status code in case the user is the user was able to log in. We can simply return to the user a simple status code, and to do that you have imported status right here. So we're going to status, and you can just say .http, and then you can go ahead and look at the status. I'm just going to return a 200 to show everything was okay. So once I have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and create a simple asynchronous function here. So I'm going to say async, and it's going to be def, and I'm going to call this function login. So login, you're going to go ahead and take in the user credentials. So user credentials, just like this. So we're going to take in the user credentials, and using the user credentials you'll be able to allow the user into access into the system. So this user credential is going to have a type, right? So which type is this going to be? So we're going to import something from the FastAPI basically uses OAuth 2 scheme to allow authentication and stuff like that. So we need to, you can even go to the official website and read more about the OAuth 2 scheme and stuff like that. So if you go here and search for let me just say JSON, let me just say out, so you can just look at here and look at the basic HTTP exception or the basic authentication, and you can read more about it. But something I can tell you that FastAPI relies on the OAuth 2 scheme for logging in, so we need to use that. Okay, so you can just read about it, and what about the OAuth 2 scheme, what's all about. You can even just go and search here OAuth 2. I think is this one right here. You can just do this, so you can read more about it and all that stuff. All that information is right here on the official website. So I'm simply going to go ahead and actually use this inside of our application. So I'm just going ahead and go ahead and copy this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this line right here, copy it and simply move it into my VS Code. I'm simply going to go ahead and paste it here, but I only need the password request form. Okay, so this is going to allow us to get the username and the password of that specific user. So this is what you down here when you said the user credentials is going to be of type OAuth 2 scheme. Okay, so OAuth 2 password request form. So it's going to be OAuth 2 password request form, and that's basically what we need. So once we have all of that done, all the user information is going to be stored inside of this user credentials variable. So what do we do with that information? And this is you're going to say equals to, we need to say equals to depends, and then depends, and then you're not going to pass in anything. Okay, but you need to specify depends on what. Okay, so depends just basically like allows FastAPI to do some process in the background, and you can read all about this on the official documentation. So but this two, I'm just going to keep things simple and just go straight forward to the point. So once we have this done, you're going to get the user's name and the user's password. So let's go and search if that user exists. So I'm going to say user is going to be DB, right? So DB, and then you're going to await this process. So I'll say await, we can await this. So await, and you're going to say DB. So we need to import DB, right? So I'm going to go ahead and import DB, and DB is going to be from you're going to import it from I think it's from schema. So I'm going to say from .schemas import DB, just like that. So once we have that, you're going to say DB, and then you're going to get the users collection. So users, and then users, you're simply going to say users.find _1, and then you're going to say the following. So you're going to say the name of that user is going to be equals to the user credentials dot username. So user credential dot username, just like that. So it is going to return it's going to have a username and also a password. So you're just basically finding the username and not the password information. Okay, so I just been saying user credentials dot username, and that's going to return to us the user specific name. Okay, so this user credential also contains the user's the user's password that the user is going to pass in. Okay, so once we have the user, we have the user. Now we have the user. If in case we get the user, right, so we're going to say if user. Under what condition do we allow the user to log in? If the user exists in our database and the password is correct, so I'm going to say end utils dot utils. We can say utils dot verify. So verify utils dot verify. So utils dot verify, and we need to import utils, right? So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to import it from import utils, just like that. So we're going to say utils dot verify underscore, I think verify underscore password, right? So we need to pass into a couple of things. We need to pass in the password that the user passes in, which is going to be stored in the user underscore credentials, and the actual and the password of the user in the database. So we're going to say user underscore, and then we're going to get the password of that specific user, because it's going to be a dictionary, right? So we're going to get the password of that user. Okay, so once we have this done, if the user, you're going to check if the password is correct, means that the password the user provided. So I'm going to say dot password. So my bad, I would say dot password, and then we're going to compare this password the user provided with the hash password of the user within the database, if the user exists. And if the user exists and the password is also verified, then we're going to simply go ahead and simply log in user. So why do you need to log in the user? We need to generate a bunch of access tokens that we can use to get access to the get access to the information of that user, right? To store the information of that user, and then return the access token back to the front end, and then using that information the user can be able to get the access token. Okay, this, which is going to be a bearer token. So how do we generate access tokens in FastAPI? So you can go here and just go ahead and search for JW tokens. So you're going to be using the JWT tokens. So JWT stands for JSON Web Tokens, and you're going to be using JSON Web Tokens to verify the user. You're simply going to store the user ID instead of the JSON Web Token. So if you know what JSON Web Token is, you can go to the official documentation of FastAPI and read more about JSON Web Tokens. So JSON Web Tokens, or JWT tokens as they are called, is just text information, and there's encodes the information using a string into a long format similar to this one right here. So once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and I think we have installed all the libraries that we need. So let's go and see how we can use the information. I think we have not installed this one right here, right? So let's go ahead and actually install this. This is for encryption of the password. I think we have this already installed, and we have this also installed already. So let's go ahead and see what we need to do. So or we can just simply, let me just, I don't know if you've installed this, but you can just simply copy this again and just paste it and make sure that we have that installed. So I'm going to go into my terminal and make sure that I stop my development server, and then paste this in there and make sure the virtual environment is activated. Okay, so once we have that installed, we also need to run this command. Okay, I'm running them in backward, but let's just run them. I think we already did have this installed, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so I think the requirements are already satisfied. So let's wait for that, and let's also try to put in the second one, and let's try to execute this as well, and let's see if that is also already installed. So it's collecting some things, and it should install everything. So once we have that done, I think these are two different libraries, right? So there's this first one, and then there is this other one that we have. So this is for hashing password, and this is for generating JWT tokens. Okay, so make sure that you have those two libraries installed on your virtual machine. So once we have those two libraries installed, this is how you can generate a simple JWT token. So we need a couple of the secrets. So we need to have the secret key, the algorithm that is going to be used to hash the password, and we're also going to have the access token, how long it takes before the access token can expire, right? So we need all these three information. So we can simply go ahead. So we need these basic three informations to have this setup. So I'm simply going to copy this and go into my my .env file, and instead of my .env file, I'm simply going to go ahead and paste that information in there. So I'm going to simply go in here and then env file, and then simply paste that information right here. So I'm going to change this. I don't want to be my secret key to match the one on the official documentation. That would be crazy. And so yeah, I'm going to change that official token. official this token right here. I'm going to generate my own token and use it. I don't want it to match the one of the official documentation. Again, one thing I remember, you can just simply go ahead and remove all the strings points. We don't actually need them, so just get rid of all the strings. So don't put them in double quotes, it will still just work fine. So you can just get rid of all those double quotes. Even here I can delete this as well. So I'm also going to go here and just delete all of this. Just get rid of all these quotes. I don't really need them, so get rid of this and also get rid of this. So once I have this inform, I'm going to generate my own token hex, right? So token here. So I'm going to go inside of my terminal. So instead of my terminal, I'm just going to go here and simply type in Python 3 and then press enter. So it's going to bring for me the Python interpreter, and I'm going to go ahead and import secrets. So I'm going to import secrets, and I'm going to do secrets dot token underscore hex, and I'm just going to pass in 20. Here you can pass in a number you want. So it's going to generate for us a random token that you can use. So I'm going to copy this token right here and just exit out of this. Okay, so once I have this done, I'm just going to clear the terminal and simply copy that token and use it here instead of this. So I'm going to delete this and simply paste that token here. So you can generate tokens, or that's how it is easy to generate a random token, and you can generate random token of your choice, of your choosing rather. So once I have that, I'm going to close my env file. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to official documentation. So once I have this key set up in my my environment, I'm just going to go ahead and I need a couple of things. So I need to go ahead and I'm going to create another file. So I'm going to go in here instead of my VS Code, and I'm going to create another file outside of the routes folder. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this for now, and we'll come back to this just in a second. And in here I'm going to go ahead and create another file, and this file you can just call it I'm going to call it OAuth2.py, because we are going to be using the OAuth2 scheme for authentication. So once I have this done, I need to import a couple of things to use the OAuth2 scheme in FastAPI. So I'm going to go ahead and import from I'm going to say from JAWS, right? So the JAWS what is used to create the to generate the HTTP the JSON web token, or the JWT tokens, and this is a library that we installed right here. So I'm going to go ahead and import it. So I'm going to say import, and I'm going to say from JAWS import, I'm going to say JWT error. So I'm going to import JWT error, and I'm also going to import JWT. So JWT is what we're going to be using to generate our tokens, okay, our token information. So once I have that, I also need to create go ahead and the first thing you need to do is to create the token. So I'm going to go down and say def, this is going to be create underscore access underscore token. So it's going to be the access token, and we're going to simply taking a payload, and the payload we can say payload, and the payload is going to be of type a dictionary. So we're going to pass in a dictionary, and this dictionary is going to consist of the key of the ID of the user, and you're going to hash that ID into a JWT token. So whenever we get back the token, we can decode it to get the ID of the user and use that to query our database. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and simply generate the JWT token using the ID of that user. That's why we're passing in the payload. That's what the payload is going to contain. So we're going to say to encode, and this is going to be the following. So it's going to be payload dot copy. You're going to make a copy of that payload just in case we need to do anything with that official payload, and I'm going to simply generate the expiration underscore time, and the expiration time is the time that will take for the token to expire. In this case, it's going to be 30 minutes as we specified in our env file. Okay, so I'm going to say date time. So I'm going to go ahead and import from date time. I'm going to import from date time. I'm simply going to go ahead and import date time. So I'm going to end delta time. I'm going to import two things from date time. So from the date time, right, I'm going to go ahead and import date and time. I'm also going to go ahead and import time delta. I think it's called time delta, just like that. So I'm going to go here and simply say date time dot UTC now is going to return to us the current UTC time, and then you're simply going to generate UTC now, and then you're going to say plus, and this is going to be time delta, which is going to simply add some minutes to it. So we're going to add some minutes to it, and minutes, and you're going to add some minutes to it. Means that the current time plus 30 minutes, right? So if you generate a token right now, we're going to add to it 30 minutes. Okay, so means after 30 minutes it's going to expire, right? That's why we're going to add to it a 30 minutes a time. So we're going to get this from our env file right here. So let me just open up my env file. I want to get the access token minutes this value right here into my OAuth2 scheme.py file. So we need to import a couple of things. Let's just import a couple of things. So when we say from .env, I'm going to go ahead and import the following. So I'm going to import load env. So once I have that imported, I'm going to go down here and simply say load underscore env, load.env. I'm simply going to run that. Okay, that's going to load all our env for us, and I'm simply going to go down here and simply paste what I've copied, and this is going to be equals to the following. So it's going to be int of os dot let me just import os as well. So I'm going to go ahead and import os. So it's going to be os dot get env, right, get env, and which env value is this one right here, which you get from the env file. So we're going to get this env, convert it into an integer, and then store it inside of the minutes right here, access token expire minutes. So we're going to pass in the minutes as the access token expire minutes. So means that's 30 minutes, right? So if you check in here, it's actually 30, so it's going to expire after 30 minutes, right? So let me just go back here. So once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead now to generate the token that I want. So I'm simply going to go ahead and say to underscore encode, and this is the data that we're going to encode, and this is going to be the following. So it's going to be, sorry, to encode.update rather. You're going to update this value, and you're going to update with the expiration time. So we're going to say the expiration time, and the expiration time is going to be of time expiration time, which you just have right here. So copy this and simply go ahead and paste it here. Yeah, that's all we need. So once I have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and now generate the JWT token, right? So we have the expiration time and the token itself, which is going to be the ID of that user. So we're going to simply say JW underscore JW token, and this is going to be equals to JWT dot encode, right? So we're going to encode the following. We're going to pass in the following. You're going to pass into encode underscore encode, right, which is what you want to encode, and then you're also going to pass in the key, and the key is going to be our secret key of our app. So you need to go actually import secret key. So if you check in our env file again, we have the secret key right here. So I'm going to copy that and simply go in here and simply say put it above this. So I'm going to say secret key is going to be equals to we can say so it's going to be equals to we can say os.get env, and I'm simply going to pass in the secret key right here. So I'm just going to copy that secret key and simply paste it right here. So that's how the key is going to be our secret key, and the algorithm is going to be the algorithm that you're going to be using. And if you look at the env file again, you specify the algorithm as the HS256, and that's the algorithm that you're going to be using to generate our token. So we're just going to go in here and import that as well. So I'm going to paste it here, and it's going to be os.get env, and this is going to be the following. So I'm just going to paste that there as well, and simply copy that and simply paste it here as well. So that's going to go ahead and generate for us our token, and we can simply go ahead and return the JW underscore token. Okay, yeah, so that's going to generate the token and simply return to us the token of that information, the information token that we need. So once we have this, we also need to be able to verify our token, right? So let's actually go ahead back to our routes file here. Instead of our route, I want to go into the out part. So instead of my route, I want to go into the out. So routes, and then I'm looking for this right here. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to import the OAuth2 from here. So I'm going to say from OAuth from .OAuth2. I'm going to import a couple of things. So I'm going to import create access token. So once you have create access token, we can use it to create the token that we want, and then to verify the token and stuff like that. So once we check that the username and the password are correct, you can simply go ahead and generate the access token. So it's going to be access underscore token, and this access token, we can just simply say create access token. So create access token, and we need to pass in the payload. So the payload is going to be of type dictionary, and the dictionary is going to have the key, the ID. So you're going to have the ID, and the ID is going to be of type the user ID, right? So it's going to be user, and then underscore user, and then you're going to get the ID of that user. And remember, the ID stands with an underscore because you're using MongoDB, right? Okay, so once we have that, the ID is going to be generated, and then you're going to use that information to generate the access token, and this is going to return to us the access token from here, right? You're going to return to us the access token, and you're going to store the access token inside of this. So I'm simply going to go ahead and simply return the access token. So I'm going to say return, and then you're going to return the following. So we're going to say we're going to return a dictionary, and the dictionary is going to have the following. So we're going to say access underscore token, and the access token is going to be of type access token, which you just generated, right? So access token, and then you're going to also pass the token type. So the token underscore type, and the token type is going to be of type bearer. So I'm going to say bearer, just like that. So the token type is going to be of type bearer. So let me just keep this to be lowercase b. So token type is going to be of type bearer. So that's basically what you're going to return. So in case the username doesn't match the password, or the user doesn't exist, we're simply going to go ahead and say else. We're just going to return raise a HTTP exception. So we're going to say raise the HTTP exception. So HTTP exception, and this you're going to simply say status underscore code. The status code is going to be status.http, and this is going to be a 403 for forbidden, so I'm going to look for 403 right here. And then I'm also going to go ahead and specify the detail why maybe the user was not found or something. So let's say invalid user credentials, just like that. So that's basically what you're going to do. So if the user exists, you're going to simply generate a token and simply return that token to the end user. Else, if the token if the user doesn't exist, we'll raise this exception right here. So once we have this login done, the login which is going to return to the user a token, let's go ahead and try to also go ahead and try this out. So let's just save this. So I'm going to go into my terminal. So instead of my terminal, I'm just going to go ahead and run this. So I'm just going to say uvcon, and then we say api.main and then app -- reload, just like that. So we're going to start our development server running on localhost at port 8000. Yeah guys, and you can see that I got an error here. It says that my password is invalid to connect to my emailing stuff, right? So I showed you later on that I hid my password, right, because I didn't want you guys to have access to it. So I hid my password right here and typed in this instead of password, right? So this has to be equal, and then your password, right? So my password goes in here, so I have to type in my password for that to work. So I'm just going to pause the video. I'm not going to show you guys this part, so later on you guys can also change your password, and then you can continue from there. So I'm just going to go ahead and change my password. Okay, so I've already changed my password, and let's go ahead and to see how if this still works. So I'm going to simply stop my development server, clear the terminal, and simply run this code again. And now this should be able to start, hopefully. Yeah, so it started on localhost at port 8000. So if I go back to my FastAPI right here, I click on this. So once I'm in here, I'm just going to go ahead and simply hit refresh this to refresh this page. And once it's loaded, we're supposed to see that, but I don't see it here. So we need to go ahead and actually add it to it, right? So I'm going to go into and look for my main.py file, and instead of here, I'm going to go ahead and import this. Okay, so I'm going to import this. I'm also going to import out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and simply copy this and paste it down here. I'm going to say out.router. So once I have this now, it should be able to reflect. So let's check if the server is running. So we have an error here. It says cannot import API router from FastAPI. So let me just go ahead and actually go back into my out here, and then let's say from FastAPI import API router. So API router is this one right here. Don't know why it's giving me an error here, so I'm just going to paste it here again. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this as well. So I just need to import it only once. Yeah, I think that's all. From FastAPI, we're going to import the API router. That's basically it. So let's check if it's still having any error. So we still have the error right here. It's online. Let's say from FastAPI import API router. So let's go ahead and actually check if you go into the users part. Yeah, let's check if we imported this correctly. Yeah, this is how we import it. So I'm just going to copy this right here and simply go back in here into my out and simply paste it right here again. So paste that. Yeah, that's basically it. So API router. Okay, I didn't type this properly. I said I typed this actually backwards, so sorry for that. I said AIP instead of API, so sorry for that typo. So now let's check this. It says that create access token is we have to import dict from I also forgot to do that, so I'm going to go in here and just say from typing. I'm also going to import dict. So from I'm going to say from typing I'm going to import dict, just like that. So yeah, we have that imported, and hopefully I hope I didn't make any errors. Now everything seems to work, so I'm just going to go in here and simply refresh this page. Let's see. So we have the login part. I can just click on login and then click on try it out. So once I have tried it out, as you can see, ask me for my username and my password. So let's just say test user. I think I use the test user. Let me just check in my MongoDB. Yeah, I have test user 1, so I'm just going to copy that right here, copy it, and I'm simply going to go in here and just simply delete all of this and paste that in there. My password, I believe is secret or update secret, or I think it's secret. Yeah, so I'm just going to execute this and let's see what we get. So this returned to us an access token and information contained. So we have an error right here, and let's see what the error is. It says that raise operation failed, message value, so PyMongo failed bad authentication. So I think my authentication failed. I think I changed the password later in my MongoDB. So let me just go ahead and actually change my password again in here, and then I'll be back. Okay, so I'm not going to show my env, but I'm just going ahead and change my password because I changed the password and I forgot I didn't change it here. So once I have changed it to my env file and actually put my my MongoDB password there, let's go ahead and actually try this out one more time. So I'm in here and my password is a secret, so I'm just going to click on execute and let's see what we get. So I'm just going to execute this, and I can see invalid user credentials. So I think this is underscore code, so I'm going to say underscore code. So secret underscore code is my password, so I'm going to execute this one more time, and you can still get back the access token right here. So you get back the access token, which is the JWT token that you have generated. Yeah, so this is basically how you can create a simple authentication system in FastAPI and use that to authenticate your users and stuff like that. And you can when you're creating a front end, you can use these JWT tokens to send along with your request, so that you can get access to the API. So that's how you can create a simple JWT token. Okay, so my error was this: I forgot to actually change my password inside of my env. I forgot that, so sorry for that, my bad. So once you have this generated, I'm also going to add more functionality to verify the token and get the currently user that you're going to use in other coming tutorials. So let me just go ahead and actually do that in here. So I'm going to go write a simple code. So the first code we're going to write is actually we are going to have a code to get the to get access to the currently logged in user. So the first thing we're going to do is first of all verify the token that the user sends, right? So if a user makes a request to our front end with the token, we need to actually verify that token. Okay, so to do that is actually very easy. So I'm going to simply say okay, I'm going to simply say def here, and it's going to be called verify underscore access underscore token. So this is going to be used to verify the access token. So we're going to take the token, and this token is going to be of type the following. So it's going to be of type str, and then it's going to we're going to have the credential. So we're going to also have we can raise the exception. So this exception is going to be passed in by another function, and that I'm going to just show you just in a little bit. So credential exception exception just like this. So we're going to have these two right here. We're going to take these two arguments. So the first one is the token, right? So we're going to try to do the following. You're going to try to decode the token. So we're going to simply say payload, right? So payload, and the payload is going to be the following. So we're going to say jwt.decode, right? We're going to try to decode the token that the user is going to be passed in. So whatever token gets passed in, you're going to try to decode it. You're going to simply pass in the algorithm. So this is going to be secret. I think it's called the secrets. I think it's called secrets. Actually it's called key, so secret key. So it's going to be key, and the key is going to be our secret key, right? So it's going to be our secret key that we have. So I can just simply refer to this, and the algorithm is going to say algorithm, and our algorithm is going to be the one that is instead of our env file. So algorithm, so I'm going to get this algorithm right here, and this is the algorithm and the key and the secret key we're talking about. So the algorithm and the secret key that we have. So that's all we need. So we're going to pass in the token. So it's actually supposed to be token and not token. Yeah, not token. So token, and then you also have the secret key, and then the algorithm that we have. So this is going to be used to decode that that information. So this you can actually even use a list if you want. So you can also put this instead of a list, and that's you can also work with that. So once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and now get the key from the decoded information, which is the ID, right? So I'm going to get the ID, and this ID is going to be of type string, and this is going to be equals to payload dot I'm going to simply say get, and I'm going to simply try to get the ID. So once we have the ID of that that secret token that is stored inside of the secret token, because to encode to generate the token, we are going to encode the ID, right? So we're going to get the ID back from that token that we encoded. So we're going to go ahead and say if not ID, right? So I'm going to check if not ID, and I'm going to raise an exception. So if the ID doesn't exist, we're going to raise credential exception, just like that. Yeah, so that's basically it. And then if that ID exists, we're going to simply say token underscore data, right? Token data, and you're going to simply pass in the ID as a token. So I'm going to say token data. So if you look at the official documentation, let me just bring you back to official documentation of FastAPI. So if I go back to I think it's this one, right? Yeah, right here. So you can see that once the token is verified, they're storing the token inside of this token right here. So I'm going to token object, which is just a schema. So let's go ahead and actually create this schema right here. So I'm going to go into my schemas, right? So into my schemas file right here, and instead of my schema file, I'm going to go ahead and create a token schema. So I'm going to say I'm going to create a class, and it's going to be token data, just like this, and it's going to inherit from the base model. Okay, base model, base underscore model, just like this. So once we have this, I'm going to simply say ID, and the ID is going to be of type string. Yeah, that's all we need. So I'm just going to import this and use it inside of my OAuth2 scheme right here. So I'm going to say from schemas, I'm going to import the schema that we just created. So from schema schemas, I'm going to import the to-do token data, just like that. Actually, this will be only from one dot. From dot, import the token data, and then from you're going to say token data, token data right here, and we're going to say ID, and the ID is going to be equals to the ID that we just got from here, right? So yeah, once we have that, then ID is a keyword in in Python, so you can just use another variable if you want, but I'm just going to keep it ID to keep things simple. So just like that, and we have a try block here. So in case any error occurs, we're going to do an exception. In case we fail to decode the token or get anything, we're going to accept an exception. It's going to be a JWT error. No, it's actually a JWT. I think we have it right here. Yeah, I think it's called JWT error. Okay, so let me just go here and import JWT error instead. So it's going to be JWT error. So JWT error, that's what I want. So I'm going to simply copy this, and that's what I want to use right here. So JWT error. So it's going to accept that error, and if that error occurs, we're simply going to go ahead and simply raise credential exception. So I'm going to raise that credential exception in case the JWT error occurs. And now that we have this token data generated right here, which is the ID of the user, we're simply going to go ahead and return token underscore data back to the caller of this function, right? If you get the ID, you're just going to simply return, pass it inside of the schema, and then simply return that information back to the caller of this function. Also, we're simply going to raise a credential exception. If the ID does not exist, you're also going to raise a credential exception. Yeah, that's basically it. So now we're going to write another function, which is going to be the last function. So I'm going to say def, and this is going to be called, we're going to say get underscore current underscore user. So get current user, and this is going to be the following. So get current user is going to take in a token, right? And the token is going to be of type str, and then you're going to have depends, and depends on the following. So we say depends, and then you're going to import depends from FastAPI. So let me just go in and import it here. So we say from FastAPI, I'm going to import depends, just like that. And I'm also going to import a couple of things. I also need to import from security, from FastAPI.security, you're going to import the OAuth2 security thing. So we say from FastAPI.API.security, import the it's called OAuth2. This is going to be the password bearer. So password OAuth2 password bearer. So I'm going to get that imported. So great. So I'm going to go down here, and this is going to be depending on the following. So it's going to be depending on the OAuth2 password bearer. Okay, great. So to look for this password bearer, we need to create an OAuth2 scheme, and this will create that just in a little bit. So for now, we're going to try to get access to the currently logged in user. So in here, we need to create an OAuth2 scheme, and this is not supposed to be in here. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to simply go ahead and create the OAuth2 scheme here. So this OAuth2 scheme is a point that is going to go to whenever a user tries to log in. So it's going to go to /login. So when we say OAuth, this is going to be OAuth2. Just like this, OAuth2 dot underscore schema. So it's going to say scheme, and this is going to be OAuth2 scheme, and then OAuth2 password bearer, and then in here we're going to go ahead and pass in our token URL. So our token URL is going to be called login. So login, just like that. So we're going to call our token URL login, and all the details for all of this is on the official documentation of FastAPI. So I'm going to copy this and simply use it in here. So we're going to depend on that on that point right here. Okay. So once I have that information there, I can simply go ahead and try to get the currently logged in user. Okay. So we have the token, and also the token depends on, sorry, this is not right. So this is going to be depends on this right here. Okay, so on this depends on this right here. And so once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and get the currently login. So we say current underscore user underscore ID, and the current user ID is going to be the following. So we're going to say verify access token. So we're going to call the verify access token. So it takes in the token. So we're going to pass in the token that we receive, and you're also going to pass in the token, and you're going to pass in the credential exception. So let's go ahead and actually create that credential exception right here. So I'm going to go in and say credential, just copy it here, credential, copy this and simply paste it here. I don't want to make any typos. Okay, so I have credential exception, and it's going to be of type HTTP exception. So it's going to be of a HTTP exception. So we can import HTTP exception from FastAPI. So let me just go up here and then say from FastAPI import from this is going to be from FastAPI. So I'm going to go here and say this is from FastAPI. Sometimes Visual Studio Code fills in those things, so be careful. Okay, so from this you're going to simply pass in the following. So this exception. So in this HTTP exception, what you're simply going to do, you're going to pass in the status code. So I'm going to say status underscore code. The status code is going to be status, right? Status.http, and then you can just generate the status code. So we can just say http underscore 401, because if the user doesn't get found, and then you can say unauthorized or unauthorized. So unauthorized, just like that. And then we can go down here and simply say we also need to import status from FastAPI. So I'm going to go here and simply import again status, just like this. Yeah, so once I have that imported, I'm also going to go down here and just simply say I'm going to say the following. So down here I'm going to say the detail. So the detail is going to be the following. So the detail is just going to be could not verify token or something. Okay, or say token could not be verified, token could not be verified, just like that. And then you're going to return the header for this. So I'm going to also put in a comma here and then say header, and then headers, right? So headers, yeah, headers, and headers is going to be a dictionary. So we're going to pass in www this is going to be authenticate. Okay, authenticate, and this is going to be a string. So let me just close off those double quotes, and then this is going to be a bearer. So let's say bearer. So bearer, just like that. So yeah, that's basically what we need for that to work. So this is going to be a string, so let me just put that inside of quotes. Okay, so www hyphen authenticate, this will be hyphen, not an underscore, authenticate, and this is going to be of type bearer, just like that. So I'm just going to close off that quotes. Yeah, that's all we need for the credential exception. So I'm going to simply copy this and simply return it here, pass it in there. So once we have that done, that's basically what we need. And then you're simply going to go ahead and credential exception. So once we get this user, I want to get the user's ID, so .id. Okay, so because if you call this function, it's going to return to us this, which contains the ID field, which we define inside of our schema. So we're going to get the access to that ID of that specific user, because we defined the token data as just containing the ID, right? So we're getting the access to that ID information, which is this right here. So once we get access to that ID information, we can use it for other stuff. So we're going to use that ID to filter the database to get our currently logged in user. So I'm going to go in here. So once I have access to the user's ID, I'm simply going to go and say current underscore user is going to be equals to db, and then you're going to await this process, right? So await. So if you're going to await this process, then this function needs to be in a synchronous function. So I'm going to say async await, and then you're going to say db, and db you're going to get the users dot find underscore one. Yeah, you're going to just find one, and then you're going to pass in a dictionary. You're going to say ID, and then the ID that matches the ID, the current logged in user. So the current user ID. So this is going to be an underscore ID, right? Because first MongoDB uses underscore ID. So we need to import also the DB from there. So I'm going to also import DB as well. Yeah, from our schema. So we have the DB, and we're getting the users dot find one, where the ID matches the ID of the currently of the that has been provided by from decoding the token. So once we have the currently logged in user, we can just simply return that currently logged in user. So currently your current user. So we're going to just simply return the current user, which is just the currently logged in user. So that's basically it. So if you call this function current logged in user, and we're going to use it in our future videos whenever you're trying to check if someone is authenticated before allowing them maybe to create a post or delete a post, you're going to be using this function right here, which is called get current user, which is going to simply call the verify access token and pass in the token and the credentials in case there's any error. So if there's no any so if you call this right here, we're going to pass the token and the credential exception. So it's going to bring in here, and then it's going to use the token to try to decode that token and get the ID of that user. and then simply passing it inside of our token data and simply return it to us. In case there's any error, it's going to raise the credential exception that we passed in here. So once we get the token data information, we can simply get this ID down here, and using that ID we can fill that the database to get the ID of that currently of that user who sent that token. And once we have the ID of the user who sent that token, we can simply go ahead and use that information to filter the database and then simply return the currently logged in user who provided that token. So that's basically it, and yeah, that's basically it how you can create a simple login system. So let me just check if the server is running. So everything seems to work fine, so let's try everything out. Yeah, so let's try to log in again and let's see if it's going to work. So I'm just going to press on login and let's see how it's going to work. So this returned to us another access token right here, which is different from the first one. If I change this and just misplace my password a bit, we should get the password invalid user credentials, right? So great. So everything works as expected, and that's how you can build a simple login system using FastAPI authentication and stuff like that. So that's basically it for this tutorial. If you guys enjoyed this tutorial so far, like the video, share this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful, and subscribe to the YouTube channel for more videos like this. And in the next video, we're going to go ahead and actually do with the password reset, whereby a user can request for a password reset. We send the user an email, and the email contains of a token, and you're going to use all of that information to verify the user and then generate password, allow the user to be able to reset their password in case they forgot their password. So that's what we're going to do in the next tutorial. So thanks for watching. Again, don't forget to like, to share, to subscribe the channel, and hit the notification bell so that whenever I upload new videos, you guys will be the first person to get notified. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with our FastAPI series. We're going to be learning how to build a full back-end application. Sorry, not a full stack, a full back-end application using FastAPI, MongoDB. We're going to be using we're going to be learning CI/CD using GitHub Actions. We're going to be using Docker. We're going to Dockerize our application, and then we're going to finally deploy it to Heroku. So in the last tutorial, we've been able to create the user registration, sending verification, sending registration emails, authenticating the user and stuff like that, returning the JWT tokens and stuff like that. So in this tutorial, we're going to allow the users to be able to reset their passwords, and then we'll move on to the last stage of the API development, which is actually creating the blog post and stuff like that, doing the CRUD functionality for the blog post, and then we'll move into the CI/CD part of things, right, and deploying it to the web and all that content. So in this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and simply enable the user to be able to reset their password, right? So for now, we can't really reset our password, so it's always a good application, it's always a good thing to have the ability to reset password. So I'm going to go ahead and actually do this, and this is what I'm going to do in this tutorial. So if you're new to the channel, please kindly consider subscribing, liking this video, and sharing this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful. Okay, enough of the blah 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 introduction, let's get to it. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually go ahead and create the password right there. So I'm going to create inside of my routes folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a file. I'm going to simply call it password underscore reset.py. So password reset.py is going to be where we're going to be resetting our password. So we go ahead and actually begin to do this. So from FastAPI, I'm going to do as we do, we import the API router and stuff like that. I hope you guys are getting used to this by now. So I'm going to say from FastAPI, I'm going to go ahead and import the API router, just like that. So once I have that done, I'm going to go ahead and simply create the API router. So I'm going to say router, and the router is going to be the API router, just like this. So once we have this done, I'm going to say the prefix of this. So I can set a prefix. So the prefix is what the maybe /, okay, and then /, let me just type it here, for /password. So if a person goes to /passwords and send the post request, we'll have a request a function to deal with the post request. If a person goes to / sends a get request, we'll have a function to do with the get request. If a person goes to / password and then sends a put request, we'll have a function to do with that put request. Meaning that our functions do not need to have their own specific API, their own specific route name, right? So they all fall under the password. That's what the prefix does. So under /password. Okay. So once we have that, that's great, and let's go ahead and simply go ahead and create a tag. So I'm going to say tags, and the tags is going to be the following. So tags is going to be a list. You're simply going to say password reset. So password reset, then that's all we need. So once I have this done, I'm going to simply go ahead and create the function, and this function, first of all, the user can request for a password reset, and then we'll send an email to that user. So once the user clicks on, you will keep a button on that email. If the user clicks on that button, the user will get redirected to another web page in that another site, and then on that site there will be a token, and the website, the API will grab that token and process that token, and then allow the user to reset their password. Okay, so great. So let's go ahead and actually do that. So I'm going to have a route here. So I'm going to say at router.post is going to be a post request, post request, and this is going to be, we're not going to keep anything. It's going to be a post request. So if a person goes to /password and then sends a post request, this is what is going to handle it. So you can say the response description, you can pass the response description, you can say user reset password or something, reset password or user password. Okay, so that's basically what you're going to do. So now let's write the function to actually enable the user to reset their password. So it's going to be a sync function, and this is going to be called reset underscore request, just like that. So reset request is going to take in the user underscore, we're going to pass in the user email, right? So we're going to give us your email. So we're going to expect the user to pass in their email to us. So once we have the email, we can then go ahead and check if that user already exists with that email, because the email is a unique, right? So remember, when we are creating the users, each user has a unique email. So if you can go back here, so you can see the emails must be unique for each individual user. Okay, so they're going to check, you're going to pass in the email of that specific user, and then you're going to use that email to query our database to find if that user exists. So we're going to be using a schema right here. So let me just close this for now, close this, and I'm going to go into I'm going to close the auto, and I'm going to close this. I'm going to go into my schemas. So instead of my schemas, I'm going to create another schema here that simply takes in the user's password. Okay, so I'm going to say the user's email rather. So class, this is going to be password reset. Okay, so password reset is going to inherit from the base model, and then you're going to go here, going to say email, and the email is going to be of type email string. That's all. We're going to ask the user to provide just their email. So once we have access to their email, I'm going to go back into my password right here. I'm going to simply use that email right here. So this is going to be from schema, right? So from schema, so we're going to import this. So we're going to say from schema schemas. Okay, I'm going to import the password. I think password is reset. I think I call it password reset. Just saying for password reset, I'm going to copy that and simply go in here. So from actually this is supposed to be inside of my routes folder, so I made an error here, so I'm going to move this inside of my routes folder. So sorry for that. I actually thought I was keeping the file inside of my routes folder, so I've moved my password reset function inside of my routes. Okay, so it's taking a bit of time. Just bear with me. I'm recording video and I'm sometimes. So once I have moved my file in there, I'm just going to go ahead and simply say password right here. I'm going to say password reset, password reset, just like that. So once I have that done, that's all we need to get the user password. So once we have this, I'm going to check if the user already exists inside of our database in the first place. So what I'm simply going to do, I'm going to say user, and this is going to be await. You're going to await on this process. We're going to say db, and then we need to import db from schemas again. So I'm going to go here and simply import db. So I'm going to say db, and I'm going to get the user. So I'm going to say users. Right, the users, I'm simply going to filter it based on the user. So find _1, and then in here we need to provide which user we want to find, right? So we're going to say email, right? So we're going to find by email. So the email is going to be user _ email.email, right? So user email.email, and you're going to return to us the email of that specific user. Okay, so once we have this information done, if the user exists, we're going to check if not if user is not none. Okay, so none, not okay, not if the user is not none. What you're simply going to do if the user exists means that you're going to simply generate a token. And how do you generate a token? Remember last time we wrote when we are dealing with the authentication, we wrote a simple function here to generate for us the token, right? Create access token. So we're going to be using this. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to import it. Right, so I'm going to say from OAuth2, so OAuth2. I'm going to simply import this. So let me just try that. Is import. Yeah, so simply import that, and I'm simply going to go ahead and simply say create access token. So create access token, right? And in here we're going to need to pass in the payload, and the payload is basically a dictionary. So we're going to pass in the ID, and the ID is going to be the ID of that specific user. So we're going to say user, and then you're going to simply say this, and then underscore underscore ID. So that is going to get the ID of that specific user. So once we have the ID of that specific user and you're using that ID to generate the token, and the token will be stored in here, what do we need to do? We're going to add this token inside of we're going to generate a URL and pass in this token. So I'm going to do this just on my computer. This is only going to work on my local machine, but it's not going to work on the internet itself. What I simply mean is that this link that I'm generating is only going to work on my machine, right? So if you maybe you have a front end, you have deployed it to the website, then you can use that front end URL here, okay, stuff like that. But this I'm going to do everything locally. So I'm going to say local host, right, at port 8000, and then you're going to keep that token in there. So I'm going to say / and I'm going to pass in a query parameter, and then question mark, and then you're going to pass in the token here. So I'm going to simply say token. So if you're not query parameters, these are just like the name of the query parameter, question mark, and then you pass in the query parameter. So going to when you're trying to reset the password, you can use the front end to grab this query parameter and then deal with the token itself. So I'm going to say / reset, and I'm going to simply say token, and the token is going to be equals to the token that we get from there, okay? And yeah, that's basically it for that to work. So once we have that, you can just actually just say you can just say this question mark token, and then you pass in the token there. That should also work fine. Yeah, that's basically it. And once we get this, we're going to generate this token. You're going to you need to send an email to the so to do is going to be send email, right? So we're going to send an email to the user, and the user can be used click on that email and then verify their password and create a new password and stuff like that. So we're going to simply say else, in case the user doesn't exist. So we're going to raise a HTTP exception, HTTP exception. So I'm going to import it from FastAPI. So from FastAPI, I'm going to go here and import the HTTP exception. I'm also going to import status, because I'm going to use the status inside of my HTTP exception, okay, exception just like this. So HTTP exception, and I'm simply going to pass in the following. So I'm going to say status underscore code, and the status code is going to be equals to the status, right? The one just imported dot HTTP HTTP. What should we say? I think we should use 44, means the user is not found, right? 44 not found. So 44 the user is not found. So I'm going to scroll down here and then get this 44. Else I'm also going to go ahead and say detail, and the detail is going to be the following. So you can say that user not found. So user with this email not found, okay. Okay, sorry for the typo, not found. So user with this email not found, and that's all you're going to say. Or you can just say invalid user email or something like that. So now we need to actually send the email to that specific user. So how do we go about sending the email and stuff like that? So to do this, actually very simple. So let's go ahead and actually begin to send the email to that user. So remember we had a function here which was sending registration emails. So we're going to add on to this function, and you're going to modify this function to be able to send emails to the password for password to be reset. So we're going to add another function here to reset the password email. To send the email for user to be able to reset their password. So we're going to create an async function and a synchronous function. We're going to call it password underscore reset, just like this. So password reset, and then we're going to take in the subject of that email. So subject is going to be of type string. You're going to also going to take in the email underscore to, and it's going to be of type string. You're also going to go ahead and take in the body, and which is going to be of type a dictionary. So the body is going to be of type dictionary, and you can import it from FastAPI, from typing. So I'm just going to go here and say from typing, okay, from typing. And you guys are not familiar with type hints in Python, I have a whole tutorial on that, so you can check that tutorial out. So from typing, I'm simply going to go ahead and import dict, okay, and you're going to simply use this to be a dictionary right here. So it's not defined. I think we don't need to actually import this. So from typing, and as we say, import dict, just like that. So from type, we're going to import dict, which is going to be a dictionary type. So once we have this function, what we're simply going to do in this function is send the email. So we're going to say message, and if you don't know how this works, we did this in the last tutorial, so you can check that out. So we're going to say message is going to be message schema, and then you need to provide in a couple of things in here. So I'm going to delete this. It's going to be a function call, and you're going to say the subject of the email. So the subject of the email is going to be the subject that is provided by the caller of this function, and then the recipients is going to be the email too. So I'm going to pass in an email and say email underscore 2, which is going to be the email of that of the recipient. You can also use the email string here, email string, but you can just leave it as a string for now, just to keep things simple. But if you guys are interested about type hints and how they work, you can just check out my video on type hints. The link is going to be in the description, or you can find it on my main page of my channel. So I'm going to say template, and the template to use is going to be the following. So template body is going to be the body that we get, and we're going to say that the subtype is going to be a HTML type. So subtype, and the subtype is going to be of type HTML. So HTML. Okay, I'm not going to go into depth about this email because we did this, so I don't want you guys to waste your time. If you guys are interested in how we send email, you can check out that tutorial. I explain things in much more detail than here. Okay, so I'm going to pass in the config, and the config, remember what we have config is what we set up from here, right? So config, and I'm simply going to go ahead and simply say await this process. So I'm going to await this. That's why this function is asynchronous, right? So we're going to say fm.send underscore message, and what message do we want to send? We want to send a message that we just created. So message gonna be that. I'm going to send a message, and I'm going to say template. It's going to be template underscore name. So template underscore name. So the template name, you're going to create a template called password reset. So I'm going to say password underscore reset, just like that. Password reset dot HTML file. See, so now I'm going to go in and create a file. I'm going to call this one password underscore reset dot HTML. Okay, so once I have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and copy the content of this HTML file, so that I don't waste you guys your time. So I have all this on my GitHub repository. You can find this in the so once it's loaded, I'm simply going to go inside of my templates folder. So I'm going to go into my API. Inside of my API, I'm going to look for the templates folder. So instead of the templates, I'm going to simply open up password reset .html file, and in here I'm just simply going to go ahead and copy everything and paste it in there. So I'm just going to go in here, and I'm going to go ahead and copy everything that appears here. So copy everything, and then simply go inside of my my VS Code and simply paste it here. So once I have this, it's going to be password reset. We're going to have a button, right, link here, and it's going to contain the password reset, so, and all that other information. So we need to pass in the name of the email, the title, right, the name, which is going to be the name of the user of that who requested the password reset, the title, which is going to be this password reset, and then you're going to pass in the link. Okay, you also need to pass in the link. So you need to pass in these three things: the reset link, the name of the user who requested for a password reset, and the title of that email. Okay, so I'm going to go back into my password reset, and instead of my password reset, what I'm simply going to go ahead and do is actually send the email right here. So we're going to go to our routes. Instead of our routes, go inside of password underscore reset, and this is where we left off from last time, generating the link. So right now we're going to go ahead and actually send it. So we're going to go ahead and import something from here. So from .send email, import password reset. Okay, and you're going to simply go ahead and wait for this. So we're going to simply say we can await this process. So we're going to say await password reset. Okay, so what do we need to provide? We need to provide a couple of things, which is going to be the title, which is going to be password, the subject, which is going to be password reset, right? And then we also need to provide the email, which is going to be user, right? And you're going to grab the email of that specific user, right? Yeah, so once we have the password reset, the user, and then we need to provide in a body here, and this body is going to be containing three things. So I'm going to say this, it's going to be a dictionary containing three things. The first one is going to be the title of the email, or the title is going to appear on the page when the person opens the email. So it's going to be password reset, keep it simple, and then password reset, and then you're going to also have the following, which is going to be called the name, right, the name of that specific user. So we're going to say user, and then you're going to say underscore user.name. So user.name, and then the name is going to grab the user.name, and then also I'm going to provide in the reset link, which is going to be the reset underscore link. So the reset link is going to be the reset link we generated up here. So I'm just going to copy this right here and simply paste it here. So let me just explain to you the name, the title, and the name. So these variable names must be the same names as what you used inside of here, because it's going to be looking for these specific names. Okay, so the names that you use here, remember, is what you have to use also here. Okay, so if you change anything here, then you also have to go ahead and change it either here, here, or here. Okay, so we have to go ahead and change it in one of those places. So once we have this done, now we should be able to go ahead and send the email. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually refresh, go back to my FastAPI page, and then try to refresh this, and now we should be able to actually to request for a request for a password reset, but we don't see it here because we need to actually set it up in main. So I'm going to go into my main.py file, and instead of my main.py file, I'm going to go ahead and install password reset, and I'm going to simply go ahead, copy this and paste it here, and change this to be password reset, okay, .router. So once I have that, I'm going to check if my server is running. It is running, so I'm going to go in here and just refresh this. So once I have this refresh, you can see I have it right here. So I can just pass this, and I can pass in my email and then get a password reset. So let me just go back in here and then click on browse collection. I want to check if I use my personal email to register for this. So let me just go ahead and check if this I can actually use any email. So let me just go ahead and I want to see if I use my email. So okay, I didn't use any of my emails, so let me actually go ahead and actually register a user with my email. So I'm simply going to go ahead. I can even get a temporary email from Google, so I can just go ahead and say temp mail. I can just use a temporary email since I don't want to use my own email, so I'm just going to use a temporary email. I'm going to go to this website, so it's just temp-mail.org. Okay, so I'm going to simply get a temporary email to use. So let's just wait for this to load up. I'm going to grab a temporary email, and then I can use that for password reset. So I'm just going to wait for this to load. So this will be this password, this email. So once I just close this up, I don't need it. So I'm going to copy this password right here, copy the password, and I'm going to go into my FastAPI, click on user registration, try it out. So click on try it out. So in here I need to write in my password, my email. So I'm going to simply replace this with the email that I just copied, and then the name must be unique. So I'm going to say it's going to be test user 2, because I think I have test user 1, and the password is going to be secret_code. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to go ahead and execute this. This is going to register the user, and once the user is registered, we'll get an email being sent to us with that user's information. So let's check if this is done. So I'll just wait for it. Okay, so once the user is registered, now if I go in here, I'm supposed to see an email here from this user, so I can see the email here. Okay, so now let me actually go ahead and request for a password reset. So I'm going to go in here, click on password, click on try it out, and try it out. I'm going to simply go ahead and paste the email that I already copied. So I'm going to paste that email in here. So once I have the email pasted, I'm simply going to click on execute. So I click on execute. I have an internal server error. So let's check what the error is. It says that FastAPI import scheme. Okay, so that message should be available from message scheme class. So let me just go ahead and try to solve this error. I think we need to put in here message. I think I'm not sure, so let me just say message equals to this one, just to see if that will work, because that's what we did exactly up here. We did everything that we did up here, so we did this, repeated the same thing down here. So I don't see any reason why that shouldn't work. So yeah, I think that's basically what we need, and we can go ahead and simply try this out. I'm going to click on execute again, and let's see what we get back this time around. And this time around, I think the email should be sent. If you get an error, and let's see what error we get, but hopefully the email gets sent. Okay, so let me check this. Okay, this has started. We got the same error again. I don't know why that is the error, but let me try to change this to be dict, because it's the same thing we did here. And then let's see. I don't think that should be the cause of the error, but let's see what happens. Okay, we're getting the same error again. So this error, it says that message FastAPI.error identic class required. Message scheme must be provided from message class. Okay, I think I made an error right here. So message scheme messages. Okay, it's message schema, and then we pass in the subject. Just going to go ahead and copy this right here. In fact, I can copy everything that I did right here. I'm just going to copy everything here, because it's just basically the same function, just that they send different emails. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything, and I'm simply going to paste it right here. And also remember to change the password here. It's going to be password underscore reset, password reset. And let's see why, if this time it goes through. Okay, so let's just try this around this time and see if it goes through. Yeah, so now the message has been sent and we got back now. Okay, so I don't know, I think I made an error somewhere here, but just to keep things simple, I just copied and pasted the same thing just to save time. Okay, so I think I made an error somewhere there, so yeah, sorry for that. I'm just going to keep things simple so we can speed through this quickly. We don't want to waste a lot of time here. So once I did that, you can see the email gets sent, and when I click on it, it shows should show me that email right here. So this is the email right here, so I can click on this button, and if I click on this button, it's going to take me to somewhere. So let's just give a so once it's loaded up, I'm simply going to click on this button right here, which is just the password reset password. If you click on it, it's going to take you to a new page, and we have this. So you can see this is the token right here. This is the token that we have right here. So we're interested in this token and we want to grab this token information, right? So I want to grab this token information and then be able to pass it back to the API for there to be able to reset that password, to reset my password. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually see how we can do that. To do that, it's actually very, very simple, not difficult. So we need to get the token, and then we try to go ahead and decode the token to get the user's ID, and then simply enable the user to change their password, right? So we need the password and the token, and then we replace the old password with the new password that we get. So first we need to hash the password and then simply replace that password information. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So I'm going to go into my password section. I'm going to create another route that is going to handle the resetting of the password information. So down here, I'm just going to go ahead and create another function, another route. Okay, so this route is going to is the route that is going to deal with the handling of the password reset functionality. So instead of my routes instead of my routes folder, and then in the file password reset.py file, this way we're going to go ahead and reset our password. To do that, we have already go ahead and had this functionality. So we're going to simply create another route for users to be able to reset their password. So I'm going to say route.put. It's going to be a put request because you're going to be trying to update something, right? So put request, and then we're going to leave that be blank, and then you're going to go ahead and simply say we can say the response description, response underscore description, and the response description can be any description information that you want. So you can just say that reset password, just like that. And yeah, the response description, that's all we need. We can leave it, you can decide to keep it or not keep it. So I'm going to have an async function, and this function we're going to call it reset, just like that. And reset is going to take in a token, so we're going to pass in the token that you're going to get from the user, which is this token right here. We're going to pass it in, so we're going to expect that token. So I'm going to say it's going to be of type string. So this token is going to be of type string. And then you also need the new password of the user, which the user needs to provide. So we're going to say password is going to be of type the password reset, right? So password reset, and we're going to expect the user to pass in their password. If I go back to schemas password reset, you can see we need to pass in the password reset here. So I'm going to say class, and it's going to be new password. Let's call it new password. Let's call the schema new password. So password, let me get the spelling right. So password, just like that. And we're going to say base, the base model, just like that. And you're going to say password, and the password is going to be of type string, so type str. So that's all we need. So I'm going to go ahead and import this and use it. So I'm going to copy this and simply go inside of here, and I'm going to go ahead and import it here. So I'm going to import the password, new password. Okay, so it's going to be this password, the new password, going to be of type new password, okay, which you got from the schema. So once we have that password done, we can just go ahead and make sure that the user provided everything that we needed. Okay, so we're going to simply say the request underscore data. The request data, I'm going to simply go ahead and get the password, right? So I'm going to simply go ahead and get the password, request data, and you're simply going to go ahead and get the password. But before we do that, we can actually verify if the user has passed in everything that is needed or is required of him. So to do this, there's another tricky way to do this, actually a cool way. So it's going to be v, and I'm going to just type this out and explain to the key, value in new password.data, right? So I'm going to say new password dot items. So it's going to return items. It's going to return to us the key and the value pair. So before we can get the items, we need to convert this first into a dictionary. So dict and then dot items, and this is going to return to us the items. So we're going to first check if v is not none. So if v is not none. So this is a bit of Python syntax. It might look a bit complicated, but just take some time to read it through. It's just dictionary comprehension. If you guys are not familiar with dictionary comprehension, I have a tutorial on my channel talking about dictionary comprehension and list comprehension. Okay, so it's very, very simple, and this is going to make sure that we have our key value pair of the user data. So once we have that, I'm going to simply say request data request underscore data, and the request data I'm going to simply say password. The password is going to be the following. So the password is going to be get password hash. So I'm going to say get password. I'm going to get the password hash, and we created this in the last tutorial. So let me just go inside of our utils, and inside of our utils we get the password hash. So I'm going to generate a hash version of that password. So I'm going to copy this, I go in here, and I'm going to go ahead and import it here. So I'm going to say import from .utils import get password hash. Okay, and I'm going to simply use it here. So get password hash, and I'm simply going to paste it here, and what we need to pass in is a password. So I'm going to say simply say the request data and then password. So request underscore data get me the password. So password, okay, request data and get the password part. So if you go back to our schema, let me just close this up for now. Just go back to our schema, and you're going to take the password, right? So the password is what we are referring to here. Okay, so once we have the password hash and the password being reassigned back to the password, the string is being interchanged with the hash password, right? So once we have that done, I'm still going to check the length of request underscore data. So request data, if the length is greater or equals to 1, right? If the length is greater or equals to 1, what I simply want to go ahead and do is say user is going to be equals to await. So I'm going to await the process of get underscore current user, which is going to get me the current user. And how do we get this current user? So if I go back to our tool scheme here, we have the current user information. So we have this function that gets us the current user. So I want to import this right here. So copy that, and I'm simply going to go in here and use it here. So I need to go ahead and import it. So it's going to be from .chill, and then you're going to say get current user. So that's what you're going to be using, get current user. Okay, so get current user, what you need to pass in is the token. So get current user is going to go ahead. So if I go back to here or to scheme, get current user is going to take in the token, and it's going to go ahead and verify the token, which is going to call this function, and I've explained this function in the last tutorial. So it's going to get us the currently logged in user, or the user who is making that request to reset their password. So you have passed in the token of that specific user, and this is actually token. I don't know why I keep typing talk instead of token. So once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and update the user information. So now we have the currently logged in user. So I'm going to say update underscore result, and update result is going to be equals to await db, and then I'm going to get users. Okay, I'm going to get the users, and I'm going to simply say dot update one. Okay, dot update underscore one. So dot update one, and we need to go ahead and pass in the ID. So I'm going to pass in underscore ID, and the ID is going to be the user information, right? So the user, currently logged in user, we get the ID of that user. Okay, so now that you have the ID of the user, I'm going to simply say okay, let me just make sure I delete that 0. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say pass in a dictionary, and then use the $sign and say set. And I'm simply going to go ahead, this set needs to be inside of a string, so all of this needs to be inside of a string. So I'm going to put this here and simply say set, and I'm going to simply set the request underscore data. So request data, and I'm simply going to set it with the request data. So the information that I got, I'm simply going to pass it in there. So this needs to be a dictionary as well, and this whole thing needs to be a dictionary. Yeah, so this needs to be a dictionary. I need to close off this dictionary right here. Yeah, that's basically what I need to do. So I pass in two dictionaries. The first one is the ID, which is going to tell which user we want to update, and then the second one is the information that we want to update it with. Okay, so once we have that done, what I'm simply going to go ahead and do, I'm going to check if the data has been modified. So if update underscore result dot modify is called the modified count. So modified underscore count. Modified count is going to be check if it's 1. So if the modified count is 1, right, is equals to 1, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say means it has been updated. So I'm going to say updated underscore result. So updated let's updated user is going to be equals to await db, and you're going to fetch the user. So I'm going to say users dot, and then you're going to simply say find underscore 1. Find underscore 1, and we're simply going to go in and pass in the following. So we're going to pass in the ID. Okay, we're going to pass in the ID, and the ID is going to be the ID of the user that we just updated. So remember, we got this user from the get current user part. So we're just going to go here and pass in the ID. So that is going to return to us the user that we just updated. So once we have the user that we updated, right, we can simply go ahead and do some, again you can do some other checks here. So this is if this say updated underscore user. These are just some checks that I put in place. Okay, so if updated user is not none, so if the updated user is not none, we're just going to return the updated underscore user, just like that. You can control what you return, but I'm just going to return everything. Or you can simply go ahead and say that you want to return something. You can say the response model. You can specify the response model if you want, but I'm just going to go ahead and return everything. Okay, but you can use the response model if you are trying to build something much more secure, so you can just control what you return. Okay, so once we have that, you can also get the existing user in case the user doesn't exist, right? So the user, the length is not 1, means that nothing has been passed in. So I'm going to say existing user is going to be equals to await. You're going to fetch the user from the database, and then you're going to say users, and then you're going to say simply going to say dot find one, so dot find underscore one, and in here you need to put in a dictionary. So we're going to say id underscore id, and the id is going to be the id of the currently logged of the currently user user which we found from the id that the id from the token that the user provided, right? So we got the token, and we decode the token to get the id and get the current user. So the current user is going to be equals to we are matching with the id of the user that has been verified from that token. So I'm going to say if I'm going to keep another check in if existing user is not none. So if the existing user is not none, right, so what I'm simply going to go ahead and do, I'm simply going to go ahead and return the existing user. That's all I'm going to do. And then at the end, in case you have any error, we're going to return a HTTP exception. So we're going to raise a HTTP exception, not return anything, just raise HTTP exception, and I'm going to pass in the following. So the status code is going to be the following. So it's going to be status underscore code. The status code is just going to be we can just say 404. I don't need to provide any special status code. And then the detail, we can just say the detail, and then the detail is just going to be let's say that user not found. So let's say user information not found on the server, just like that, something simple. Okay, so that's all we need to do to reset the user's password information. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get pass in all the information that we get into a dictionary, and then you're going to replace the string password with a hash version of that password, and we check if the length is greater or equals to 1, and then you're going to simply get the currently logged in user from the token, and then we are going to update the user's information with the information that we got, which is just basically our password field. We're just basically updating the password field, and then we are going to check if it has been modified successfully. If that is so, we're just going to go ahead and simply update result, right? So we're just going to go ahead and simply get the currently the user that has been updated, and then if it's not none, we're simply going to go ahead and return the user to the front end. In case nothing has been provided, you're going to get the existing user and then simply returning to the front end. Okay, and if it's not none, you're going to return the front end. If it's none, we're just going to go ahead and raise that HTTP exception error. So that's all we need to do. So I'm going to simply go ahead and save this, and then go back into my my terminal. So my application is running, so I'm going to go inside of my browser. So instead of my browser, I'm going to go in here, and then let me just give it a quick refresh. So I'm just going to refresh this quick. So now that is refreshed, you can see we have the put part. So you can just click on this and just click on try it out. So you can see it expects us to pass in a token and then our new password. So let me just go ahead and grab the tokens from here. So I'm just going to copy, so which is just from this part. Let me just bring this back from here. So if you have this in your browser, so you have to go from here. Let's see, let me just from token here, just have to copy everything from here until the very end. So copy this and simply go back into our FastAPI application and simply paste it here. Okay, and then you can just say update secret. So I'm just going to call it update secret, and you can just try to execute this. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we got back what did we get back? We got back a 200, which it tells to us the user information. So that the password of the user has been now changed. So let's go ahead and let's try to log in again with that with the password that we got. So I'm just going to go in here, and then I'm going to click try this out. So if I try this out right now, the username is, I think the username is, let me just look here. Okay, I made a mistake, I forgot the user's name. So let me just refresh this just in a second, so you can get the user's name. I think it's test user 2, right? So I just use test user 2. So let me just close this up, and I'm going to go in here and just test test user 2, and then the password I'm just going to provide in the password, which is update secret, just secret, just like that. And let me try again to log into this, and let's see if it works. So it works, and we got back the password. So now our old password, which was the secret, should not work at this time. So I'm going to remove this and type in secret and try to request for a password reset, and to try to log in. You see my credentials are invalid. So now our password is changed. So now we have our new user, and the new user 2 has the password, and the password is what we change from here. So now you can be able to request for a password reset, which is going to send you an email. If you click this, it's going to take you to another page which has another link which has the token inside of it. So you can grab the token and simply use it in to make another request to this route called the post route, and then just pass in the token, and then the new password that you want to reset with is going to go ahead and reset all that password information for you. So is that quite simple? And yeah, that's basically what we can do to do a password reset in FastAPI. So yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's basically how you can reset your password in FastAPI, make a password reset functionality. So the next tool, we're going to actually go ahead and start doing the blog part of the thing. So a user can create a blog, can update a blog post, can delete a blog post, can get blog posts and stuff like that. So we're going to create the CRUD functionality for a blog post. So we are done with the user part, whereby we are registration and sending registration email, logging in and getting the JWT tokens, and then the user can request for a password and getting the password password reset email, and then finally the user can reset their password using the token that has been sent to their email. So that's basically it for this tutorial. If you guys enjoyed so far, like the video, subscribe the channel, and share this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with building our FastAPI application, backend application using FastAPI MongoDB. Then you're going to go ahead and deploy to Heroku, and then you're going to do a CI/CD using GitHub Actions, and also create a Docker container, and then be able to deploy the Docker container on Docker Hub. So this is the project you're trying to do, and you have reached the stage where you're able to do password reset request, where we send an email to the user, and the user is able to reset their password. So in this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and actually finish the API section, which you're going to go ahead and build the actual part that allows the users to be able to create blog content, right? So to create blog, to retrieve blog, to update blogs, and to delete blog content. So this is what we're going to do in this tutorial. So let's get started to it. So the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm actually going to go into my routes file, and instead of my routes file, I'm going to simply create a new file. Instead of my routes folder, rather, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it blog_content.py. okay, so instead of blog content.py, that's we're going to keep our stuff for our content for our blog. So the first thing we need to do, we need to import a couple of things. So I'm going to say from FastAPI, right? So from FastAPI, I'm going to go ahead and import API router, just like that. Yeah, so I'm going to import that, and I'm going to go down here and create a router object, and I'm going to say router, and it is going to be the API router. And then in here, I'm going to go ahead and say the prefix, and it's going to be called the prefix is going to be /blog, and then we can specify the tag name, so tags, and the tags can be a list of tags. So we can just say blog content here, just like that. So now that we have this done, that's all we need. Okay, now that we have this done, that's all we need. So we can go ahead and actually create a fast route. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually to create a blog, because we have the to-dos, right? So we have to-dos, so just exit that. So we have a couple of to-dos, right? So let me just cancel this for now. We have to-dos, right? So I'm going to say type in here to do. Here I'm going to simply type in to do here. So the first thing you're going to do is the CRUD functionality, right? So we're going to actually do the C stands for create. So let's go after give the ability to be able to create the blog post. So we're going to create a route here. So it's going to be called router dot. This is going to be a post request. A person can send a post request, and then it can be able to create a blog content. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it just empty like this, and then use the route to be just empty, because it's going to default to the /blog. And if you send a post request to /blog, means you're trying to create a post content, right, out of the CRUD functionality. So what's simply going to do in here, you can just simply go ahead and say response description, and just say create blog content. So I say create blog content, content, just like that. So that's all we need for that. And you can also have a response model, and we'll specify the response model just in a second. But for now, we need to have an asynchronous function. So it's going to be an async function, and it's going to be called create underscore blog. Okay. And in here, what you're simply going to do, let me just pass it for now. What you're simply going to do in this function here, we're going to accept the blog content, blog underscore content. Content. Okay, so blog content is going to be of type something, right? So we're going to define a schema that is going to allow the user to be able to specify the blog content, so which is going to be this simple schema. So down here, what I'm going to go down here, I'm just going to go ahead and create a simple schema right here. I'm going to call it blog. I can simply say blog content. Okay, blog content content, just like that. So this is going to inherit from the base model. Okay, so from the base model is we're going to inherit from the the base model and use this to create our blog content schema. So what are the things that our blog needs? So our blog needs an ID. Okay, and our ID is going to be very similar to this part here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this one right here. Just copy it properly. So I'm going to just go ahead and copy this one right here, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. I need to delete the ID part here, so delete this part section. Yeah, so once we have that done, this we're going to go ahead and create the blog content. So we have the ID. Each blog content will have an ID, and then each blog is also going to have a title, a name, right? A title of the blog. So this is going to be a title, and the title is going to be of type string, and it's going to be field, and then just passing 3 dots here. Okay. And also we're going to go ahead and specify the body of this title, and the body is also going to be of type string, and the default is going to be field, and then dot dot dot, just like that. So that's what we need, right? A title, a block is going to have an ID, a title, and then a body of that content, right? The block content, we can call it the content. Okay, but I'm just going to call it I'm just going to call it body. You can call it content if you want. So I'm going to go ahead and have a config. So I'm going to say config class. So this is going to be config. Instead of this config class, you're going to have arbitrary. So let me just go ahead and it's going to have something very similar to this, right? I'm just going to copy this and simply paste it down here. So paste it down here. So yeah, so now instead we're going to have a title, and this is going to be also be a body, and this is going to be let me just say blog title, and this is going to be blog content. Okay, let's say blog body or blog content is also fine. So blog content, or you can say blog body, is also fine. So now we have that. That's all we need to be able to generate that. So JSON encoder, and then we have all that information right there. So that's all we need to be able to generate a blog content schema. So I'm going to copy this and simply use it inside of our blog content.py file. So in here I'm going to go ahead and import it. So I'm going to say I'm going to go down here and say from schemas. I'm going to go ahead and import this. So right, so our blog content is the user needs to adhere to this blog content that we just created, right? So, and then the user is also going to also pass in a response model, right? A response model to our blog API, right? So we can go ahead and actually specify the schema for the blog the response model, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. So now a response is going to have an ID, right? A blog, the title, the body. We're also going to go ahead and have the author's name, the author's name. So author name, so author underscore name. So is author, is it with an E or is it with an O? Let me know in the comment section below the spelling of author, but I think it's with an E and not an O. But yeah, just let me know in case I'm getting it wrong. Okay, so I'm going to also have author underscore ID, and this is going to be of type a string again, and the string, and this is going to be field, just like this, and you have dot. Yeah, that's basically it. And then also we're going to also have the date, which the ID that it was created. So the created at, and the created at is going to be of type string. So this is going to be a field, and then dot, just like that. So yeah, so this is basically what we need. So let's go ahead and actually change the return here. So the return is going to have the body, the title is going to have the outer underscore name, and this is going to be name of the author. Okay, and then also we're going to go ahead and have the author ID. So it's going to be author underscore ID, and this is going to be name of the author. Sorry, this is author. This is the ID of the author, right? So it's going to be ID of author, and then you're also going to have the created at. So this is going to be a string. So created underscore at, and this is going to have a description of date created okay, or you can say date block created or something, just something simple. Okay, so once we have this, is going to be our response body. So we're going to say block content response, just like that. And I'm also going to go and copy this, and I'm going to also import it from here. So copy and paste it there. So now we have the block content, and you're going to go ahead and specify the response model as well. So instead of our routes file here, which is block content.py, you're going to go ahead and specify the response model. So you can just go up here and then specify the response model. So the response model, and the response model is going to be what we just copied. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it there. Okay, so before a user can create a block content, we need to also get the user's ID and the user's name of the person who created the block, right? So we can track which user which block belongs to. So to do this, the user needs to be authenticated. So we need to have the user needs to be authenticated. So I'm going to just say current underscore user, and it's going to be equals to the current user is going to be equals to depends. So you're going to say depends, and you need to import depends from FastAPI. So from FastAPI, import depends, and it's going to depend on a couple of things. So it's going to we need to also import OAuth2. So I'm just going to say from import OAuth2. Okay, so I'm going to depend on OAuth2, and OAuth2 we did it in the last tutorial. So OAuth2 we're going to say get underscore current user, just like that. So don't call this function, you just pass it in. FastAPI knows what to do with this function. So current user is going to be depending on get current user, which is going to call the current user. Okay, and if you go back to OAuth2, which you did the last tutorial, we can see you can get the current user. So it takes in a token, and then it's going to verify the token and get the ID from that token, and use that ID to create a database to return to us the currently logged in user. Okay, in case there's an error, it's going to raise this exception. So we did that in the last tutorial, and I explained to you that you're going to be using this function in future videos, and this way you're going to be using it. Okay, so we're going to actually get the currently logged in user. Great. So now we'll be able to get the currently logged in user. Now we're just going to have a try and except block. So try, and inside the try block, we're going to have blog underscore content, and the blog content is going to be the following. So we're going to be say JSON. We're going to have a JSONable encoder. So I'm going to import it from FastAPI. So from FastAPI, FastAPI dot encoders, I'm going to import the JSONable encoder. So I'm going to come here and just simply use it here. So JSONable underscore encoder, and this is simply going to go ahead and specify which block content you want to encode. So the content you want to encode is the block content that is going to be passed in. So we're going to encode it into a JSON format. Okay, so once we have this here, let me just pass in this exception as E, and then we can simply just print that E out, and then here you can raise a HTTP exception. So I need to import a HTTP exception from here. So HTTP exception, and you can just say raise a HTTP exception, and then you can provide in the status code, status underscore code, and the status code we can just import status from FastAPI. So we're going to say status just like this, and you can use status, right? You can say status dot you can say in case there's any error, we can just let me see which status code. I think we can just use 500. So let's search for 500 internal server error. In case anything failed to work, we're just going to return a 500 internal server error. Yeah, and then we can just go ahead and specify the detail, and detail is just going to be internal. So it is going to be a string rather. So internal server error, just like that. So once that we have that done, that's all we're going to do. So we go back to our try part of the code. So in here, we're going to encode the content that the user passes into this variable here called block content. And once we have that done, we can simply go ahead and add additional information. And additional information is the information that we need to go and return. So we need to pass in the author name, the author ID, and then the date it was created at. So let's go ahead and add that additional information. So I'm just going to say add additional information just here. So in here, I'm going to go ahead and say blog underscore content, and blog content here, I'm just going to go ahead and specify the author name. So author underscore name, and the author name excuse me, and the author name is going to be the following. So it's going to be current user. We need to get the username of that user, right? So current user, and we're just going to say name, right? It's going to be a user's name, and then blog content, and then you're going to get we're going to go say author. underscore ID, and this is going to be equals to the following. So the outer ID is going to be equals to current user, and then you're going to get the underscore ID of that user, and then you also need to get the blog content, and then you also need to get the date created. So created underscore at. So it's always good to store the date of any content that you're trying to create. You can use it to sort the blog content based on the date, or you can use it for other different factors. So it's going to be a string of str, and you need to import date time and use it here. So I'm going to go ahead and say from date time import date time. Okay, so I have that here, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to say date time dot utc now, just like that. So I'm going to get the date time as utc now, and then store in the date created at. So once we have all that all is actually called created at. Let me just check the schema. Yeah, created at. Okay. So now once we have that done, we can simply go ahead and actually create the blog content itself. So the blog collection. So this is going to be new underscore blog content is going to be equals to await. You're going to await this process. That's why this function is asynchronous, right? So we're going to await this process, and you're going to say db. We need to import db. Okay, so I'm going to import from schemas. I'm going to import db as well. So I'm going to say db, and I'm going to go ahead and say the blog content, blog post. I'm going to say blog post, and blog post dot insert one dot insert. So this is not supposed to be there. So blog post dot insert underscore one. So insert one, what do we want to insert? We want to insert the blog underscore content, just like that. So this is going to go ahead and insert the blog content inside of our database. So once we have this done, I'm simply going to go ahead and actually return the created blog content. So created. So okay, I forgot one part here. So once we inserted the information, now we're going to go ahead and actually fetch it from the database. So I'm just going to say created underscore blog underscore post is going to be equals to await. You're going to fetch it from the database, which is going to be db, and then you're going to go ahead and get it from blog post dot find underscore one, and we're going to find one where the ID matches the ID that was just inserted. So even whenever you insert information into a MongoDB database, it returns to you an object that contains an attribute called inserted ID. So you can use the inserted ID to get it. So we're going to say ID, and the ID is going to be called the new underscore blog underscore content dot inserted underscore ID. So new blog content, which is this one right here, dot inserted ID. So I'm just going to copy and paste that to make sure I don't make any errors. So this is actually supposed to be a dictionary, my bad. So this is supposed to be a dictionary, so I'm going to change this to be a dictionary. Yeah, so once we have that there, this is going to return to us a created blog content, and you can simply go ahead and return it to the front end. So we say created blog content. So you're simply going to return it to the end user who called this route. So I'm just going to copy it and simply paste it in here. So that's basically what we need. So we're going to go ahead and create the blog content and insert the blog content instead of it that the user passed in and all the additional information that we added. And once we have that, you're simply going to go ahead and retrieve the newly inserted data information from the database and simply return it to the front end user. So once we have this, if I haven't made any errors, now this is all we need. So I'm just going ahead go into my terminal and then restart my development server again. So let me just make my terminal a bit big so that you guys can. Yeah, so once that is cleared out, I'm simply going to go ahead and actually activate my virtual environment is already activated. So make sure your US is also activated. So I'm going to say uvcon, and then I'm going to say api.main, and then I'm going to open up, and then hyphen reload, just like that. So once I have this started up, this is going to go ahead and start my development server running on localhost at port 8000. So now this copy, I'm just going to go ahead and copy the URL here, which is localhost at port 8000. Copy it and simply go inside of my browser. So instead of my browser, I'm simply going to go ahead and paste it in there and then simply load that page. Okay, so paste it in here and then simply load that page. So paste it in here and then load that page. So it looks like my development server is still starting up. So let's give it some more time. Okay, now we started up. So I'm just going to go ahead and refresh this. Now if we go to /docs, we should be able to see the documentation part. So /docs. Okay. So in here we cannot actually see the blog content part. So let's go, actually we need to go and actually add this to it. So if I go back to my my Visual Studio Code, if I go into my main.py file, we need to go ahead and actually add it here. So I'm going to go ahead and import it from route. So I'm going to import blog content, and I'm simply going to go ahead and copy this and paste it here, and then change this to be blog underscore content dot routers. So that's all we need. So let's check if our server is running. It is. So let's go. Still reloading. So once our server is loaded, we can simply go ahead and try to refresh this page. So once it's refreshed, you can see the blog content section here, and we have this right here. So we actually need to be logged in. So actually I can just click on login, and I have one user called test user. So test, I think it's test user, capital test, test user, I think the test user 1, and the password is just, I think is secret. So secret, and let's try to log in. So I think yesterday we might have updated the password of this user, so I think it's called update secret. So I think we have actually updated the password. So I'm going to say update secret, which is a new password of this user. So if I'm not mistaken, we now should be able to log in. So if I try to log in, it failed. So I think it's test user 2, if I'm not mistaken. So try to log in, and now we are logged in. So great. Once you are logged in here, okay, so let me go ahead and click on try. So try. So if you see the padlock here, means you're required to be authenticated in order to have access to this route. Okay, so I'm just going to click on try it out. So inside of try it out, I can just leave it like this. I can just say fast. Let me just add fast here. So here I'm going to type in fast like this, and I'm also going to go in here and simply type in fast blog content, and I'm just going to go ahead and click on execute. Let's see what happens. So we got back a response, which is the body, the ID of the title, the ID of the blog, the title, the body, the outer ID, and the date at which it was created out, and this is just a timestamp. So great. So we now have all the ability to be able to create a post. Great. So you can create a post if you're not logged in. So if I go ahead and try to log out, so I'm just going to click on log out and then close this. So once I'm logged out, I can just simply go ahead and you can see the padlock now, it is opened. So if I go ahead and click this, it now should tell me I'm not authenticated. So it should simply tell me that let me just see here, not authenticated. You can see here, I'm not authenticated, so I can create that post. So great. So once you are able to create a post, now we can go ahead and literally retrieve the post and display the post content to the user. So we can display, you can do this in two ways. One, you can retrieve an individual post, or you can retrieve all the posts or a group of posts, right? So the first thing you're going to do, actually retrieve a group of posts. So we're going to have another router here. So it's going to be called router dot a get method, a get request. So inside of this get request, you're going to have a response description, a response underscore description. So you can just say the response description to be get blog blog content, just like that, and then we can specify the response model. So the response model, and the response model in this case is going to be a bit different. It's going to be a list, so we need to import something from typing. So I'm going to go here and say from typing import lists, just like that. So once I have this imported, I'm going to go down here and say, I'm going to say this is going to be of type list, and the list is going to be of type the blog content response. Okay, so it's going to be a list of blog content response, because we're going to have more than one. We can have more than one blog post in there, right? So yeah, so I'm going to have an async function, and it's going to be get underscore blogs. Okay, and this is going to be a function. And what this function simply does, simply get the blog content and return it to the user. Now we can actually limit this to a certain amount. So I'm going to say limit it, and we can limit it to limit is going to be a type int, and default is going to be of 4. Okay, so we're going to limit the content, and we're going to say order by, and then order by let me just get a spelling right, order underscore by, and I think order by you can just leave it to be one word, and order by is going to be of type string str, and by default is going to be of type we're going to say order it by the date created, so created underscore at. Yeah, so we're going to get all the blog content, and you're going to limit it to 4 blog posts, and then they order it by the date in which it was created by. Okay, so we can go ahead and actually say try, have a try and accept blog here. So accept you're going to accept exception as e. So we can just actually copy this and simply use this down here as well. So copy this and simply use it here. Yeah, that's basically what we need. So let me just fix that indentation. So once we have that done, I'm just going to say pass for now, okay, to make sure everything is okay. Yeah, so everything is okay. So now what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and create a blog post. So blog posts, and this is going to be await. You're going to await this process. That's why this function is asynchronous. Okay, so we're going to say db, and then db you're going to get the blog post. So blog post, and then blog post, we're simply going to say blog post, and then dot blog post dot find. So we're going to find in which we're going to pass in the following. So we're going to pass in this. So it's going to be a bit of weird syntax. So it's going to be a $sign. So we're going to say $sign, and then we're going to say query. So query, $sign, and then you're going to say query, and the query is going to be of something. So if you want to query based on something, we pass it inside of this dictionary, and then you're going to say $sign. We're going to say string rather. So it's going to be string, and then $sign. We're going to say order by. So order by, and you're going to order by the order by that we got. So order by, you're going to say order by that we got from the user, which is this variable right here. So order by that, and you're going to order in descending order, meaning from the latest to the least latest. And then after getting that, you're going to convert this to a list. So to underscore list, to limit. So we're going to say to list rather. So this enable us to limit what we want to get, right? So to limit, and you're going to say to list, and you're going to say 500, which is the limit here, and you've passed in the limit as 5. You've passed in the limit as the limit variable that we got here, and by default is 4. So this is going to order by the date, and then just get the top 4. Okay, so it's going to order by the date. So once we have that done, you can simply go ahead and return the blog post. Okay, so return blog underscore post, just like that. So that's all we need for this functionality to work. So I'm just going to go ahead into the browser, check if my API is running. Yeah, it is running. So go in here, and I'm just going to click on refresh. So once I have that done, I'm going to minimize this, right? You can see we have the block, and you can just go ahead and click on try. So you can specify the limit, and you can specify what to order it by, and this date by default is date created at. So if I execute this should return to me the list containing of the blog post. So you can see we get back a list containing of all that blog post. So if you add more blog post content, then it will all show up. So I can just go in here and make sure that I'm authenticated. So click on this, and let me get myself authenticated. So this will be test user 2, and my password is just going to be update secret. So update, and then secret, and then try to authenticate myself. So once I'm logged in, I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to click try out, and this is going to be called we can call this second. Let's call this also second. And then once I have this, I can just go ahead and execute this. This is going to get executed, and we can see that blog post created. So I'm going to change this to be third. So select this and change this to be third, and also change this to be third, and then just make that closed. So let's also make this add another 2 more to make it 5. So this is going to be fourth, just like this. I hope the spelling, that's the spelling of fourth. So if I'm wrong about the spelling of fourth, guys, let me know in the comment section below. So paste that there, and then execute this again. Now it's also created, and now let's say fifth. Let's say like that, and then this will be 5 like that, and then I'm just going to click on this. Okay, so we have all the blog posts created there. So I'm just going to minimize this for now, go up here, and then try to retrieve all that post. Now you can see you get 1, 2, 3, and 4, because the limit is 4, right? So if I specify the limit to be 5, then I'm supposed to get all 5, and you can see it's starting from the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, and then the 2nd. The first one was ignored because the first one was created much later on. So it gets ordered according to the date in which it was created at. So if I change this to be the limit to be just 2, and I'm just going to get a list of 2 blog posts. You can see it right here. And if I change the limit to be 5, I'm going to get the top 5 posts, which is all of the posts that we have so far. Yeah, so that's how we can work with that. Now let's go ahead and show you how to retrieve an individual post. So to retrieve an individual post is going to be a bit similar to what you have done so far. So to retrieve an individual post is going to be very similar to what you have done. So I can even copy this and just modify. So I'm going to copy the content here, copy it, and then simply modify it here. So I'm going to paste it here, and then this will be another get. So I can just get, and this should pass in the ID of the post, of the blog post that you want to get. So this will be ID, and I'm going to change this part to be ID, and this is going to be of type string str, and I don't need any of this, so I'm just going to get rid of all of this. So I just need an ID of the content, and then you're going to find by. So I'm going to delete all of this right here. So delete this, and this is going to be this, and then we close off that. So in here you're going to pass in by, you're going to search by the ID, so underscore ID, and then the ID should be the ID that the user provided. Okay, so in case you don't get it, you can just say the to do content not found or something. Okay, so you can have another function here to check if it was found. If it was not found, you just return you just say HTTP exception, say it wasn't found. So you can just put that content, say if blog underscore post is none, if blog post is none. You can go down here and just simply raise another exception and then pass it in here. So just copy this and simply raise another exception here. But yeah, you can do this if you want. You can just raise the exception and then simply say blog with this ID not found. So you can just change the status code. Is going to be the status code here is going to be the status code is going to be HTTP, and then you're going to say 404. So I'm going to scroll down and find the 404 here. Yeah, that's all you need. So great. So let me just keep a bit of spacing in here and a bit of spacing there. Yeah, that's all we need for that to work. So that we can actually go ahead and try this out. So let's check if our server is running. It is. So I'm going to go in here and then just refresh this page. So you can go in here and just click on try out and then try to get all the ID. I want to copy the ID of one given blog post, which is a blog post of let's say the third one. So I'm going to copy this. So once I have that copied, I'm just going to minimize this, and then I have this other route here. So click on this route and then click on try out. It expects us to pass in an ID. So if I pass in the ID, I can click on execute, and that should return to me. I get an internal server error. So let me just say what the error is. So it says that await expression. So we have a synchronous function get blog post. So again, it's failing somewhere and then it's returning an error. So await blog post.find, and then the ID we said await here blog post.find, and then we pass in the ID as the ID, and then simply return that blog content. In case you have an exception, you're going to return that exception. So an exception is occurring and it says that object async motor cannot be used in await expression. So I think the error is I think we forgot to do something. In here we're just looking for one of them, so you can say find one only. And also I forgot, we just copied and pasted this without changing it. That's why it's bad to copy and paste code. So this actually this could be a simple response, right? Blog response instead of not a list, because we just want a single post back, right? So I think that should work. Now let's go ahead and actually try this out, and let's see if it works this time around. And then we're getting back the blog content. Okay, and this of the third the ID which you copied is of the third blog post, so we get back the third blog post. So make sure that here it's not of type list. It's just going to be of type blog content response, and in here we're just going to be finding one only. Okay, so yeah, those are my errors that I made, and sorry for those errors. So once you have that fixed, we are able to also retrieve the blog content of a given individual post. So now let's write the update the functionality to be able to update a given blog post. And to update a given blog post is actually very simple. So it's a bit simple. So let me just say really simple, but it's a bit simple. So I'm going to simply say I have a put request, and then the put request is going to be empty. And then in here to update a post, we need to take in the ID of that post, right? So you can't update all the posts, so you need to tell the API which post you want to update, right? So we take in the ID of the post, and you're going to have a response description. The response description is update blog content, okay, just like that, or update blog post, whatever you want to say. And then the response model is going to be the blog content response. So response model is going to be the blog content response here. So once we have that done, I'm going to have an async function here. So it's going to be the update blog. Okay, so once we have that, I'm going to take in the ID of that blog, and it's going to be of type str. So once we take in the ID, what else do we need to take in? We need to take in the new blog content, right? So blog underscore content and the blog content is going to be of type blog content, right? So blog content, which is this one right here. So once we have that, we can also get the user must be currently authenticated, right? Because we need for you to be able to update a post, we need to know if you're the one who created that post. And how do we know? We know by knowing who is the currently logged in user. So current user is going to be depending on, so depends on OAuth2 scheme. get current user. So get current user, and that's going to return to us the currently logged in user. So we're going to check if he's the one who actually created the post, and then from there we can allow him to update the post, else we'll tell him that you are not authenticated to update the post. So we're going to say if blog underscore posts, if blog post is going to be, you're going to use this new Python syntax. So I'm going to say await, and you're going to say await is going to be db, and you're going to get the blog, it's going to be blog post. So we're going to say blog post, and then I'm going to simply say dot find. You're going to say underscore find underscore one, and you're going to find by the ID, right? So where you're going to say the underscore ID. ID should match is the ID that you have provided, the ID of the that we get from the query parameter, the query, right? So not query parameter, just from the query. Okay, so we're going to get that post, and if you're able to get the content, right? So we're going to check if going to pass under if blog underscore post blog post, and you're simply going to get the outer of this blog post. So blog post dot outer underscore ID is going to be equals to the current user, and then your current user are going to get the underscore ID of that current user. So we're going to check if the ID of the one who created the post matches the ID of the currently logged in user. Means the currently logged in user is the one who created that post, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually do the following. So we're going to have a try and accept block here to try, and then we say pass, and then we're going to have accept, which exception we're going to handle. We're just going to accept a normal exception as E, and then we can just print E, and then we can just raise HTTP exception, HTTP exception. We can raise an HTTP exception. And this exception we can just pass in the status underscore code, and status code is going to be status dot. We're going to say status dot HTTP F44 not found, right? So in case we don't find a blog post, we're just going to return F44, so not found, and then we just pass in here the details, and then just say detail, and the detail is going to be post or blog content not found. So blog content not found, just like that. So that's all we need. That's all we need to have that set up. Yeah, that's basically what we need. Okay, so once we have that that try and accept block, yeah, so that's once we have that done, I'm just going to go in here, and we can just say blog underscore content, and the blog content is going to be the following. So we're going to pass in a dictionary. We're going to say key, we're going to map the key and the value, and we did this in the last tutorial, so we're going to use a dictionary comprehension for this. So key comma value in the blog content underscore content dot items, right? So blog content, we have to first convert this into a dictionary. So dot dict, and then dot content, and then dot items rather, and then we're going to check if v. I'm going to say if v is not none, just like that. So that's what we have, and you're going to simply map everything into a dictionary. So once we have everything mapped into a dictionary, we can actually go ahead and check the length of it. So we're going to say if length of the blog underscore content, if the length of the blog content is greater or equals to 1, so is greater or equals to 1, means you're going to update this information. So if the length of the blog content is greater or equals to 1, we're going to say update underscore result. And update result is just going to be the following. So update result is going to be await. Await, you're going to go ahead and get the DB, and you're going to go ahead and get the blog post. And then blog post is simply going to go ahead and update the content. So we're going to say dot update, update 1, and it's going to go ahead and simply pass in the underscore ID, and the ID is going to be the ID that we get from the user. Okay, which blog content you want to update. Then you pass another dictionary and simply say this is going to be a string, and then $sign. So $sign, and say set. And you're going to set the new updated content to the new blog underscore content that we get. So that's basically it, what we need to update the blog content. So set, and then we have this right here. Yeah, that's basically what we need. So I actually made an error here. This will be a dictionary is on, and then to delete this at the end here. Yeah, that's all we need to have that set up. So we're just going to get the blog content and then pass into a dictionary, and then simply say update 1, which blog do you want to update, the one which the ID was provided by the user, and then we're going to pass in the content to update it with. So once we have that done, I'm just going to go ahead and do another check. So if updated underscore result, if updated result, which is this variable right here. So if updated result dot modified underscore count equals to 1, right? The modified count should be to 1, so this will be update and not updated, so copy that and paste it there. Yeah, so if the modified count is equals to 1, what is I'm going to do, we're going to have another check here. If updated underscore blog underscore post, if updated blog post is going to be await, so make sure that you have the new Python syntax I'm using here. So it is going to like assign and check for some values, right? So we're going to simply say await db, and then you're going to go ahead and check for the blog post. So blog post, and then blog post is I'm going to do find one, whereby the ID equals to the ID that was provided. So the ID dot find underscore 1, whereby the ID underscore ID is going to be equals to the ID that the user provided, and then you're going to check if it's not none. So is not none, just like that, is not none. Yeah, that's basically what you're simply going to do. Let me just move this outside of the condition of the parentheses. So move that outside of the parentheses. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not none, and not if not none is not none, just like that. Yeah, so if it's not none, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and return the updated blog post. Yeah, so that's what you're going to simply do there. In case we have an existing post, we're going to check if you have an existing post. If existing, let me say existing underscore post. If existing post blog post, right? If existing blog post, you're going to use a new Python syntax. Okay, you're going to simply say await db, and you're simply going to get the blog post. So blog post, and I'm going to say dot find one. So dot find underscore 1, and you need to pass in the ID, right? So I'm going to say ID underscore ID, and the ID should match to the ID that we got from the user. You're going to simply say is not none, and then in here I'm going to go ahead and return existing post right here. Yeah, that's basically what we did. In case we have an error, we're going to go ahead and simply raise a HTTP exception, and you're going to pass in the following. So we're going to pass in a status underscore code, and status code is going to be a status dot http. You're going to use a 44, so not found, in case the block content was not found or something happened. So bad request, sorry, not a bad request, underscore 44. So for let me just find for 44. 4944 not found, and then in here it's going to specify the details. So you can just pass the details in here, say detail, and detail is just going to be block content not found, just like that. Yeah, just like that, and that's how you can deal with it. But you see, this exception should be the one which handles the else. We should have like an else block that returns a 44 of if the block content not found. This is actually checking the block content, and if it's not found, and this exception should have else, which you said you are not authenticated, right? So you should have another that deals with this. So you're going to have an else here. So down here you're going to have an else, and then else you're going to simply raise HTTP exception. So HTTP exception, and you're going to simply pass in the following. So we're going to pass in the status underscore code. So that's, and the status code is going to be status dot http underscore 403. I think 403 is forbidden or not authenticated. Let me just find the one for not authenticated. So here, not authenticated, and then let's pass in the detail is just going to be following. So it's just going to say you are not the author of this post. So I say you, let me just undo that. So just say you are not the author of this post, or let's say post or blog post. Yeah, so you're going to say that you're not the author of this blog post. So if this is this field, you're going to tell the user that is not the author of this post. In case this is not found, you're just going to return a 404. Let me just copy this, and you can return a 404 down here. So I'm going to raise a 404 exception. So copy this, you're going to have another exception here. So I'm going to say else, and then just pass it here, and then you're going to say raise exception. So this is going to be raise Okay, we actually have the raise already there, so I'm just going to say raise exception, and you're going to go ahead and raise that exception there. So let me just fix this indentation, so it's going to be here. And also let me just fix this indentation part here just to clean up the code, and then let's fix this right here. I think it should be like that. It's fine. Yeah, so in case we get the if we don't get the post, you're going to say 404. In case it's not the outer, you're going to raise not authenticated. Okay, and then you're going to have the else and try code here. So this is actually supposed to say like should be something like internal server error. So it's going to be HTTP, let's just say internal server error here. So let me just go ahead and get a 500. So 500 internal server error, and then just return an internal server error. Yeah, great, that's all we need. So everything should be fine right now. We should be able to update post content. So let's check if the server is running. So I'm just going to go ahead and check if my server is running. Yeah, it is running. Great. So I'm going to go into the front end, and let's get this ID of this blog post, because we're going to try to update the third one. Okay, copy that and simply refresh this page. So once my page is uploaded, so I'm just going to minimize this for now, and we have the update functionality. So I need to be authenticated. Okay, so I'm going to say test user 2, and then my password is going to be update secret. So go ahead and authenticate myself, and once I'm authenticated, I can just close this up and just click on try it out. And then here I'm going to pass in the ID of the post that you want to update, and then just say this is going to be updated third title, and then this is going to be the updated third content. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and click on execute. So now we'll be able to update the following. You can see that the blog post has been updated. So if I minimize this as well, and then try to get all the blog posts, so click on this and try to get all the information, now we should get the blog post has been updated. So the third one, which was right here, you can see now has been updated third title and then updated third content. So I'm able to update this. Okay, now if you log in as another user and try to update this shouldn't work, because you are not the author of this post, right? Because this condition here passed because they're saying author ID is equals to the current user ID. Okay, so that's why we're able to update the post. So if you're not the author of this post, then you can't update this post content. Yeah, so that's how you can update the content. Just to save time, you guys can try this out on your own. If you are able to log, you can change it into another account and then try to update the information using that other account. You should get the error here. So this is, if this fails, you're going to get this right here, status for one unauthorized. So we are not the author of this blog post. Yeah. So once we have that done, let's go ahead and actually write the functionality to be able to update the post. So I'm just going to have another router here. So router dot, this is going to be delete route. So delete, and then delete, just like that. So to delete the route, you need to get the ID of the post the blog post you want to delete. So you need to pass in the ID, and then we also need to pass in the response underscore description, and let's say, you can say here delete blog post, just like that. And you can pass in the response, and the response we can, for now we can leave out the response, is not necessary, so I'm just going to leave out the response. And then we can have a function, async function here. So we need to have def delete underscore blog underscore post. So we need to get in the ID, we need to get the ID, and the ID is going to be a type string, just like that. And for you to be able to delete the post, we can only delete posts that you created. You can delete posts that other people created. So we need to get the current user, right? So current underscore user, and it's going to be depends. So it's going to depends, and we're going to pass in the function. So we're going to say OAuth2 dot we need to get the current user. So get underscore current user. So it's going to return to us the current user. Okay, so once we have that information done, we can simply go ahead and then check if you're the person who created the post. If you're the person who created the post, then you should be able to delete that post, right? So if the outer ID of that post is matches your ID, then you should be able to delete that post, means because you're the one who created the post, right? So I'm just going to say post underscore blog post is going to be equals to, and I'm using the new Python syntax, so watch out for that. So await, and I'm going to simply say db, and I'm going to go ahead and get the function. So I'm going to say blog post, and then I'm simply going to say blog post dot find underscore one, and this is going to take in a dictionary, right? So I'm going to simply say underscore ID, and the ID of this blog post that we want to find should be the ID or that we got from the user, right? So the user who is making that request. Okay, so once we get the blog post, and then we're going to check try, you're going to have a try and except block. So try, and then I'm going to simply pass, and then I'm going to have an exception here. So exception, except rather, not exception. So except exception as e, and then I can go ahead and simply print that exception out. Okay, just like that. So in case you have any exception, I can actually go ahead and actually raise an valid exception. So you can just say raise a HTTP exception. So raise HTTP exception, and then I'm going to go in here and specify the status underscore code, and the status code is going to be the following. So the status code is just going to be we can say status status dot let's say let's go ahead and say let's return internal server error, just a simple error. So but you can think about these exceptions and return better things for them, but I'm just going to keep it things simple and just return this exception and then just keep on. So this is going to be an internal server error. Oh, okay, yeah, that's basically what we need here. And yeah, so we should be able to have access to this blog post. Now what if you're not able to have access to it? So you're going to have an else block. So else, you're going to simply raise another HTTP exception. So HTTP exception, because this should be you are not authenticated, right? So this would be status status underscore code, and the status code should be status underscore code, and the status code should be the following. So status, let's get the status underscore code. Status code should be status dot HTTP unauthenticated. So that's be a 401. So here unauthenticated, and then you're just going to say ahead and say detail, and the detail is going to be the following: you are not the author of this this post or this blog post, just like that. Okay, so what if the person is the author of the blog post? So just I'm going to go ahead and actually get delete this post. So I'm going to say delete underscore response result. So let's say delete result is going to be await. That's why you have this function being asynchronous, because you have await functionality in here. You're going to say db, and then you're going to say blog post, and then blog post. So I'm going to go ahead and simply say dot delete underscore one. So what do we want to delete? So we want to delete the one with the ID which the user specifies. So ID, just like that. Yeah, so that's all should delete that information for us, and you're going to have a check here and say if delete result, yeah, if delete result dot delete underscore count equals to 1. So if the delete count is 1, means it has been deleted. You're going to simply return you can return a JSON encoder, right? You can import JSON encoder. So we need to actually import JSON encoder. So let's go up here and see how we can import it. Let me just say you can import JSON here. So JSON, why do you need to import JSON encoder? So let me just check which library from which library JSON encoder comes from. So it comes from api.response. So from FastAPI.response import JSON encoder. Okay, JSON response rather. So we're going to return a JSON response here, here, and JSON response is simply what I'm going to say in this JSON response is status code, and status code is going to be 403, which is content not found. So I'm going to say status status underscore status. I think it's status code, and status code is just going to be status status dot http. This is going to be HTTP, and this is going to be a 403 content not found. So JSON response, you're going to say status code and equals to status dot 402. Okay, sorry, a 204, which is the content not found. So just keep that done. So once I have that, in case we have any error, the content was not deleted, right? You're going to simply raise an exception, raise a HTTP exception. So in this HTTP exception, I'm simply going to say 404. We can just say internal server error or something occurred, because if the bulk content was not found, if it was not found, then we should raise this here. If it was here, if it was not found, so this is actually if it was not found, and then I think we missed one part here. We forgot to actually do one more part. So we didn't actually check if the outer of this post is the one who is trying to make the delete request. So I forgot that part. So let me just do it here. So if blog post, right? So if blog post, and then you're going to get the outer underscore ID. If the outer ID equals to the ID of the current user, so it'll be current user, and the current user, you're going to get the ID of that current user, so it's going to be underscore ID. So if that will make sure that the current user is the one who created that post. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and indent all this part. Okay, yeah. So if in case there's an error that the person is not the one who created the post, that's when you're going to have this exception. So we're going to have this exception here. Else down here, we're just going to go ahead and raise another exception. This exception is going to be so if the person created a post, this is going to be a 401 unauthenticated, right? And then you're going to simply say this. Yeah, so if you fail to find this blog post, you can just have another else statement down here, and then say else. We're going to raise HTTP exception, and you can just simply pass in the status. So pass in the status underscore code, and the status code is just going to be status dot HTTP exception. So it has to return a 44. It means the content wasn't found. So 44, and then you can pass in the detail, and then the detail is just going to be blog content not found on the server. Okay, just like that. That's all we need. So in case we are able to get the content, if you are not, you return this else. If you find it but this you're not the author, you're going to return a 401 unauthenticated, right? The author of this blog post. Else we're going to go ahead and do all this functionality. In case you have another error, we're going to simply raise an internal server error here. Okay, so I'm going to say status code. Just like this, we say status underscore status code, and the status code is just going to be status dot HTTP exception. We're going to return internal server error. So I'm just scroll down down to 500, and then just say detail, and the detail is just going to be internal server error. So I'm going to copy this right here and simply paste it here. Yeah, that's all we need to delete the post. So we're going to get the post, check if the one who is trying to delete the post is the one who actually created the post. If it's not, you're going to simply return 401 unauthenticated, and then you're simply going to have else if you're the person who created the post, you can delete the post, and you have all this logic. In case the post was not found, you're going to return a 404 error. Great. So that's all we need, and let me just go ahead and save this content right here, and yeah, we can go ahead and actually try this out. So I'm just going to go ahead into my terminal and then check if our development server is running. It is good. So I'm just going to go in here and let me just grab this ID. You're going to use this ID, so I'm just grab this ID, and let me just refresh this page. So once I have the page refresh, you can see we have the delete part right here, and it requires it has to be authenticated. So I'm going to click on this and then authenticate myself. So I'm going to say my password is update secret, and my username is test user user 2, and then just go ahead and click authorize to authorize myself. And once I'm in, I'm just going to go ahead and click this, and then click on try this out, pass in the ID, and now you can see we are not getting the content. So we need to get the yeah, that's all we need. We actually need to get the ID to the request, and then just click on execute, and now we got an internal server error. So let's check what the server is. It says outer. Okay, I got the spelling wrong of outer there, so this is going to be outer just like that, outer underscore ID, and now that should be fixed. So let's check if the server is running. It is. So let's go ahead and try this out one more time. So internal server error, we got another server error. So what's the error this time? It says delete object has no attribute delete count, or I think it's delete counts, but let's check it out. So it's deleted count. So it's not delete count, it's deleted count. So deleted count here. So deleted count. Yeah, so now that that actually got deleted before it reached here. That's why we should now try to get another blog content to delete. So let me just execute this. Now you should get a 404 something. Yeah, blog content not found, because that's already been deleted, right? So if I go back in here and then try execute this and then execute, now we should have only 4 left. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Great. Let's try to delete the very first one. So I'm going to copy its ID. So copy the ID, go down here and then just paste its ID, open up this and then paste its ID in place of this, and then let's try to execute this. So we got another internal server error. What does this? It says the keyword argument status code. We got another keyword status code. Internal server expected keyword argument status code unexpected. I think it should be somewhere here. So the JSON response. I think I made an error here. So I think this part here we need to actually let's check if we have status code, status code, and that's it as it should be, status code all the way. So I think here we should just this should be a HTTP exception and not a JSON encoder. So this is status code of that. Okay. Yeah, that's all I think we need to do. So let's go ahead and try this out one more time. Check if our server is running. Yeah, it is running. We get a 404. So it actually been deleted. So let's actually go and try to delete the very second one. So copy this one, and hopefully we are not emptying out our database, hopefully. Yeah, so everything now it has been deleted. Now you can see we got back a response of 200 status code 204 content not found. So great, we have been able to delete that post. So sorry for that error here. We need to change this to be status code and not a JSON encoder. So I actually need to go ahead and delete this import here so that I don't need it anymore. Yeah, so that's basically it, how we can do we deal with encoding, decoding and stuff like that. So everything was as expected, and you know we have the CRUD functionality for our blog post. So now if I refresh and let's see what we have just 2 more left. So I can just go ahead and try to delete this one, so we can have just the 5th one left. So I can just go ahead and paste it here, and then just click on execute. So we got back, that's been deleted. So if I go back here and try to get all of them, so I can get back on one blog post. Yeah, so that all that functionality works. And one thing I encourage you guys to do, create another user, try to log in with that user and try to update the content of another user, try to delete the post of another user, and that should not work. That should return to you, that should fail on this side, and it should return to you this unauthorized error. Okay, so yeah, that's basically it for this tutorial. So if you guys enjoyed this so far, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and let me know what you think of the video, if I need to make any improvements. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello YouTube, welcome back to my channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to go ahead and actually learn to deploy our project to Heroku. So this is the deployed project. When it's deployed on Heroku, finally we have something like this. So this is a project when it's running locally, and this is the project when it's deployed to Heroku. So we can just do everything as we can do locally. So if I go to /docs, let me just type out that properly. So docs, I can go ahead and get the documentation part, just like as we can do on the when it's running locally. We can just go to docs, and then we can get the documentation part. So you can see this is a live one which is on the internet, so you can just copy this URL and just get the live version of this application. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to show you how to deploy the local one to a live Heroku application, so that anyone on the internet can access your API and do stuff with it. So we're going to be using Heroku to deploy this. Some of you asked that I do the same thing using DigitalOcean. I haven't yet considered doing that, but I will let you know, and I'll release the video once I'm done doing that. But for now, we'll just go ahead and learn to deploy this on Heroku. So great, let's get started with it. So I'm just going to close this up for now, and this is the local one, which is running locally on localhost at port 8000/docs. Okay, so let's get to it. So I'm just going to go ahead and open up my Visual Studio Code, so you can see the application running right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually exit out. So once this exits, I'm going to clear the terminal. Let me make this bigger for you guys so that you guys can see, and I'm going to go ahead and activate open up my favorite text editor, which is going to be Visual Studio Code. So feel free to use any editor that you're comfortable using. So once my VS Code is open up, you can simply get ahead and start doing what you want to do in this tutorial. So the first you're going to go ahead and do, you're going to create a GitHub repository, and then you're going to create a git ignore file and all that requirements. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually minimize all of this. So we're going to go ahead and create actually a GitHub repository on our local machine. So you need to have GitHub installed. If you don't have, you need to have Git installed on your local machine. If you don't have it, it's actually easy. You can just do a quick Google search to install Git on your local machine. I already have Git installed, so I also assume that you guys already have Git installed and you have the basic knowledge of how to use Git. So this, I'm not going to go ahead and actually explain the little details of using GitHub and so on. So I'm just going to Git init here, and it's going to go ahead and create a GitHub repository on our local machine. So you can see we have initted an empty GitHub repository. So I'm also going to go ahead and create a simple git ignore file. So you can actually do this in VS Code, or you can do this in the terminal if you want. So I'm just going to do it in the terminal. I'm going to simply create a simple file called touch. I'm going to say touch, and then this file is going to be called git ignore. So it's going to be a git ignore file, and you can also do the same thing just by using VS Code. You can just create a file here and just call the file git ignore. So once you're done doing that, let me just close these other ones. We don't need them for now, so just close these other ones. Okay, so once you are done doing that, you can see the git ignore file right here, and you can open it up. Right now it's empty, so we need to ignore a couple of things, right? We need to ignore our virtual environment because we don't want to push this to GitHub repository. So to do this, actually very simple. We can just go ahead and there is this website called git ignore, and you can use this website to get a bunch of a git ignore template basically, and it contains all the things that you're supposed to ignore as a Python developer, and it can be used for many languages as well. So you can say git ignore, so just type in git ignore.io and just press enter. So this is going to open up the git ignore io website, and this is a website you can get different git ignore templates. Okay, so in this case we want a Python specific one, so there are different versions like for JavaScript, for React, and so on. So here I'm just going to go ahead and type in Python. Okay, I'm going to type in just Python, type in here Python, and just click on create. So it's going to create for us this. So I'm just going to hit Control C to select all of this, and then Control C to copy this, or Control C to select all of this, and then Control C to copy this, or Control A to select all of it, and then Control A to select, Control V to Control A to select everything, Control C to copy, and then I'm going to use Control V here to simply paste all that content inside of my git ignore file. And once this content is pasted inside of this, and once the content is pasted inside of, you have this all of it. So you can see if you go up here, we have the VNV file. So you just scroll, you can see we have the VNV file. It's somewhere around here, so even if I don't find it, trust me, it's gonna be in there. So it's going to help us to ignore our virtual environment and not push it into our Git environment. So yeah, that is going to take care of that. So if you look here closely, you can find that env file being ignored. Okay, so I'm not going to waste time just going to, so it's actually here. So you can see we are going to ignore this VNV file because it's our virtual environment, right? So under the environment section, we have the env file being ignored because we want to push this into production. So great. So once we have this done, I also want to go ahead and create a requirements.txt file. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a requirements.txt file. So I'm just going to say pip freeze, and then I want to say the arrow key, and then I'm going to push this into requirements. So requirements, so you have to name it to be exactly requirements. Requirements.txt file. So we're going to create a requirements.txt file, and then you're going to push everything into our requirements.txt file. So I'm just going to press enter, and it's going to go ahead and create a requirement.txt file, which is going to contain all the Python libraries that you have installed in our virtual environment. So this makes sure that when you push it into Heroku, or we push it into Git, or anybody wants to clone a repository, the person can simply install all the libraries inside of the requirement.txt file, and that will help him to run your project locally without having to worry about which dependency you used and all other stuff. So I'm just going to close this for now, and I'm going to go into VS Code, and if I open this, you can see we have all our requirement.txt files. So we have FastAPI, Motor, all the things that we installed, FastAPI mail, all the things that we installed are all inside of the requirement.txt file. So great. So once we have that done, I'm going to go ahead and create a simple proc file in here. So I'm going to create a new file, and the file is going to be called proc file. Okay, so we have to call it exactly proc file with a capital P and everything else lowercase. So after you create it, you can find it has this Heroku logo on it. So that's how you can create a proc file, and this proc file must be within your root directory. Okay, so make sure that it's your root directory and it has the same naming convention that I use. Okay, so it must have the same naming convention, word for word or letter for letter. So inside of this proc file, I'm simply going to go ahead and simply add some stuff in here. So this is going to just help Heroku to know how to deploy our app. So I'm going to say uvicon, so web, and I'm going to say uvicon, and uvicon is the server that you're going to use to run our application, right? So I'm going to say uvicon, they're going to say API, so referring to this API, and you're going to say .main, right? And you're going to say main, and you're going to say the app, just like they used to run this in the terminal. right? And you're going to specify hyphen, and you're going to say hyphen host. The host is going to be equals to 0.0.0.0. okay, you're going to accept any address to run this, okay? And then you're going to specify the port. So by default, Heroku provides us a port that is used to run this, so we can accept that port in the following way. So we're going to say this, we're going to say actually $sign this way, and you're going to use the curly braces, and in here you're going to type in the port, okay? And this is the variable that Heroku provides us by default, so we're going to accept whatever port that Heroku provides us with. If Heroku doesn't provide us with any port, then you're going to run on default port at 5000. So that's how you can specify a default port, okay? So Heroku is going to provide us a port, and in here just going to accept and use that port. In case Heroku doesn't provide us a port, you're going to default to port 5000 by default. Yeah, so that's all basically what we need to create inside of our profile. So just to say web colon space uvicon space api.main colon app, right, which is that we used to run it in the terminal, and then hyphen host equals to 0.0.0.0.0, and then space, and then hyphen port equals to $sign curly braces capital port, right, port in capital caps, and then colon, and then hyphen, and then port 5000. So this is a default port that we use when Heroku doesn't provide us a port. But if Heroku provides a port, which Heroku does typically, you're going to accept that port and use that port instead. So that's all we need to create inside of our profile, okay? So I'm going to go ahead. So now that you have created our profile, I'm simply going to go ahead and go into my terminal. So instead of my terminal, I need to log inside of my Heroku application. So to log into Heroku CLI. So the first thing you need to do is you also need a bit of knowledge of how Heroku works. If you don't, then don't worry, I'm just going to explain to you. So you need to create a Heroku application. So you can see the application that I'm running, the blog I deployed it on this application. So you need to go ahead and actually create your own application. Just go to Heroku and create a simple Heroku account. And once you create that account, also make sure that you install Heroku CLI on your local machine. So you can just Google Heroku CLI and install it, because this is going to be different from operating system to operating system. And many of guys who are watching this video maybe are probably on Windows, MacBook. I'm using Linux, or something also on Linux. So I can go ahead and show you all this on different operating systems. So just go ahead and search how to install Heroku CLI. And once you have Heroku CLI installed and you have a Heroku account created, now go inside of your terminal and do the following. So in here I'm just going to type in Heroku login, just like that, and press enter. So this is going to go ahead and log me into Heroku. Just in a second, Heroku is going to pop up, is going to give us an option for us to be able to open Heroku inside of our browser, and then click on the login button. So once that's done, we're going to be logged in inside of our Heroku. Okay, so my Heroku is kind of a bit outdated, and so don't worry about that. So you can see Heroku press, it says that Heroku press any key to open the browser to log in. So I'm just going to press enter. Okay, press Q if you want to quit. So I'm just going to press enter, and this is going to go ahead and open the browser, and it's going to give us a simple button to click, and which is going to log us in. And once we are logged in, you can simply go ahead and create a Heroku application and simply push this our code to Heroku. Okay, so make sure that you have the git, you make sure that you have the requirements.txt file created, and also the proc file. If you don't, then this is not going to work for you. So once the browser is open, I'm just going to click on login. So once the login is created, it's going to prompt me that you can see I'm logged in. So great. So if I go back inside of my terminal, you can see I'm logged in as codingshark206@gmail.com. So that's my email that I used to create my Heroku account, and that shows that I'm logged in. So once I'm logged in, I'm simply going to go ahead and create a simple Heroku application. And to do that is very simple. I'm just going to say Heroku. So Heroku, and then I'm going to say create, and then this is going to be the name of the app. So the name of the app that you're going to be create must be globally unique, meaning that no other application in the world must have that name. Okay, so I'm going to say test, I'm going to say test blog, and I'm going to say version 2, test blog API, and I'm going to say version 2. Okay, test blog API version 2, and then just going to go ahead and press enter. So that is going to go ahead and create for us a Heroku project. So once it's done, you can see we have it created here. So you can actually copy this, and you can actually copy this and paste it inside of your terminal, and that should open that. So I'm going to simply Control C and copy, and I'm going to go inside of my browser and then simply paste it, Control V in here, and simply press enter. So right now nothing is deployed on this, so you can see we just have this page. So now we need to go ahead and actually just welcome to Heroku app, blah blah blah, refer to documentation and all that information. So great. So now you have our Heroku application our Heroku project app created. Now let's go ahead and actually you cannot, if you want to get more information about creating a Heroku app, you can just go Heroku create and then hyphen help, and that should give you the help option of creating an app. And you can see we have all this option and all this stuff in here, so you can just read about it in case you have an issue. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and clear the terminal for now. So once we have the Heroku app created, let's go ahead and actually push this to Heroku. So I'm just going to say git add, and I'm going to say git add, and I'm going to simply say dot, or you can say hyphen all, and this is going to press enter, and this is going to go ahead and add all of your updates into instead of requirement.txt file, sorry, instead of a GitHub local GitHub repository, and it's going to ignore everything instead of a VNV file. So our VNV file will be pushed into our Git repository. So once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and simply do a git add, git commit. So git add, and then I'm going to do a git commit, and I'm going to say a message, and this will be say you can say first commit. Okay, first commit, just like that, and simply press enter, and this is going to go ahead and push all our code into our local Heroku, our GitHub repository. So once I have that done, I'm just going to go ahead and clear my terminal. So great. So once we have that done, I'm simply going to go ahead and simply do push this to Heroku. So I'm going to say git push Heroku master. Okay, Heroku master. Heroku, I think is master or main. So let me just say Heroku master. So I can just say Heroku master, and then just press enter, and it's going to push our code to Heroku. So once you create a Heroku application, it's going to go ahead and actually create a simple Heroku repository inside of your application called Heroku master. So it's going to push that into Heroku master. So once it's done, it's going to go ahead and find the requirements.txt file, and it's going to go ahead and install everything, all the libraries inside of our requirement.txt file. And once this is done, it's going to push the thing to Heroku, our application to Heroku, and we can now access it from there. But I can assure you that this is not going to work because we haven't set up our environment variables and all of those things. Okay, because even .env files are going to be ignored. So if you look at our git ignore file, and you can see that even the .env files are also going to be ignored. So .env files are also going to be ignored. So our env environment variables are not yet on Heroku. So if you run our application, you're going to run into an error. So let's see what is done. So it's already deployed. So let's just copy this, and I'm just going to hit Control-C and copy. So once it's done, it's deployed to Heroku master. So now once this is done, I'm just going to go ahead and try to refresh this page. So I can show you that this is not going to work because we are missing something. So it's going to give us an error. So how do you go about fixing this error and doing all that? So you can actually do a Heroku master log information. You can see it's taking long to open. That shows that there is an issue. Okay, so I'm just going to exit this for now. So if you're taking a long time to open, that shows that there is an issue. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear this. Okay, so I'm just going to do a Heroku logs, and then you can do hyphen help to see the log information. So hyphen help, and let's see the log information that we get. So we get all this log information. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and actually get the log information, and then you can check the information for a different app. So if you log, you can just get read this about the log. So you can just show Heroku logs, and let's see. So you can say Heroku logs. So Heroku logs, and then you can just say -t to get the tail. Okay, -t, and then let's run that, and let's see what information we get out to get the log of why the application crashed or failed to open. So you can see we have this environment variable, right? Mail username, all these environment variables, and they are not present. So you can see we don't have that environment variable present, so that's why the application is crashing. So great. So I'm just going to exit out of this for now, and then clear the terminal. So we need to go back into our Heroku application, our Heroku dashboard. So I'm going to refresh this for now, and you can see the other app that we just created should pop up just here. Okay, so once this is loaded up, you can just we see the other app we can just open it up. And once we open it up, we need to set up our environment variables here as well. So you can see this is the information of the app. So let's go ahead and actually set up our environment variables. So I'm going to go into settings. So click on settings. Under settings, I'm going to scroll down and then go into reveal config variables. Config variables. So you can set our secret environment variables. So just go ahead and actually go inside of your env file and then copy all the environment variables inside there, and then paste them in here. So this is going to be their key and their values. So for example, we have the one for mail. So you can say mail underscore pass. I think let me just check it here instead of here. So it says mail's username. So I'm just going to copy that and go inside of my my Heroku app, and then simply paste it in here, and then now you specify the mail username that you use. excuse me. So we're going to simply go ahead and just make a replica of whatever is inside of our env file. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that, and then from there I'll come back to this. So once you have added all your information inside of our simple created all our environment variables, so this is going to be the key and then the value, the key and then the value. So once you have done all of that, is all done. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply exit out of this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and exit out of this. I don't want you guys to see this. Yeah, so once that is done, let's go ahead and actually try to relaunch our Heroku application, and let's see how it works. So I'm just going to go into the terminal, and I'm just going to clear the terminal for now. So Control L to clear. And Windows is just going to be CLS, and yeah, that's going to be for Windows. If you're on I think MacBook is just clear, even on Linux is going to be clear. Okay, the clear command. So once we have that, I'm simply going to go ahead and simply restart our application. So to restart our application, I'm going to say Heroku. I'm going to say Heroku PS, and then let's say Heroku PS. And then I can just simply do --- help to see what options I have. So I want to go and simply restart our Heroku app, because for those changes to pick up, you have to simply restart our Heroku application. So Heroku PS and then --- help, and that should pop up just in a second. So it's taking a bit too long. Okay, we have that information right here. So we want to restart our application, or we want to restart what we call dynos, or I think they're the servers on Heroku. So let's go ahead and actually restart it. So we're going to use this command right here. So I'm going to say Heroku. So Heroku PS, and then colon restart. Okay, just like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and restart my application right here. So this is going to go ahead and restart our application. So once it's restarted, let's go ahead and see if it's going to work. So I'm going to go back in here, and then let's try to refresh this and see if it works. Yeah, so you can see now the application loads successfully. So let's try to go into the /docs, and then let's see what we get. So if you go to /docs, and you can see now it's loading. So application now is deployed successfully on Heroku. Yeah, so great. So everything works as expected, and yeah, so that's basically how you can deploy a simple application to Heroku. So everything works as we expected to. So great. So you can also do Heroku logs, and you can check Heroku logs, and then -t to get the tail, just to get the tail information. And let's see if you have any issues in here, just to check, just to confirm if you have any issues. So yeah, you can see now everything is running, the application is started, and everything works as expected. So great. So that's how you can deploy a simple Heroku application. So you can also do Heroku apps, and then you can say the name info. So you can say info, and then the name of your application, which is called test blog API version 2, and then version 2, and then simply press enter, and that should give us the information about the application that we deploy. So you can see the dynos, where it's running, the owner, the region that is running in, the URL for the website, the blog application that is deployed, and all that information. So great, we have all that information set up. So great, that's how you can deploy a simple application to Heroku. So if you guys enjoyed it so far, leave a comment in the comment section below, like the video, and subscribe to my YouTube channel for more content like this. So thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Keep safe. Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with our back-end development series using FastAPI. So in the last tutorial, we've been able to deploy our application to Heroku. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to learn more about CI/CD and what is all useful. So I just did a quick Google search here, and I just open up what is CI/CD. So I just give you guys a quick introduction. So CI/CD is a method to frequently deliver apps to different platforms and to different customers by simply automating the task of deployment, testing, and building, stuff like that. So the main concept attributes to CI/CD. So CI/CD stands for continuous integration, the CI part, and then the CD stands for continuous delivery and continuous development, right? So whenever you're trying to develop an application, you might try to make changes, maybe even 100 changes per day. So how do you keep up pushing those changes into development, testing all those changes, and doing all that automatically? And that is where CI/CD comes in. So it basically helps you to continuously integrate your application to a GitHub repository, to integrate it with your old code, and then simply deliver it to, or like deploying it to a server, deploying it to Heroku, deploying it to Docker, deploying it to Docker Hub, and all that information. So this is all done automatically, and the process of doing that automatically is called CI/CD, which includes all the automation stuff. Okay, so that's what we're going to be learning. So we're going to deploy our application to Heroku again, like we have done in the last tutorial, but now we're going to do all this manually. Okay, you're not going to do this all by using an actual code and stuff like that by doing everything manually. So we're going to make this automatic, so that you can just run push your code to GitHub, and then after pushing it to GitHub using GitHub actions is going to deploy the code to Heroku, or deploy it to your DigitalOcean server or something like that. Okay, so I'm going to be using GitHub Actions for this. So GitHub Action is just a platform where you can implement CI/CD stuff. So it helps us to automate our stuff. So in this case, you're going to create a CI/CD pipeline such that whenever you push your code to GitHub, it's simply going to go ahead and push it to Heroku, deploy your application to your new application to Heroku, and also deploy it maybe to Docker Hub, which you're going to do later on. But you can also deploy it to like other platforms like DigitalOcean and other Linode and other stuff like that. But in this case, you're going to be using just Heroku and Docker Hub. But in this case, in this tutorial, we're going to simply learn how to deploy use CI/CD to deploy our code to Heroku, and then also Docker Hub later on. So let's get started with it. So the first thing I'm going to go into my VS Code file. So this is where we left off from last time. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually close this for now, and I'm simply going to minimize this. So in our root directory in here, I'm simply going to go ahead and create an app. I'm going to create a folder in here. So this folder is going to be called the following. So I'm going to create a folder here, and this folder is going to be called .github. Okay, .github. Just call that folder .github. So make sure it's called .github. Okay, so inside of this folder, you're going to go ahead and create another folder, and this folder is going to be called workflows. Okay, just like that. So make sure you call it workflows. Okay, so make sure you follow the convention. This is .github, and this is going to be workflows. So instead of our workflows, we're going to create something. We're going to call this one build build you can say build deploy .yaml file. So it's going to be a YAML file, and then I'm simply going to press enter. So this file is found inside of git.gitignore file. And instead of our gitignore, we have another folder called workflows, and instead of our workflows, we have this YAML file called build-deploy.yaml. So in here, we're going to go ahead and actually write our GitHub CI/CD stuff. So I'm going to say name, and you're going to give a name to this CI/CD stuff. So this can be any name you want. So I'm going to call this one blog API. So I'm going to say blog API CI CD, okay, /cd. So once I have that, I'm done creating the name of our CI/CD pipeline. So I'm going to say on. I'm going to use on here. So on, basically what it simply tells GitHub is that on which actions should these jobs run. Okay, so I'm going to say on push, right, if a person pushed the code, but on which branch should it work. So you can say branches, and you can say branches, and then you can specify the branches on which this should work. You can specify this in two ways by using this, and you can say master branch, and maybe also have main branch. Okay, so whenever a person pushes code to either the master branch or the main branch, then whatever you're going to keep below this this action is going to run. But for now, I'm just going to use another syntax to create this because I like the other syntax. So I'm going to say branches, and I'm going to say branches, and then this, and then here I'm just going to say hyphen, and this is going to be the final is going to be main branch, the main branch, and then you're going to have hyphen. This is going to be another branch is going to be called the master branch. So we're going to have the main branch and the master branch for this. Okay, so we're going to have our CI/CD pipeline name, which is going to be which is going to be called blog API CI/CD, and then on push, whenever it's pushed to GitHub, right? You can also say on pull, but this we're going to say just on push. Whenever a person push the code, we can also write whenever a person pulls the code, some actions should run. But this case, we're just going to go ahead and say whenever a person pushes our code to GitHub, whenever a person pushes to which branches, the main branch and the master branch, right? The main branch or the master branch, not both of them, either one of them. The following should run. So we're going to define a bunch of jobs here that need to be done. So I'm going to say jobs, and this is going to be the following. So going to the first job, you can give it any name you want. So you're going to say call this one build, right? Just build our application. And in here, we're going to go ahead and specify on which operating system it should run. So on or runs on, and then runs on, you're going to specify which operating system it should run on. So I'm going to say Ubuntu latest. Let me just get that latest right. So Ubuntu latest, meaning that whenever a person pushes this code, this job build is going to run, and it's going to run on which operating system? It's going to run on latest Ubuntu version. Okay, Ubuntu system. So on our server, we're going to use Ubuntu server to run this, and then you're going to go ahead and specify which steps should be done. So which steps should be done, right? So we're going to go ahead and specify which steps to be done. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep this simple for now. So in here, I'm just going to go ahead and give it a name. So I'm going to say hyphen name, just like this, and this is going to be the following. So I'm going to call this one just say push repo. I'm just going to say push repo, and you're going to go ahead and say the following. So I'm going to say use users, and you're going to say for now we can just you can use uses the following. So we're going to use a GitHub action here, so you can write all this manually, but this thing I've done so many times that GitHub also provides us a part of GitHub actions that we can use that are already built for us. So in here I'm just going to go ahead GitHub actions, and I'm going to go ahead and search for the following. So I'm going to simply say action, and then checkout. So I'm going to use the checkout action to this. So I'm going to simply press this, and you can see we have the checkout action. So this is going to go ahead, this action checks out your repository under this, and so your workflow can access it. So you can read more about this repository and what it does, but I'm just going to be using this action right here. So I'm going to go inside of my VS Code, and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say actions, and then / and I'm going to say checkout. So that action is called checkout, and it's going to be a checkout version 3. So if you look here, you can see it's checkout version 3. So I'm going to be using that checkout version 3, and this is the code for it. So I can even copy it from here and then just simply use that instead. So I can just simply copy it from here and just basically go into my VS Code and simply paste it here. It's the same that we type, but I'm just going to paste it. Okay, so paste it here. So done. Okay, I even made a mistake. I forgot the @ symbol. So great that we copied it. So once we have this done, what I'm simply going to go ahead and do, I'm going to have another action. So this is going to be another action, and we're going to say name. It's going to just say, we're going to say let's say print hello. So print hello. Okay, and this is what this action is simply going to do ahead, and it's going to do the following. So going to say run, and it's going to run an echo. So I'm going to say echo. This is going to be a Linux command, which is equivalent of saying echo and then hello world in the terminal. So a hello world, just like that. So that's basically what our GitHub action does. So let me just explain everything. So our GitHub action name, our GitHub CI/CD pipeline is called blog API CI/CD, and then it's going to run on push, which branches when you push to the main branch or the master branch, and it's going to execute this job. So this job you're going to have, we have a bunch of jobs. So the first job you have right now, we have one job which is called build, and build runs on here Ubuntu latest, and the steps has this following steps. So here's the first one is name, and it just pushes to Roku, which is using the GitHub checkout version 3 action, and then you're going to say another job which is called print hello world, and it's going to run a Linux command saying echo hello world. So that's basically it for that. So let's go ahead and actually try to make this run. So before you can actually make this to work, we need to create a GitHub repository and then push our code in there. Okay, so I'm simply going to go to my GitHub, and then instead of my GitHub account, I'm simply going to create a new repository. So I'm going to go in here and just create a new repository. So I'm going to go here and just hit on new, and then go ahead and I'm going to call this one blog API blog API underscore tutorial. So tutorial, just like that, and you can make this one to be let's leave it to be a public repository. It doesn't matter. So I'm just going to go ahead and create this repository. So once this repository is created, okay, we have the information. So I want to use the SSH. So I'm going to simply copy this, and I'm going to go inside of my my terminal. So we have to have GitHub installed as we had the previous tutorial. So I'm going to go in here and just going to clear this from last time. So let me just bring this here and simply clear this. So once I have that, I'm just going to go ahead and say the following. So git remote git remote, I think it is, let me just check this command, I probably forgot it. So it's a git remote add origin. Okay, so git remote add origin, and then I'm simply going to go ahead and specify this. I'm going to go ahead and paste that SSH key. So I'm going to simply paste that, and that's all we need to do. So once you have this done, I'm simply going to do a git again add, and then I'm going to do a git commit with a message. So I'm going to say message first commit. Okay, so I'm just going to do that and simply push this to GitHub. So I'm going to simply push this to GitHub. So I'm going to say git push origin to the master branch. So I'm going to push this to the master branch. So it's going to ask me for my password. I'm going to enter my password information, and this code is going to go ahead and be pushed to GitHub. Yeah, so now my code is pushed to GitHub. So I'm going to go inside of my here and then simply click on this, and this is going to show me the code, right? So we have the code right here. So now this GitHub actions should be able to run. So let's go ahead and check if the actions actually run. So I'm going to go inside of actions, and let's check if our actions run. So the first action failed. So let's actually see what was the error here. So first commit, the action failed. So let's check what was the error here. So it says invalid workflow, GitHub flows, this one, no steps defined in steps. So no workflow called users for the job build. Okay, so let's go ahead and check what error I did here. So so you have the name here, and then you have the on push, and it's going to go ahead and have the branches, and the branches are these two branches, the main and the master branch. Okay, and then you have jobs, and you have a job called build, and then runs on Ubuntu, and then this is called steps and not steps. So my bad, here it's called steps. I think that was our main error, so sorry for that. So once I have that error fixed, I'm going to do a git add again, and then a git commit, and then simply do a git push to the master branch. So once it's pushed again to the master branch, let's give it some time. Okay, it's pushed again. So once it's done, I'm just going to go back into my browser and just hit on this action. Okay, and now this is the action right here. So you can click on it and let's see what's going to happen. So you can just click on it and you can see we have the build action right here, and let's see what's going on inside of this action. So you can see is it has worked successfully. So you can open up this and just see what it does. So it does all this. Okay, and then push to repository, which is this steps that we provided, and then we have the print hello world step, and then this step is just going to go ahead and echo hello world, and you can see the hello world is echoed down here, and then that's all. So that's all for action. So you can see we are echoing hello world down there. So this is a GitHub action, and you have successfully built your first GitHub action. So congratulations, that's how you can simply build a simple CI/CD platform application. So now once we have this done, okay, now I don't want to go and print hello world. I want to actually deploy our application, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and delete. I can just comment it out, or I can just simply go ahead and get rid of it. So I'm just going to delete this, and once this is done, I'm just going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to have another action. So what you're simply going to do instead of a CI/CD is very similar to what we do manually. So if you have a GitHub repository and you have cloned the GitHub repository, the first thing you need to do is to install your requirements.txt file. So make sure the first thing you're going to call this, we're going to have an action here. It's going to be called install Python. So we're going to install Python on our machine. So Ubuntu by default has Python, I think. So let me just have another action here. So we're going to set up our Python environment. So actions // and let's go and see if you have any action that we can use for setting up our environment. So I'm just going to go in here and then simply search for setup Python. So set up Python. So just click on this right here. So this is another GitHub action that GitHub provides us, that is just used to set up Python environments, Python on the local on the server. Yeah, so if I open this up, you can see we have all this information of how to set everything up. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply I can simply just copy this. So I'm just going to copy this right here. So I'm going to copy everything here. So actually I don't need everything, so I'm just going to copy until here, right? We're going to use this right here. So I'm going to copy until this one, and I'm simply going to go in here and simply we're going to say users, and then we're going to go ahead and say setup. Let me just type this out: setup hyphen Python and at, and then yeah, at version 2. So I'm going to use version 2 because I think this is version 2. So if you check this out, yeah, it's version 2. You can also version 3, but let's just keep it to be you can also change version 3 if you want, it's fine. So we're going to simply set up our Python environment. So GitHub, and then this is actions. So today I'm making a lot of typos. So this is actions, and then set up hyphen Python at version 3. So now once you have this done, we can simply say with, and then with is going to say the following. So I'm going to say Python and hyphen version. So the Python version is specified the Python version we want to use. So this is going to be in core. So I'm going to say Python 3.9. I'm just going to keep it to be Python 3.9. So it's going to install Python 3.9 on our machine. So I'm going to say another action, going to have name, and this is going to be it's going to be, so let me just fix that indentation. This is going to be right here. Okay, so we're going to simply say we're going to say upgrade let's say upgrade pip. Okay, so now this upgrade pip is going to be another action that you're going to have, another step, and this is going to be the following. So it's going to run the following. So it's going to run, and to run, we're simply going to go ahead and simply say the following. So we're going to say it's going to run Python. So we're going to write Python -m, and this is the command to update the Python pip, right? So pip install hyphen upgrade. So this is the command to upgrade the Python Python pip. Okay, so once we have that, you're going to have another action, another step, which is going to have name, and the name is going to be simply install all dependencies. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install all dependencies, and to do this, we're going to simply say run, because we want to run a code, right? And we're going to simply say pip install, and then -r, and this is going to be requirements.txt file, because you have the requirement.txt file. So it's going to go ahead and simply run this command, and it's going to install all the requirements we have inside of our requirements.txt file. So this is this like the way we do things manually. We do the same thing, right? We set up we have the checkout action, and then we install Python using this, right? Python 3.9, and then we upgrade the pip, and then we install all our dependencies. So great. That's all we need to run to deploy our application, right? Because we said that we have Ubuntu Python installed and all our dependencies installed. From there, can be able to run our application without any problem, right? So yeah, that's basically what we need to do, and to test out this CI/CD platform. So once we have this done, let's go ahead and try check the commit this and make sure that everything works as expected. So I'm going to simply clear this and simply do a git add, and then I'm going to do a commit, okay, and I'm going to do a git push origin to the master branch. Yeah, once that's done, so let's go back to GitHub and get my GitHub repository, which is this one right here, and I think it's this one right here. Yeah, this one. And then you can just simply click on the actions part, and let's see we have that action right there in play. So this is it right here, is running. So let's click on it and you can view that information. So we have the build action, so the build job. And then you can see it went ahead, set up the job, push the code, install Python, and then install all the requirements. So it's going to go ahead and install all the dependencies that we have, and once it's done, it's going to go ahead and complete that. So if you view this, you can see it went ahead and install all the dependencies. So let's say install all dependencies, and I view this, you can see it went ahead and install all the dependencies that we have, right? So this is all done automatically, so you can see all the dependencies have been installed. So this is all done automatically, and that's the whole point of a CI/CD pipeline. So great. So now we have our server, we have our application running on Ubuntu latest, and it has this step of pushing using the GitHub checkout action. It's going to install Python, and then it's going to go ahead and upgrade the pip, and then it's going to install all dependencies. So great. So once we have this done, now we want to go ahead and actually push our code to Heroku, and let's see how we can do that. So to do that, you're going to create another action, which is going to be called Heroku. So Heroku deploy. So I'm going to create Heroku deploy, and that's the name going to be the name of my Heroku deployment, and that's going to be the name of my action. And this action is going to be runs on, and it's going to be Ubuntu hyphen latest. Okay, just like that. And then you're going to go ahead and say needs, right? So we're going to say needs. The reason I'm going to say needs in here, we're going to provide in a list, and you're going to need the build action. So we're going to first, you're going to depend on this action. That's what basically do means. We want this action to run first before this, okay? Because on Ubuntu, these jobs, they run in parallel. So this will be running in parallel at the same time as this. So these two applications, these two jobs will be running at the same time simultaneously, and that's what it means, running in parallel. But what you simply want to do is that we want this job, this Heroku deployment, to run after the build has run. So we want to deploy, install our dependencies and all of that before Heroku deployment runs. So we're going to say needs, and it's going to need this action right here. It means it's going to wait for this action to get done, and once this is get done, it's going to deploy to Heroku. Okay, and later on I'm going to show how you can run other, when you're deploying to Docker. We don't actually need to do this, so we can actually run the other jobs in parallel. So for now, we're just going to run in a series. So we're going to say needs, and you're going to say needs the build. Okay, you're going to say the following. So we need to deploy to Heroku. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and specify the steps in here. So I'm just going to go and tab this in here, and I'm going to say steps. So we're going to have the steps, so the steps to follow. So we're going to say steps, and the step that is going to follow are going to be the following. So we're going to have another step, and it's going to be name. We're going to give it a name, and the name is going to be get actions. Okay, and this is going to be it's going to be the following. So we're going to simply say you're going to simply say, let me just go here and then this and then tab this. You're simply going to say users and users, and you're going to say users, and then it's going to be actions / checkout. So I'm going to simply copy this right here and then simply bring it down here. So copy this and simply bring it down here. So delete this and simply paste it here. So paste that there. Yeah, great. So once we have that, let me just, I think I have indentation issues right here, so let me fix that indentation. Okay, so we're going to have that, and you're also going to have another step, and it's going to give it a name to that step, and this is going to be you're going to say deploy to Heroku. So deploying, we're going to say deploying to Heroku, just like that. And this is going to use the following. So we're going to use the GitHub actions to deploy this to Heroku. We can run this automatically manually and write all the steps for that, but there's no point of doing that because there's a GitHub actions for it. So we can just use the GitHub action. Okay, so you can see these are the steps that we have here. So I'm just simply going to go ahead and copy it from here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy everything here. So I'm going to go ahead, copy this, and simply go ahead and paste it right here. So I'm just going to delete this and paste it here. So yeah, that's basically what we need. So I'm just going to keep it like this. So we have this GitHub action that is going to deploy to Heroku. So this is the action, and then we have all these specifications. So where do we get all this information from? So we need to provide in our Heroku API key, we need to provide in our app's name, and we need to provide in our email. So I'm going to use all this as environment variables. And to use environment variables on Heroku, what you simply need to do is simply just use what we have here. So I'm just simply going to copy this right here, and simply copy it and simply paste it here, and also paste it here. So I'm going to paste it in these two places. I'm going to call this one, this is going to be our app name. So I'm going to say app name. So I'm going to say app underscore name, and this is going to be called my underscore email, just like that, my email, just like that. So now we need to provide these two values right here. So we need to provide the secret, the Heroku API key, and then we provide in our app name, and then we also need to provide in our email. So how do we get all this information, and how do we set it up inside of our environment variable? So the first thing we need to do, we need to tell GitHub which environment we want to use. So let's just go here and say environment. So GitHub actions know which environment to use. Okay, so environment, and then the environment is going to be the phone. So we're going to say name, and the name of the environment is going to say, I'm going to call it Heroku underscore production, just like that. So I need to create a simple environment called Heroku actions on my GitHub. Okay, so let me just go to my GitHub page, which is this one right here, and then go into my I'm going to go into settings. So inside of my setting, make sure that you're inside of this repository. So inside of settings, I'm going to go into environments, and inside of my environment, I'm going to create hit on new environment. So in here, I'm going to go give it an environment, the name of it, call it Heroku production. So I'm just call it that, and simply configure environment. Okay, so once the environment is created, I can just go ahead and add the secret variable. So I need to provide the first one, and the first one I can just go and see what I need to do. So I need to provide in the Heroku API key. So I'm going to go in here, and then go in here and simply paste it in here. So paste it here. So paste it here, and so to get our API key, I'm simply going to go into my Heroku dashboard, and instead of my Heroku dashboard, I'm going to go in here and just click on this, go to account settings, and instead of my account setting, I'm just going to go scroll down. So I'm going to go here and just simply copy this API key. So I'm going to simply copy it and go instead of my here, and just paste as the value. So I'm just going to go ahead and just let me just reveal that, and then I copy it properly. So I'm just going to hit all of this, copy this, and simply go in here and simply paste it here. And once I'm done, I'm just going to go ahead and simply add the secret. So yeah, that's done, and I'm simply going to go back into my applications here, and then I'm just going to hide the API key for now. So don't use my API key. I'm going to delete this just afterwards. So once I have that done, I can simply copy my go back and just simply copy my app name. I believe I called it okay, this one is the app name. So I'm going to simply copy this and simply go in here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and add another secret. So this is going to be called, this one, paste its value here, and I called it secret app name. So I'm going to copy this, and that's going to be the value, okay, the key rather, and the key and the value. So I'm going to paste that there and simply create that secret. I also need to pass in my email, right, because I specified here as my email. So I'm going to pass in my email right here. So I'm going to simply copy this and to simply go into my Heroku app, and then the GitHub, and then simply click on add this, and I'm simply going to go ahead and paste this here, and I'm just going to say coding shark, and this is the email that you use to create your Heroku account. So coding shark 206 at gmail, right, at gmail.com. That's my application, my email. So coding shark 206 at gmail.com. So then just add that there. So once I have all that information added, now I've just instructed my build the Heroku deployment action, Heroku deployment job to run on Ubuntu latest and to depend to wait for this one to get completed, which is a build job. And once the build job is completed, you're going to say which environment you want to use, and we call this environment Heroku action, and which is the name of this environment that we just created right here, Heroku production. And then you're just going to go ahead and specify the action, which is checkout action, and then deploy this to GitHub using deploy this to Heroku using this GitHub action. And then I'm simply going to specify the app name, the key, the Heroku API key, and then simply our email. So that's all we need to deploy this to Heroku. So once I have this done, I'm just going to go back inside of my terminal and just run a git add everything, and then a git commit, and then I'm just going to do a git push to origin. So once this is committed, now this application now should now be deployed to Heroku. So now let's go ahead and check out that. So I'm just going into my actions, and instead of my actions, it failed right here. So let's see why it failed. So let's see why it failed. So it says that has no workflow called users. Okay, users Heroku deployment. In Heroku deployment, under Heroku deployment, we have an error somewhere. So we have this, and it says users. Let's see where we have got an error. So let me just read the error again. It says that no step defined in steps and no workflow called in users for the Heroku jobs deployment. So under Heroku jobs deployment, we have an error. Okay, this actually got the spelling of steps wrong, so it's actually steps. Okay, my bad for that, so sorry for that typo. So once I have that done, I'm going to simply go ahead and simply do a add, and then I'm going to do a commit, and I'm simply going to do a push. Okay, so once this is pushed, we should now be able to go into my actions, and let's see that there. So hopefully I haven't made any more errors, so I'll just click on this to see. So our first job that is going to run is the build job, and once the build job is completed, the deploy Heroku job is going to run. So let's wait for that to get completed. So right now is running the build job, which is going to set up our environment on Heroku latest, and it's going to install all our dependencies and upgrade pip. After that, you're going to simply deploy this to Heroku using our application right here. So using all that information that we specify. So build is completed. Now deploy to Heroku action is now running. So you can see Heroku deploy is running. So I need to give some time to get that for that to be completed. Okay. Yeah, it took a bit of time, but that was completed. So you can see all our two actions are completed. So now we have written a simple CI/CD pipeline using the GitHub Actions platform, which is just a CI/CD platform, CI/CD platform. So you can see you have the two, the first action being built, and after being built, it's going to deploy everything to Heroku, and everything works as expected. So now application is being, now every time you just do a git add and git commit and then a git push to our GitHub repository, this action is going to run, and it's going to redeploy our app to this version right here. So it's going to redeploy our app every time we make a change. Okay, yeah, and those changes can take place in lifetime. So if you want to change those changes, try to change one of these values and then run the GitHub git add and then git commit and then git push, and then you see that also it will reflect the changes right here. So great, that's how you can simply run a simple CI/CD pipeline to build and deploy your Python application to Heroku using GitHub Actions. So if you guys enjoyed so far, let me know in the comment section below. Please kindly like the channel, like the video, subscribe the channel. That's the one way to support me and keep me motivated to keep making this video for you guys. So yeah, make sure to subscribe the channel and leave a comment in the comment section below on anything that I should improve on. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Keep safe. Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. So in today's tutorial, we're going to continue with our blog building a fast back-end application using FastAPI series. So we're going to be using FastAPI, Docker, MongoDB, and we're going to learn a bit of CI/CD using GitHub Actions. So we've already done all of that. We are going to build the API. We have done the deployment to Heroku. We have done the CI/CD to deploy to Heroku. Now I'm going to show how to use Docker and how to use Docker Compose in this tutorial. So you guys, if you're new to the channel, please kindly consider subscribing, liking this video, and sharing this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful. Okay, so let's get started to it. So the first thing we're going to do to create a Docker, to use a Docker file. So we're going to go ahead and create a file, and you're going to call this file simply Docker. So I'm going to simply say Docker. Let me just get the spelling right. So Docker, Docker file. So must be called Docker file. And once it's called, once this file is created, once that file is created, we have this file right here called Docker, and it has the Docker logo on it. So let's go ahead and actually create this Docker file, and it's very easy to, quite simple, just few lines of Python, but has a bit of few lines of code, but has a bit of explanation to it. So the first thing we're going to say, you're going to use the Python version you can use. So I'm just going to say from, and I'm going to go ahead and use say from, and then space, and then Python in lower cases, and then Python, and then you're going to say this is going to be 3.9.12, so 3.9.12, and that's the Python version that you are going to use. So this is a Python image that you're going to use. So we're going to be using the Python image. Okay, so once we have that done, I'm just going to go ahead and specify another the working directory. So I'm going to say workdir, and workdir is going to be /. I'm going to delete this, and workdir is going to be /users users / we're going to call this source c and source / app. So we're going to be copying we're going to be working in this directory, and you're going to tell Docker that this is our working directory. So we're going to be / users / source and then / API. So let me get the spelling of source right. So it's going to be CRC. Okay, source users / source and then / API, and that's going to be our working directory. And then you're simply going to go ahead and copy everything. You're going to copy the requirements file. So we're going to copy the requirements requirements.txt file. You're going to copy it into our current working directory. So you're going to use it as a simple full stop and then / after it. So this means you're going to copy our requirements.txt file, which is this file right here. We're going to copy it inside of our working directory, and our working directory is going on a Docker image is going to be users / source and then / API. So one thing I forgot to mention is that you need to have Docker installed on the machine before running this, or it won't work. So make sure that you have Docker installed, and to install Docker is different from operating system to operating system. So make sure that you read the documentation on your specific operating system. So after that, you're simply going to say run. So uppercase, and then it's going to say run. You're going to run pip install -r requirements.txt. So requirements.txt, just like that. So this is going to go ahead and install everything inside for requirement.txt. They're going to say -- no cache, okay, no cache for this, and then no cache underscore -the, just like this. So pip install -- no cache draw, and then -r and then requirements.txt. So this is going to install our requirements.txt file. So once that is installed, I'm going to copy now the remaining files into our current working directory. So you might be confused, okay, why did I copy the requirement.txt file and not copy the other files? Okay, the reason why for this is that Docker has a caching system. So Docker starts from the top code working its way downwards. Okay, so Docker is going to go ahead and create get by the Python image, create the working directory, and then copy the requirement.txt file inside of our working directory, which is this directory right here. And then it's going to go ahead and simply go ahead and then install everything inside the requirement.txt file, and then copy the rest of the files. So why do I need to copy the rest of the files here? The reason why is that when our requirement.txt file, we will rarely make changes to the requirement.txt file. So all these steps is going to be cached in Docker, meaning that these steps will never be executed unless there is a change in this specific requirement.txt file, right? So we'll only start executing from this way going downwards, or trying to install all the requirements.txt files, all the requirements that are inside of our requirement.txt file, only if there is a change inside of our requirement.txt file, and that is rarely going to happen, right? We don't make changes to requirement.txt file very often because the application is quite completed. So but in the other files like the API files, you can make a lot of changes in there. So we don't want to reinstall our applications every time we make changes inside of our API folder or API files, because in there we might go ahead and change things often. But you don't want to go ahead and make changes or try to reinstall the requirements every time you make little changes here. Imagine just go and fix a typo, and then you have to go ahead and install all the requirement.txt file instead of a Docker image again. That is time consuming and resource consuming. So just making sure that you copy the file first, okay, and then you install it before you copy the rest of the things, meaning that you only start to execute from here and then go and install the requirement.txt file only and only if there is a changes to the requirement.txt file. If there is no change to it, then all the steps above here will be cached, meaning that we'll just copy everything. If you make changes to any other folder, means you just copy any other file, rather means you just copy the rest of the files, and then you don't need to install the requirement.txt file since you didn't make any change. So because of the caching system, we have to now copy the requirement.txt file before copying every other file, and then install it before copying every other files. Okay, and that's the reason for why we have that step. So make sure that you follow that step, if you don't follow it, nothing is going to happen, but it's time consuming, right? So now we have that. You're going to simply run our application. So whenever you try to run our application, we just say uvcon uvcon, and then we say app.main, and then -app, and then you're saying -host, right, and then we say 0.0.0.0 any network, and then -port, and then you're going to say port, maybe port 8000 rather, so 8000. So that's what we do, right? So now we repeat the same thing in Docker, but you keep spaces, you keep everything inside of code. So this is going to be in its own code, and then comma, and then this is going to be another code, and this is going to have this part of the command. So copy this part of the command and then paste it in its own section. Copy this and simply paste it in here, and this is the command that we basically use to run our application, right? So copy this one as well, and you're going to say host, copy this. So copy this, just this part, because after host there is space. So copy this and then simply paste it in here, and then after that we need to pass in the 00, so it will be 0.0.0.0.0, and then after that you're going to go ahead and specify the port, so hyphen port, and then the port is going to be the following. So the port is going to be port 8000 right here, port 8000. Yeah, that's basically what we need to do to set that up. So I think after cmd the space, and then we have that information right here. So we're going to go ahead and get our Python image from the Docker, and then simply create our working directory, and then copy the requirement.txt file, and then install everything there to avoid any caching issues. And then after that we'll copy the rest of the files, and then simply run our application using this command right here. So that's all we need to do to run our application. So let's go inside of my terminal and let me show you something. So instead of my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and clear all of this out. And once I have that cleared out, I'm simply going to check my Docker version. So I'm going to say docker hyphen version. So make sure that you have Docker installed, or else this won't work for you. So I'm just going to go ahead and check my Docker version, which Docker version I'm using. So you can see I have Docker. This is my Docker version right here. Okay. So once I have that done, you might have a latest version, and it's all fine. Okay. And once I have that done, I'm going to simply go ahead and simply build my Docker image. Okay, so I'm say Docker, and then I'm going to say Docker build, and then you can even do Docker build hyphen help to see all that information. So you can do hyphen help to see what options you have. So you have these options, all of these options right here. So the option I'm going to use is going to be the t tag, and it's going to be the tag. So I'm going to say let's clear this out so you guys can see. So I'm going to Docker build, and then I'm going to say hyphen t, and I'm going to specify the name of the app. So I'm going to say test API. So I'm going to call it test API and simply run that. So I got an error. So the Docker build requires exactly one argument. Okay, so I see Docker build. Okay, so Docker build, and where do you want to build this? We want to build this in the current directory. So if I put full stop right there, dot, and the reason why is because our Docker every Docker file is in here, so we want to build it inside of our current directory. So I have to say, instead of our root directory, so say Docker build -t, and then the name of the app, and then full stop. Okay, run that, and that's going to go ahead and actually build that for us. So let's just give it a bit of second to run that. So we need permission denied, so I need to use sudo because I'm online sudo. So I need to just simply say sudo here, so sudo space, and then run that command. So it's going to ask me for my password. I'm just going to put in my password and just allow out that. So let's just wait for this to get completed, and this is going to go ahead and simply create this for us our simple Docker image, and that's all. Okay. Yeah, and you can see our Docker application has already been built. So how can you check that information? So you can just say Docker, and then you can say Docker images, Docker image, and then you can image, and then you can do Docker image ls, and that's going to show you. Okay, I need to use sudo again, so sorry for that. Yeah, so let me just clear this for now, and I'm going to simply say sudo right here. So sorry for that. Just have to use sudo all the time. So once I have that, that should now check for me or list for me all my Docker images that I have. And you can see if I scroll up here, we have the test API with image which you just created minutes ago. So yeah, that's how you can use a simple Docker file to create a simple Docker image. Okay, so now we can run this using Docker image using just Docker. But now I want to use Docker compose file to run this. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually clear this up, and I'm going to go back to my VS Code, and in my root directory I'm going to create a Docker compose file. So this file I'm simply going to go ahead and call it a Docker compose, and this way we're going to keep our Docker compose information. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a file here, and it's going to be called docker-compose, and then docker compose.yaml. So you can use YAML like this, or you can use YAML like this, or that's all fine. So yeah, so once I have this my Docker file created, instead of my Docker compose file, I simply want to go ahead and add some information, and this is what you're going to be using to run this. So we're going to say version, and the version you're going to say the version is going to be 3.6. So I'm going to say 3.6, just like that. And then after that, I want to go and specify which services I want to run. So I'm going to say services, and I want to run the following services. So I'm going to have an API service, and this I'm just going to call the service API. So you can call it anything you want, and you want to build it in the current directory where our Docker compose file is. Okay. So once we have that specified, I can go and specify which ports to run on. So I'm going to specify the ports and which ports to run on. So what ports to run on? This basically simply maps the port. Okay, this will simply map the one our port to another port. But before we do that, let me just go ahead and specify which env I want to use. So I'm going to say env underscore file, and the env I want to use is the env file in the current directory. So API and then .env file. So instead of our APIs folder, we have our env file right here, and that's what I'm trying to refer to by env files. So we're going to have the version that will be 3.6, and then you're going to have a service called API service, and you're going to build it in the current directory, and you're simply going to go ahead in the current directory where our Docker file is, and then you're simply going to go ahead and specify which environment variable to use, and this is the part of the environment variable that we have. Great. So now let's go ahead and try to do the following. So we're going to simply go ahead and simply try to do a Docker compose app. So let me just go back in my terminal, and instead of my terminal, I'm simply going to do sudo docker compose, and then I'm going to Docker compose app. And yeah, so sorry, let me just exit out this. I want to actually run this in detach mode. I don't want it to run it attach mode, so I want to detach it from my terminal. So yeah, so I want to write in detach mode, and that's what the D flag is for. If you want to check more options, you can do -help, and that should give you more options. Yeah, and you can see that is done right here. So you can see we have Docker blog API -API _1. It has been created. So this blog API is the name of our root directory, our project folder. So API, and then / API, and that API is the name of our service that we have. We call the service API, right? And then _1. So once we have that done, you can simply do a docker. I'm going to use sudo again, sudo. So I'm going to say sudo and then docker -compose. I want to say docker ps just to check this. So I'm going to docker ps, and it's going to show me all the Docker files and stuff. So we have the name right here, and you can call, we just created this one called blog API. We created it 2 minutes ago, status about a minute ago, and then you can see everything is there. So we have all that information, the port, which port is running on, and all that created at, and then the status and all that information right here. So you can even do the one to check all of them. So you get to do sudo docker, say docker, and then docker say ps-a. So it's going to just return to me all the current. So you can see the information that we have here. So we created this one called Docker API. This is a command to run it, and then we have to say created 2 minutes ago, and then up 2 minutes ago. So it's still running there. So it all works. So if you don't specify the environment variables, if you don't specify this part right here, then it won't work, because you can find the environment variables. But since you specify the environment variable, now you can see our Docker application is up and running fine. So great. So I'm just going to clear this for now, and let's go ahead and add more features to it. So what I simply want to go ahead and do is that if I go ahead, even though this Docker application is running, if I go to localhost at port 8000, I will fail to get it. So let me just go in here, and this is the deployed version. So I'm going to go to the local one. So I'm going to localhost. So I'm going to say localhost at port 8000. So let me just go to localhost at port 8000 and simply try to access this port. Now you can see we have nothing running, even though the Docker image here is running, but we can access it on our localhost. So what do we need to do to make this actually to work? So to make this to work, we actually need to go ahead and bind the port. So we need to combine the port that is running on our Docker container with our port of our machine. So we say ports, and what we're going to do, this is going to be a list. So we're going to map port 8000 to port 8000. Okay, so we're going to map port 8000 to port 8000, because if you check the Docker file, we are running on local at port 8000. So we're going to we're going to connect the port 8000 on the Docker machine, on the Docker container, to port 8000 of our machine, so we can be able to access it on our local on our browser. Okay, so once we have this done, I'm simply going to do a docker sudo, which is sudo. So I'm simply going to go ahead and say sudo docker is going to be docker. Okay, just say docker compose. So docker -compose. We're going to bring that Docker compose down. Okay, so Docker compose down is going to bring down our Docker image down. So I'm just going to run this, and this is going to bring down our Docker image. So let's give it some time, and that should be done. So we have an error here. It says that we have an error in our YAML file. So it says that service API ports contains invalid type. It should be an array. So let's go and look what okay, I forgot this needs to be a space right here. So my bad. And now once I have that done, I'm just going to say should run that command again to bring back down my Docker container or Docker container. Yep. So you can see it's going ahead and stopping the blog API underscore. So once this is done, it should take some bit of time. Okay, once that is done, now we are good to go. So now I'm just going to go ahead and do a Docker compose app. So every time you make a change, you have to bring back the old bring down the old container and then do a Docker compose app again. So I'm going to say sudo docker compose and then app. Okay, just run that again. I'm going to run this in detach mode, so run that again. And now we should now be able to connect our port 8000 on our Docker image to port 8000 on our local machine, so we can be able to access our API running on the Docker container instead of our browser on our local machine, right? So yeah, let's wait for this to get created, and once this is done, we can go ahead and try to refresh the page again. So let's refresh the page. So we can still get access to it. So let's see. We are still failing to get access to it. So let's just actually I'm just going to go in here. We are mapping port 8000, and let's check if it's running on port 8000. Yeah, that's running on port 8000. So we are failing to get access to this on our local machine. So let me just check if I got that URL right. So localhost at port 8000. So I don't know why that is failing to work. So let me just say 127 7 dot, I think it's dot 0.0.1 at 8000. Let me just try this. Yeah, no, so now it's working properly. So once it's running, so I'm just going to go ahead and do / and do docs, and then the straight right docs. And once I run it, I can get the Docker. So this is running on the Docker container. So everything works just fine. So it's running on a Docker container, and you've simply connected our local port 8000 on the Docker container to our 8000 on our local machine, so you can access it inside of our browser. So everything works so far so good. Now let's try to make a change and see if the changes will reflect. So I'm going to go into my routes, and I'm going to go, let me just see it on the browser here. So on the browser, I want to change this and then see if it will reflect. Or even here, let me just go ahead and see. We have hello world here. Let's try to change this, and the blog content, and let's say blog content updated, and let's see if it's going to reflect. So I'm going to go into my routes. Instead of my routes, I'm going to go into the blog part, and then instead of here, I'm going to say updated. So once I updated this, and let me go and refresh this, and refresh this, and let's see if it's going to update. So it doesn't show here. So why doesn't it show? Well, it doesn't show here because we haven't done something called we haven't created something called bind mount. So bind mounts help us to help our container to keep updated with our code here. So if we change our code, then our container should also be updated. But since now that our container is not actually doesn't have a bind mount, so it can't really keep track of this. So it can keep track of changes inside of our folder inside of our main machine. So what we need to do is to create a volume and then simply bind that, create a bind mount. So to do that is actually very simple. We're going to create volumes. You're going to have a volume here, and then this volume is going to map everything inside of users / source, and then / is going to be called app. So it's going to map everything inside. It's going to map everything inside of these two folders. So it's going to map this is going to be actually, I made an error here. So it's going to be / and then this right here. So this, yeah, so it's going to keep track of our current directory, and it's going to make sure that it's in sync with this source users, which is our working directory inside of our Docker container, right? Because it's specified the working directory here. So we're just making sure that everything inside of our current directory is in sync with everything inside of the Docker container directory, working directory. Also, we can specify the RO flag. So the RO stands for read only. This is for security purposes, means that the content inside of this file can only be read only and cannot be modified, right? So because if you're putting something in a container, you don't want anyone to modify it, right? It's just a security feature. So once we have this done, let's try to bring down our container and then bring it up again. So I'm going to say sudo docker compose, and then down, just like that. So this will bring back our Docker container, and then from there we'll be able to do docker compose up again to bring it back up. Yeah, so now that our docker compose is down, we're going to do again sudo docker compose, and then docker compose app again. So run this again, and now it should bring back our, so I'm just actually run this in detached mode. So I'm going to say sudo just bring back that, and then I'm going to say fnd just write it in detached mode because I don't want it to be attached here. So once I have this done, I'm just going to wait for this to go to put docker compose up. So yeah, that's done. So I'm just going to go in here and just try to refresh this, and let's see what we get. So the update now should reflect here. Let's wait for this a bit more. I'll give it a bit more of time. Sometimes it takes some time to load, so I'll give a bit more of time. So once that is done, now, so we can see now it is updated here. So now let's go and see and try to update it again, and let's see what it does. So I'm just going to here and just say updated, and then let's say updated second time. Okay, just update a second time, and now let's see if it's going to now show that change. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, and now it doesn't show that change. So what's up? So the reason why it doesn't show that change is because whenever we are running our server, right, we didn't specify the reload flag, so it only runs it and doesn't reload even though there are changes. So to prove this that there are changes, but the changes is just that we need to update our command right here. I can actually go inside of my docker compose. So I'm just going to go ahead and say the following. So I'm going to say sudo docker, so it's going to be docker docker, and then I'm going to say execute, and then execute, and then I'm going to say hyphen it interactive move, and then you specify the name of that docker image. I think it's called blog API, and then API, I think that's what it's called. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this. So I'm just sorry, I forgot one of those commands. I'm going to say bash because we want the bash terminal, right? So we want to check it, we want to go inside of the bash terminal of this. So I think it's called test. Let me just say test API, and just run that. So let me just say docker image ls, and then let's see that I have to use sudo, so sorry for that, and I have to run that. Yeah, so it shows that information, but I actually ran the wrong command. So I have to say sudo say docker, I'm going to say docker, and then I'm going to say ps, and then I'm going to get all of them. So run that, and now we should get the name of that app, and you can use the name of the app to go inside of the bash shell of that specific app. So this is the name of the app name, so name, and the name here is going to be blog API _1. So just I'm going to simply copy that, and I'm going to go. Yeah, and once that information is copied, I'm just going to say the following. So I'm going to say I'm going to bring that command that I ran the previous time, and I'm going to simply change this to be the name of that Docker application. I'm going to paste the name that I copied, and I'm going to do Control Shift and V to paste that information right there, and simply run this. So now this should now take us to the bash terminal of this this thing. Okay, so if I do ls, and you can see in the bash terminal of this, I do ls, I can see I have all these files in there. So I'm going to change directory into my API, and in there I'm just going to do an ls to view the content there. So it just has the same command as a Linux machine, so I'll use the same commands right here. So if I go into change directory into my routes, and instead of my routes, I can simply do extended cut and then blog content, and then just cut that out. So if I go to the content section, which is this part right, you can see it has been updated second time, but our API did not start, right? So we need to update the command for the running the API, that it should start every time there's a change. So if I go in here, and just going to go in here and just go in here and just delete the second time, just update it. And now if once I have that done, I can simply go ahead and simply run that command again. So I'm just going to hit clear this, and then simply run that command again. Now this should also be updated, so let me just scroll up here and see here up. So you can see it takes some time. Sometimes it takes some time, so you have to be like a bit patient. So to run this another time and see if those changes actually take place. So run this, and let's see if those changes take place. So let's go up here, here to scroll up. Yeah, so you can see now now it has been updated. So sometimes it takes some time to show that change, but now you can see it has been updated. So now it is changing inside of our Docker image, but now it is not refreshing our UVCon server, so it has the old content, right? So great. So now that you have this done, we're just going to exit out of this. I think just type exit, and then you can exit out of this. So now we need to change our command in order to go ahead and actually restart our server every time we make changes. So to do that, you can actually go ahead and change the command right here, or you can actually go ahead and do it another way. And I'm going to do it in my Docker compose file, and I'm going to say command, and the command is going to be the following. I'm going to say uvcon, so uvcon, and then you're going to say api.main, and then -app, colon up, and then hyphen host, and then the host is going to be 0.0.0.0, and then you're going to spy hyphen port is going to run on port 8000, right? Because we are binding port 8000 to our local machine. Okay, our machine is also reload. So we're going to say reload, and you're going to pass in that reload flag. So the only difference you're going to have is the reload flag, which is going to enable our server to reload whenever we make changes. So now that I've done that, I'm going to sudo docker compose, docker hyphen compose, and then I'm going to say down, just like that. So this is going to bring back down our Docker container. Okay, yeah, so you can see that container is down there. So once you have the container, then we can do a simple sudo docker hyphen compose, and then you're going to hit up. You're going to run this in a detach mode. So run this again. Once this is started, now we should be whenever we make changes, now our server should restart itself automatically. Okay, so let's just wait for this to get created. Yeah, so that is done creating, and now let's go ahead and simply let's see what we have actually in our blog. Okay, so here we have updated. Now we're going to say a second time, just like that, and then let's go back in here, and now you see it is updated second time, without the second time. So now let me just refresh this. Okay, it takes a bit of time, so let's just give it a bit of time. Refresh this. Okay, now it's on. So now you can see now it should now be updated second time, and every time you make change, it should now pick up on those changes because the server is restarting every time. So if I delete this second, and then if I go in here and make a refresh this, it should now see those changes. So if I refresh, now you can just see updated second, there's no time, right? So now our code here is now in sync with what you have on our Docker image. Okay, so if I now do this and now bring it back to what it was normally, now it should now be block content. So everything works as expected, and that's how we can simply create a bind mount in our Docker compose file, and simply restart our server every time we make changes to that. So that's how you can go ahead and create a simple Docker and Docker compose file for our API. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how to deploy this to Heroku using CI/CD, add it to our Heroku, add it to our GitHub Actions, and be able to deploy this to Docker Hub using a CI/CD tool, which is basically GitHub Actions. So we're going to use GitHub Actions and learn how we can deploy our Docker image to Heroku. So guys, thanks for watching this tutorial. This is all we are going to go over in this tutorial. If you enjoyed this tutorial so far, give this video a thumbs up, like the video, share this video with anyone who you think might find this helpful, and don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Keep safe. Hello YouTube, welcome back to my channel. So in this tutorial, we are going to go ahead and continue with our CI/CD part. So in the last tutorial, we were able to build our web application using FastAPI. We were able to build the FastAPI API basically. We were able to deploy it to Heroku. We were able to write CI/CD for it using GitHub Actions, and we're able to use CI/CD to push the code to GitHub, right? So in this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and actually learn to deploy our Docker container into Docker Hub. So in the last tutorial, we created a Docker container, and we are able to run our Docker container using Docker Compose. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show how to deploy your Docker container to Docker Hub, so that if you have a production server like DigitalOcean server or anything, you can be able to pull your Docker Hub container over there and simply be able to use use it. So this is what we're going to do in this tutorial, and it's going to be very simple. So let's get started with it. So if you're new to the channel, please kindly consider subscribing, liking this video, and sharing this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful. If you're new to the series, you can go back and watch the previous videos, and it's just about building the simple API using CRUD API, using MongoDB, FastAPI, Git, Docker actions, and all that back end stuff. Okay, so if you're interested in back end stuff, please kindly consider subscribing to the channel and check the video out from the beginning of the series. So let's get started to it. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to my GitHub my VS Code right here. So once we have this, the first we need to do is actually push our Docker container to Docker Hub. So you first need to go into your browser and simply create a Docker Hub. Let me just go here. You need to go ahead and create a Docker Hub account. And so this just like GitHub is a Docker version of GitHub, so you can be able to push your code to GitHub. Okay, so it just allows you to push a lot of your Docker containers to Docker Hub, just like you push your code to GitHub repository. So go ahead and create a Docker Hub account, and once you have done creating the account, we can begin to use it. You can begin to go ahead and create a repository, and this is a repository where we're going to push in our Docker container. So I'm going to go ahead and create a repository here. So I'm going to go ahead and give the repository a name. I'm just going to call it I'm going to call it test API, as we had before. So just call it test API tutorial. Just like that. So once I have this, I'm going to create a public one. Okay, so I'm going to create a public one. If you want to create a private one, then you can only have one private repository for Docker Hub, not like GitHub where you can have many private repositories. So Docker Hub, if you want a more private repository, then you have to pay for that service. Okay, so I'm just going to use a public repository, and once you have repository created, you can simply push our container in here. You can see the command to push the container in here. Okay, so let's go back in here into our VS Code, and I'm still going to write docker image ls. So docker image ls is just going to list all the Docker images that we have currently running on our machine. So let's just wait for that output. Okay, so I need to use sudo, I think sudo docker. I got the spelling of docker wrong. So docker image ls. Okay, this is going to list all the Docker images. So I'm going to pass in my password and simply press enter. So once I have that pressed out, that should return to me all the list of Docker images that we have on our machine. Yeah, so once you can see that we have an image right here which we created last time from the last tutorial. So we called it test API. So you can see we have it right here. So what I simply want to go ahead and do is simply push this to Docker Hub. So I can simply say sudo. I have to use sudo, okay, on my machine. You might don't have to use sudo in your case. I have to say sudo. I can just say the command is just sudo. Let me just say sudo. The command is just sudo, and then you can say push, and then you can just push something, and then the name of what you want to push there. Okay, so let's first look at the help options that we have. So you can just say help to see the instructions on how to do this. So what you need to do is just say docker push, and then an optional you made, and then you have an image, the name of the image, and then an optional tag. Okay, so that's what you have to do to push our repository to our Docker container to Docker Hub. So I'm going to say sudo docker. I'm going to say docker, and then push, and then I have to say simply the name of that image. Okay, so sudo docker push, and then the name of the image is just test API, just like that, and try to push this. And then the default tag is by default latest, so you don't have to specify it. You can see it's using the default type latest, but this is not going to work because the first thing is that we never logged into our account. Okay, so it's just going to say this, and it's going to simply return to us access denied. So you can see denied request, right, because we never logged into our Docker account. Okay, so the first we need to do is we need to be logged into our Docker account. So let's go ahead and actually try to log into our Docker account. So I'm going to say sudo docker login, just like that. And if you log in here, you need to go ahead and use your username and your password that you use for your Docker account, okay, for you to be able to log in. So you can see I already logged into this computer already, so it was successfully logged in. Okay, but in their case, I can just simply log out again. I can just simply log out docker, and then docker, and just say log out again, and then this is going to go ahead and log me out. So now I can go ahead and log in again and show you the whole process again. So docker login, and my username is just prince this, and then simply my password, and then type in my password here, and then simply press enter, and now this is going to go ahead and log me in. Okay, so you can see now I'm logged into my my Docker account. Okay, so now the previous command failed, not because we actually logged in, but if you are not also logged in, that will also fail. But let me tell you why it failed. That's why it failed, that we had a bad naming convention. So if you go back to if you go back to the repository, you can see this docker push, and then this should be the docker container should take our name, and then / this repository's name, which is API, test API, and then an optional tag. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead, but if you look at our docker, so just say sudo docker image ls, you can see that our docker image is called test API. You can see it right here, test API. If I scroll, you can see it is called test API. So what you need to do is actually change the name to follow this convention, because this is the convention that we need to use to push to Docker Hub. So we need to first the name of our account, which is our Docker username, and then / the name of the repository, and then we can give it an optional tag. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And by default, the tag is latest. Okay, so you can see all the tag here is latest by default. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear this, clear the terminal. And once I have the terminal cleared, I'm simply going to go ahead and rename our Docker file. So let's see how we can rename our Docker file. So I'm just say to do this actually very simple. We can just simply say sudo. I'm going to use sudo docker docker, and then I can say -- help. Let's see which option we have to rename our tag. So we have an option here called create a tag target name. That refers to a source image. So we can rename our GitHub our container, our Docker container, using the tag option. So let me just clear that. I can just simply docker sudo docker image tag, and then I can say -- help, just like that, and press enter. It's going to give me the option that I need. So to create this, I need to say docker image, and then I give the source image that I want, and then the target name, the target image that I want. So I'm just going to rename my image using this command here. So I'm going to say sudo docker, and I'm simply going to say docker image, and then tag. Once you have the tag, you can go ahead and specify the name of the image that you want to rename, and the name of the image is the one which you called test, right? So if you look at the images, it's called test. So I'm going to say test API. So test API, test API. So let me just say API here. So test API, and then we want to rename it to another name. So I want to start with the name of our GitHub repository. Our Docker Hub username, which is this one right here. This one right here. So you can see the name give us even the naming convention. So this, and then we can go ahead. You can even copy this right here and simply use it if that's what you want to do. So I can just go ahead and say test API. Test API, just like that. So once I have this, let me make sure that I get the spelling right. So once I have this, I can simply go ahead and then you can give it an optional tag if you want by give it a tag here, but by default the tag is just latest, so it's not compulsory. So I'm just going to press enter, and that should go ahead and rename our Docker for us. So you can do sudo docker image ls, just like that, and let's see if we have that. So you can see we have it right here, prints cramper, and then / test API. So one, and the tag is just latest by default. So great. So once we have this done, we can go ahead and actually push it now to Docker Hub. So I'm just clear this, and I'm going to go ahead and try to push this to Docker Hub. And to do this, I'm going to say sudo docker push, and then I'm going to go ahead and specify that name. So prints cramper, and then / test API, just like that, and simply go ahead and press enter. So this will go ahead and push the code to push our Docker container to Docker Hub, and then we can go ahead and actually use it. So you can see it's being pushed to Docker Hub. So let's give it some time to complete pushing to Docker Hub. Yeah, so you can see the last one is just being completed. So let's give it a few minutes. It should just be done. Sometimes it can take time because there's a large file to push. So once it's done, then we'll have that completely Docker container being pushed to Docker Hub, and then from there we can begin to use it. So it's taking some more time. So yeah, I think it should be complete just in a second. So let's just wait for that. Yeah, so you can see now everything has been pushed to Docker Hub. So let's just wait for this to complete. So if I go back to the browser, it should now be pushed here once that is done. So let's give it some more time and let's check if that's done. So I'll go back here. Yeah, it's completing its processes, so let's give it some more time. Yeah, so that's completed and it has been pushed to Docker Hub. So that's about I think it's about the size is MB, so that's about 3 point something GB of data. So that's a lot of data if I'm not mistaken. I think this is MB if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so once that's pushed to Docker Hub, you can just go ahead and try to refresh this, and let's see if there are any changes on this website. This is a Docker Hub repository that we pushed to, so let's just refresh it to see if there are any changes. It's taking some bit to load. Maybe my internet is a bit slow today. Yeah, and you can see it has been pushed here, and this is the container right here, and yeah, so it's running on a Linux OS. So that's all we need to get that pushed. So great, so it's all pushed and it's all running here, and the ready one, you can just click the latest one, which is just the latest tag, and you can find that information for what we pushed here and all of that here. So great, so once we have that this running in here, we can simply go ahead and now try to use GitHub actions. So we can use GitHub actions to automate all this process, because every time we make changes, we have to now go ahead and create a new Docker container and then push all that again. So that can take a bit of time. So we're going to use the CI/CD pipeline to automate all this process. Okay, so let's just go into our CI/CD pipeline. So I'm just going into our the CI/CD pipeline that we were working with last time. So if you go in there, I just want to change a couple of things. I'm just going to build -deploy.yaml file, which we worked on last time and we pushed to Heroku. So now I want to create another job right here. So I want to create another job, and this job is going to handle pushing our code to Docker Hub. In case we build a new container, it automatically push it to Docker Hub. Okay, so we don't have to do this ourselves every time. Okay, so I'm going to create a new job right here. So I'm just going to make sure that I get the indentation right. So I'm just call this one deploy. Let's just say Docker deploy. So Docker deploy, just like that. So in Docker deploy, I'm just going to give this one I'm going to say build. So what you have to say first of all, I actually have the documentation pulled up here, so let me just bring you that documentation, which is just an example of how to use CI/CD to push to Docker Hub. So the first thing we need to do, actually need to add our username to Docker Hub, our secrets on GitHub, and also we need to add our access token to our GitHub actions. Okay, yeah, so that's basically what we need to do. So we can just search from here. Let's just fix all of this, and then when we reach the part where we need the username and the password and the access token, we'll deal with that just in a second. So the first thing we need to do, actually says we need to go ahead and say run and test, and then you can say this job, and this job, simply you can just give this job name. So we can just say run soon, and you can say the operating system which it runs on. So we want to say Ubuntu latest. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this in here, and then we can say the environment. Okay, we'll come back to, we can also go ahead and specify the environment here, because we're going to need the secrets from the given environment. So in the last tutorial, we said the environment that we use is called Heroku production, and this is the environment that is on our GitHub repository. So if you go back to our GitHub repository, you can find that environment name, and then use the name of the environment that you use. Okay, so if let me just go back here and try to open my GitHub page. Yeah, so once my GitHub page is open, I can just go into my settings, and I can go into environments, and you can see that we have an environment called Heroku production. So this is the environment that you're working with, and this way we're going to keep all our secrets for this project. So we call it a Heroku production. So that's the name that I use right here. Okay, Heroku production. So once we have our environment specified, we're going to go ahead and specify the Docker username and our Docker access token in that environment. Okay, but for now we need to go ahead and continue with the documentation, and let's see what else we need to set up. So I'm just going to go here, and we need to go ahead and have all this set up. Okay, but in this case, you're going to be using Python and not Golang. Okay, so it's going to be a bit different for what you're trying to do. Okay, so I just follow this one, but the Python version, and I specify, and it's just the same thing, but we're going to follow the Python version, and I have the code written already on my GitHub repository here. So I'm just going to bring that and then follow that along. So this is what you need to do: specify the environment. So now let's go ahead and specify the actions that we need to take. So the first step we need to take is actually try to log in. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this right here, and you can also find this on the offshore documentation. If you guys want this link, I can leave the link in the description below. Let me know in the comment section below. Okay, so we need to first log in into our repository. So I'm going to go in here and then simply paste the code that I just copied. So it's actually steps, and I forgot to copy probably the S, so I'm going to put the steps. So we're going to first go ahead and try to log into our Docker Hub, and you're going to use the GitHub actions. Okay, so we're going to use actions, and we're going to specify our username, which is going to be from our secrets, and then our access token. So we need to go ahead and provide these two things. Okay, so I'm just going to go, even if you look at the offshore documentation, it asks you to provide the two things, right? The Docker username and then your access token. So I'm going to simply going to copy this, and I'm going to go into my GitHub environment, and I'm simply going to go ahead and say add a new environment, add a new secret, and name of the secret is going to be just going ahead and paste this right here. So paste this and the Docker username, and the username is just simply Prince and then Crumble, just like this. So that's my username. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply press enter. So now I have added this. I'm also need to go ahead and actually get my access token. So I'm going to go into settings, I believe, and if you go into settings, let me just go back into my main page here. So let me just go in here and then go to account settings. So instead of account settings, that's where you can get access token from. So if you just scroll down and you go to I think it's this part of API security. Yes, go to security, and then inside security again, that's where you can generate an access token. So I'm going to go ahead and generate a new access token. I'm going to call it test API tutorial, just like that. Test API tutorial. So I'm just going to go ahead and use an underscore here. So underscore an underscore here. So once I have this, I'm going to go ahead and generate the access token. So it's going to generate the access token. I'm simply going to go ahead and copy this, okay, and then I'm just going to copy and close. So once that's closed, you can see I have a new access token right here. So I'm simply going to go in here and simply go ahead and click on add new secret, and the value is just going to be the access token that we copied, and then the we need to provide the key, which is just this one right here. I'm going to simply copy this and simply use it right here and simply paste it here. So our access Docker Hub access token, and this is the access token that we got. So I'm just going to go ahead and create this secret. Yeah, so let's go back in here, and so we have the username and the token already provided. So what else we need? So let me just go back to this documentation right here. You can also read along with this documentation. But this is I actually got the Go version instead of the Python version. So I have the Python version written right here. So you need to actually provide a Docker setup, a Docker build X, and you can also find this on the documentation. You can find it here. So Docker build X. I think it's just I got. I think this link is for the for the Go documentation, but I have there's also the Python version, and you can just find that and get the Python version. But I have the code already written here, so no worry about that. So I can just simply go ahead and copy let me just copy all of this Docker this the build X action. So I'm just going to copy it and simply paste it right here. So paste it right here. There. Yeah, so that's all we needed, and let me just make sure that that indentation is all properly fixed. So we have set up Docker build X, and it goes ahead and set up Docker build X using the GitHub actions, and then it also sets up the cache Docker layers, and then we are using this action right here and all of that information. So great. So now we have done that. We now need to go ahead and build and push our Docker container, and this is what we need. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this part of the code. So I'm just going to copy this part and then go ahead and simply paste it in here. So all this is on the official documentation of how to deploy Docker containers to using GitHub CI/CD. This is the Go version, the documentation that I got, but there's also the Python version. And if I don't know why I chose the Go version, but there's also the Python version that I can link in the description below, so you guys can get access to that one as well. Okay, so that's all we need. So so after that building and pushing, now we need to go ahead. We can also specify if we want to digest the image digest, and this is something that is specified on the documentation. So I'm just going to copy that and simply paste it here as well. So make sure that I fix that indentation. Yeah, so great. That's all basically what we need to push our Docker container to Docker Hub, and yeah, that's all we need, and we can go ahead and simply run our code, and that should help push it to Docker Hub using the CI/CD pipeline. So make sure to have your Docker username specified, and also you have generated an access token that you copied and used. Okay, so once I have this, I can just go back in my terminal, and instead of my terminal, I can just simply do git add. So I'm just going to say git add everything. I can just say dash hyphen all if you want, or you can just say dot. So git push all, and then I say git commit. I can just commit, and then you can specify a message. Just say that Docker Hub CI CD. Okay, just something simple. And then once I have that, I'm just gonna push this to Docker. Push this to GitHub, and then the CI CD should kick in. So I'm just gonna say git push or git push origin master branch. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in my password here and then just press enter. And once this is pushed up, we can go to our GitHub repository, and then we can simply go ahead and go to actions and see what actions we have here. Is the actions actually running? So we can just go in here and then check those actions and make sure the actions are running and all that information. So yeah, actually I made a mistake. I have to use this repository, and in here I'm just going to go ahead and click on the actions, and let's see if the actions are running. So let's click on actions and let's see the actions are running. So let's check if it's actually pushed, and yeah, it has been pushed. So now you can see this part is running now in parallel, so it's all running in parallel. So I think maybe I skipped something. I don't know if I skipped something or I provided everything that we needed. I think we provided everything that we needed. So now you can see that this is running on its own, and these are actually this Heroku depends on the build, but you can see that the Docker deploy action is running on its own. So let me go back and explain to you something about this. So you can see when you're talking about the Heroku push to Heroku, you see that it needs the build action. It means that the build action should be completed before pushing it to Heroku, right? So but Docker Hub, it doesn't depend on any of this. So this is how you can specify dependency or independency. So GitHub actions run in parallel, right? It means they can run, two actions can run at the same time in parallel. But now we are saying that this one, this action depends on this one finishing. So if this one finishes, that's when this one runs. So if you go back to the repository, you can see that's the case here. So this one finishes and this one begins, right? But the Docker Hub is the pushing to Docker Hub. It doesn't depend on any of it doesn't depend on the build. But if you want to depend on the build, you can just go ahead and specify, say, needs, and then you can specify needs, and then you can say you can specify what it depends on. You can say depends on Heroku something, right? So, yeah. But in this case, you're not going to be doing that, so we're going to running this in parallel. So this is going to be running in parallel with these two other ones, but this one is going to run in sequence. This is going to be completed, and then this is going to be completed. But the Docker Hub action pushing to Docker Hub doesn't depend on any of them. That's why you can see it's completed and has no link to the others. Yeah, so basically you can see now our containers have been pushed to Docker Hub, and you can go ahead and try to go back to your page and then try to verify this information, and you should get back. You can see that it has been deployed to Docker Hub as well. So if you look here, you can see it has been deployed or it has already been pushed already, so it already exists. So due to the caching, you can see that it has been pushed, but trust me, it has already been pushed to Docker Hub, and you can see that being indicated here. You can also click on this, and then you can push and build, and you can see all that information right here. So that's basically it, and that's how you can push and deploy to Docker Hub using CI/CD pipeline. So you can see install everything and then edit everything as we specified, as we told it to do. Okay, so that's basically it for this tutorial. If you guys have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section below. I'll do my best to get back to you. The code for all of this is going to be available on my GitHub repository, or you can just simply pause the video and simply type this out. Yeah, so if you have any questions, you can just let me know about it. And again, if you are new to the channel, please kindly consider subscribing, liking this video, and sharing this content with anyone who you think might find this helpful. So guys, that's the end of our series on building a backend application using FastAPI, MongoDB, writing the CI/CD pipeline, and doing all those stuff. Okay, so this is the end of this tutorial. If you guys have any questions, any recommendation for future videos, let me know in the comment section below. And if you're new to the channel, please kindly consider subscribing again, and thank you for watching. See you in the next one. If you have any suggestions for future videos, let me know in the comment section below. I'll do my best to get back to you. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Keep safe.